Hard to believe we're already 50 matches in, already 10 days completed here in this ECN. It's been great to be back. The five seem set, but the race for top spot is very much still alive. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Switzerland, and it starts right now. Good morning to you, good morning, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is day 11, the final day of round-robin matches before we get into finals Friday tomorrow. And don't forget, we've got the ECIs on the weekend as well. So it's going to be a huge few days of European cricket here on ECN. So we are starting the day with a big clash between Winterthur and the Zurich Lions. It's match 51. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Rob Kemming has got the two captains.
Zurich Lions to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Tail.
We'll ball first.
They're going to have a ball. Back to you, Vinny.
So the news from the toss is that Winterthur, they've won the toss. They've elected to field first. So we'll get to see the Lions with the stick first up. Winterthur led by Crispin Webb today. He'll also be behind the stumps for the men in red. Now look, let's be honest, both these teams, they haven't quite had the series that they wanted. They'll be wanting to finish strongly though today with pride at stake. And these guys, they are proud players. They are proud clubs. I've got to say that I've really enjoyed the work of Pio de Silva. I wonder if a couple of balls are going to get PO'd out of the park today. We'll have to wait and see. For the Lions though, I really like Nick Sallin, and I think he offers a lot with the ball. Also, he's been thrown up the order to do a job. I think Ankush Lal's had a pretty good series. Obviously, just not really putting it together. Both teams have had some close games that haven't really fallen their way, and that's why they find themselves at the wrong end of the ladder. Okay, let's talk weather. And the good news is I don't see any clouds today. It's first day in a while. So we've got blue skies. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 24. Already it's very pleasant, 18 degrees to get going. So I think this might actually be the best day so far weather-wise. Well, every day's a good day when you get to sit next to this guy. It's Andrew Leonard. He'll take you further in the first ball of the day and the first action of the day taking place very, very shortly. Lenny, finally, the sun's here just on your last day as well. I can tell you, Winterthur, they've won the toss. They're fielding first in match 51. It's over to you. Let's get ready for a fantastic day of action.
Well, he's a machine, isn't he, Vinny Sandhu? The energy, like the Energizer Bunny. He keeps going and always full of compliments too. Great to hear from him, looking beautiful in his, I don't know if it's a gold, yeah, probably a gold. We're going to give him a gold jacket number. But what about yesterday? Well, let's run through the games. 5 matches as always, and we started with probably the game of the tournament. An extraordinary turnaround of the highest quality, led by Arif Sanger, the 19-year-old, with the most incredible story you could ever imagine. And a 68-run salvo from 13 deliveries took them from dead and buried after 7.2 overs to winners after 9.3. Strike rate in that period 538. And then Sanger, having chosen to bat first the Zalmi, Sanger just kept going. 118 off 35, the highest individual score of the tournament. It took him past the 500-run marker to become the highest run scorer and the first to get to that 500 marker. And the Zalmi made it 2 from 2 on the day to give them real hope of getting into the top 5. And then every other result went their way, because Kosane beat Vettingen. If Vettingen had won one and lost one, they would have ended up level on points with the Pakhtun Zalmi in that final series of matches. But Kosane proved too good, as Wasim Javed had an amazing day as well, 100 and then 86. But then Vettingen, even though they beat the Power CC, they didn't beat them quickly enough. So their net run rate, again, primarily thanks to Arif Sanger's virtuoso solo performance on the day, meant that the Zalmi were well in advance of Vettigen's net run rate, even though they did get going late in that chase. Perrenpam Yogathiran with that 74 and out off 26 deliveries. He was really impressive. And then what about the 50th game? We brought up the half-century marker inside 10 days. Extraordinary stuff from the team here and everyone involved in the European Cricket Series in Switzerland. Asad Mahmood with probably, in my opinion, the best all-round individual performance of the week. Listen to this, 91 off 29, 4 for 19, 2 catches to go with it. He actually had 2, if not 3 catches dropped off his bowling as well. He could have had 6 for, he did get 90, he could have had 100. But the Power CC, well, they at least ended in style, and that broke Kosane's hearts, because Kosane needed to win their last 3 to rob the Pakhtun Zalmi. But instead, our Fab 5 at the top, well, they're confirmed. The only thing we're really hanging on tenterhooks about today is, can Alton beat the Zurich Lions, who are bottom of the table, remember, only side with 2 points. If they do, they will take that one guaranteed spot in the final instead of Geneva. Geneva will be cheering on the Zurich Lions, no doubt watching on the coverage today, before it all builds up to a grand climax tomorrow on what will be finals day Friday. 4 games where we'll see, in essence, 2 virtual quarterfinals, second taking on 5th and then third taking on 4th. And the winners of those 2 quarterfinals will then play in a semi-final, so the winners of those 2 games, for the right to go on to play the winner in the grand final. That was your fancy dashboard. Here's the bat versus ball wall. What does a supercomputer think? Well, maybe that could be quite accurate, actually. A lot of 114s up there, but they fancy Winter Thor. So do I. I like the Winter Thor, lads. They're my boys. But who will triumph on a final day? One last dance, if you will. Not just for the group stages, but also for me. I'm on a jet plane tomorrow morning, bright and early. We're leaving with very fond memories. We're all set for the final day. Nicholas Salonen to open the batting, and a big appeal immediately. Jagdeep Tawana felt that he might have just bounced out. Salonen rushed on the pull shot. Interesting. I'm not going to start the morning by saying yes or no. I think probably no is the correct call. Umpire's got that one right on the money. And that is going to be 5 freebies. A no ball. The free hit will follow it. Buys 2. And the poor old keeper, the captain of the Winter Thor side, Crispin Webb. Well, not a lot he can do about that, is there? 4 buys against his total. And we don't even have a legal delivery yet on the books. 6 runs. Might be wondering what that clock is. I'll talk you through that in a moment. Here comes the free hit for Salonen. Gets a nice piece of it too. Really good stroke, almost a back foot punch over extra. Nicely fielded by Sam. Interesting, whilst Shub has had a change in role today. That's where he'd usually be, down here, misfielding. But instead, you might notice, there he is, Shub, the main man, standing as umpire. Virtuoso. Virtuoso man, there he is. Look, man of many talents is our Shub. Back-to-back boundaries, beautiful 2 cricket strokes. He goes over extra cover aerially, and this time gets right on top of the bounce. And picks the gap nicely, doesn't he? We've enjoyed watching Nicholas Salonen bowl and field in particular. That catch he took out at TPK corner, for me, the catch of the tournament. The one-handed specky up above his head. But he hasn't done much with the bat. Nicely bowled. Oh, it's been put down. This will be confirmed by the umpire if he gives it as runs. What an all-action start. An appeal from the first ball. Yeah, given as runs. There's an edge, definitely. You can see it there. And oh, Crispin Webb, well, might have swung back into him late. He just didn't really get his feet going anywhere. And he just grabbed at it a bit rather than nicely pouching it. And as a consequence, Salonen has a life. He's dropped on 8. As Ankush Lal gets off the mark from his first ball. Not a good start for Winter Thor. Maybe they're not enjoying the summer weather that's finally graced us. It's taken a while for it to feel like a summer's day and for it to feel like cricketing weather. But the weather gods today have been kind. It looks very good today, in fact. And about time after some pretty grim weather, to be honest. Again, a nice cricket shot, isn't it, from Salonen? Good technique. Worked into the gap for a single. You're very welcome along to today's coverage. Really looking forward to my final day alongside all the crew. Might hear bits and pieces from Vinny Sandhu later. We'll find out when he's going to come and join us. But I'm delighted to be with you for the moment. So very good morning. Guten Morgen. Probably the only bit of Swiss German I'm going to remember, as this is helped over the rope. Oh, not quite, just one bounce. Thought he got enough of it for 6, but Lal, he started the tournament in red hot form with that 75 off 30. And has gone through a few cold patches since. Yeah, just one bounce. Good call from the umpires. No need to check that. As we get to the end of that first over. That's a good flying start for the Zurich Lions. They're looking to finish their tournament strongly. 46 days, was it, there to go to the Euros of cricket. Looking forward to that too. Be watching on from a distance. There's Vinny and Rico, and might even find a space for Corey Ruckers there, even though he'll be busy with the Spanish team too. We'll bring you all the action. Do a great job, the boys. And the biggest thing that struck me is the volume of cricket that they put out. Well, impossible to explain the scale of it and the amount of work that goes into organising all these competitions right the way across Europe. And almost always they're basically having to build a pop-up stadium. As Purush Saman Karunakuran is going to open the bowling. That kind of Steve Harmison-esque leap, isn't it? Into his gather. Got a yard of pace. Enjoyed watching the big left armour bowl yesterday. Maybe the quickest spell we've seen at the tournament. It's maybe the one thing that difficult in these conditions, I would say, particularly when we had the rain throughout that first week. Good stroke from Lal. Gets it over. Extra cover. We just haven't seen a huge amount of express pace, have we? Seen some good spin bowling, a couple of very good leg spinners. I've enjoyed watching Thana Balasingham as well with his left arm spin. Great to see him make the cut for the Swiss national side. Clever bowler. Varies his pace very nicely. But yeah, maybe just a slight lack of express pace. And it's not easy. You see, you're running in off, in essence, what is a football outfield. You see Karunakuran asking the umpire just to give him a bit of room to get by him. And then you're running onto this very narrow artificial mat that's played so well. And then you come up on that little ledge just there. So it's not easy with the run-up. And as a consequence, landing it consistently as to where you want to land it might not be enjoyed with any consistency, as Lal gets a good piece of that. Well, I'm going to enjoy watching Shub umpire today, I have to say. He looks splendid out there, doesn't he? He really does. He looks the part. You can always tell with an umpire if they look the part. When I say look the part, I don't mean what they're wearing. I mean their body language as they're making a decision. He's in the right position, knows what's going on. Looking forward to watching our very own Shub, part of the blue crew, who is one of the men in black today. He's got his run up better there. What you'll notice from Karunakuran there in this delivery, so if you just take a look here, look at the run up. He gets up onto the artificial mat with that correct bound and lands much better. In previous delivery, he kind of landed half on, half off the mat with the second last step. Better again. And you can just tell with the rhythm, can't you? Those two deliveries much more like it from Karunakuran. He's got potential, doesn't he? Real pace. Big, high, limbering action. Back of a length has worked twice. It does come with risk because we've seen a lot of bowlers go the distance when they bowl anything short, but just has that extra bit of pace. Line not good this time. Down the leg side will be given as a wide. You'd have to say that Switzerland, for me, definitely one of the countries with real potential in Europe. That's the problem with that short length. It does just sit up. You can use it maybe once and over. Could get away with it twice, but you won't get away with it thrice as Lowell gets out a mini banker. Really good hook shot, that. Maybe just anticipating the length a bit better. And all the way for 6. Here's the points table. Let me guide you through it, as it's very clear that the top 5 are set in stone. And Vettigan missing out just purely due to net run rate. Even if Costanet or Zurich Crickets run out, it would not matter. Best Costanet could do is get to 10 points. 7th place finish. I think they'll be disappointed with that, winning 5 and 5. But it also goes to show how tightly fought things have been. Nobody's unbeaten. Nobody's lost all their games. So let me get back to explaining that timer to you there. You can see 30 minutes on the clock. So it's pretty simple. Every innings should be bowled in 45 minutes. So as a consequence, there is a 40 minute timer that starts right from the first delivery. And you must have bowled your final ball of your 9th over. So you get a little bit of leeway in the 10th, just in case it's a really close game or a load of wickets fall, which often happens with the extra run-outs and third umpire decisions. And it's also it's a managed clock. So what that means is that it doesn't start at 8:45 a.m. and then complete at 9:25 a.m. no matter what. So if a ball goes missing or if a replacement bat is needed, the team manage the clock to make sure that it is effectively showing the real time. And all the captains have to make sure that they get that final ball of the 9th over bowled. Salonen pumps one down the ground, gets a good piece of it, will get 6. Not really out of the screws, but gets enough for a maximum over the rope, a good strike. Just to pick up, no more. And the penalty for not completing that 9th over before the clock runs out, it's 5 runs. In fact, if you're ludicrously slow and you don't even bowl the final ball of the 8th over, you can be penalised 10, and indeed the 7th, 15. But I don't think a 15 has ever happened, but 10 certainly has. Maybe once, maybe somebody got drunk with power out there and was just elongating everything. Chamith Karanagaraj is bowling his little off breaks around the wicket. Seen very, very little success for right arm off spinners in this competition. In fact, I'd hasten to say they've all travelled the distance, to be honest. This one won't quite go the distance to the rope. It will be... Oh dear. Well, hold on. We're going to have to have a look at this. If he just picks this ball up, it's fine, but wait for it. Let's have a look at this. Oh dear. There was no need at all to slide here. And then he's touching the ball. Now he's not touching the ball. Oh, I think he might get away with this. Yes, somehow I think he's going to get away with it. Now hold on, is he going to pick it up when his knee's on the rope? This is the key bit now. Oh, that's 4. For me, his knee's on the rope there. I don't think it's been signalled for, is it? Oh, it has been signalled for, okay. Well, extraordinary. You walk over, you pick the ball up, it's 2 runs. You try to get fancy, you end up with 4. As a single closes out the 3rd over, it ends the power play. I'm a little bit lost for words with that piece of fielding. Not the finest moment as the Lions move to 49 for none. A really good start to their power play. Maybe an extraordinary day yesterday. Runs flowing all around the St. Gallen CC ground. Highest run rate of the tournament for any one day, one of the highest in the history of the European Cricket Network. I think it was indeed the highest aggregate runs scored in one day of action. We saw the 5th highest chase, we saw 2 centuries. We saw real entertainment throughout as Srikanth Saisidaran, who's bowled nicely in this competition, is going to come into the attack. Good bit of black tape work there, isn't it, to make that 20 into a 120. But yeah, I've been quietly really impressed with Switzerland. I think they're a country full of cricketing potential. I suppose one of the big challenges for them here, I won't lie, it's an expensive country. It's a place that just your average cost of living, I'm sure your rents, everything seems to be pricey. As this is rather remarkably struck for 6. How's Lal got this one over the rope? It's not a bad delivery, it's a low full toss, yes, but how's he got that over the rope? Powered down over the head. It's well outside his hitting arc too, but reacts very cleverly to it. And the 50 partnership comes up off just 20 deliveries. The Lions, well, they're roaring on the final day, aren't they? Much more like it from them. And that's going to be 6 more. Full toss, followed up by the full toss. The block hole is missed twice, and it goes all the way up onto the bank after a couple of bounces. It's a big hit out to that direction of the ground, it really is. But yeah, just speaking of cost of living here, and you would imagine that that's going to make your access to facilities a little bit more difficult. Don't think there's any permanent grass wickets here in Switzerland. That's going to be 6 more. 6, and followed by 6 more. Really good hitting. And Lal is thinking of a very rapid half century, one of the fastest of the tournament. If he gets the next 2 away to the boundary, would come off just 14 deliveries. Accelerated so impressively, isn't he? The Lions continue the run fest here in Switzerland. I think he's got enough of this. Make that 4 consecutive 6s. Are we staring down the barrel? A little bit of Kyron Pollard, Yuvraj Singh, Jaskaran Malhotra, Herschel Gibbs action. Only 4 players have done it in international cricket. Vinny, I'm sure, will tell me that many have done it in this 10-over format. Can Ankush Lal add his name to the list? He did have a 37 run over yesterday, but it wasn't 6 sixes in the over. There's all sorts going on with no balls and wides. So Sideron has been hit for 4 consecutive 6s. And he gets out of trouble with a dipping, slower ball that Lal just didn't quite read. Very, very clever from Saisidaran just to get that to dip enough, almost Malinga-esque with the slightly round arm action. And this time he's helped away for 4, so it's going to be 28 runs from the over. Records continue to tumble here in beautiful St. Gallen. It's a stunning place, and we've seen stunning action on the pitch. End of the 4th over. The Lions off to a flyer, 77 for none. Does indeed bring Ankush Lal's 50 up. It's come off 15 deliveries, 5 4s, 5 6s. Well, if you're hitting 2/3 of your balls for boundaries, you're always going to have pretty good numbers. He's striking at 346, would you believe? Be interesting to see who's sort of the best of the rest today, if you will, outside of the top 5. I know we'll see potential league winners in the could well be Alton if they can beat the Zurich Lions, but if the Zurich Lions are playing helped around the corner. Nicely played. Going to be 4 more. Lal is, well, threatening the unmentionable C word already in the first game. We've had 3 centuries in this tournament. We could well have had 4. There was 2 or 3 attempts for it yesterday. We've had plenty of scores in the 90s too. But if Lal is still there in the 10th over, well, he'll have cruised in. The ball has taken some fetching, isn't it? And with the break and play, perfect time to welcome along the mercurial Vinny Sandu, who comes to join me. Vinny, very good morning, mate.
Very good morning to you too, Lenny. Nice work yesterday, by the way. Yourself and Rico.
Oh, thanks, mate.
Anyway, made quite an entertaining pair, but I'm back on the microphone today. And what a start we've seen, Ankush Lal. He's had a good series. Probably a bit of a standout for the Lions.
He's kind of had an up and down series, Vinny, isn't he? He was brilliant at the start. He went through a bit of a horror patch in the middle. Yeah, the troubles. Well,
Yeah.
can't really use that word with an Irishman.
Yeah, probably. Move on.
But the big question is, am I going to get through my last day without breaking another chair?
Maybe. That's all part of the fun.
It's touch and go, Vinny.
Well, this action has been kind of chair falling off type action, hasn't it? Especially yesterday. Most runs we've ever seen in an ECN day.
Was that right? Okay.
So I think it might only get beaten when we have the marathon, when we have 12 games in a 24-hour period.
That cannot count.
No, but it actually was about 100 over what was the 4-game total in Hungary, which was a record for a 4-game day. That day that contained 2 of the highest chases ever, 2 of the top 3.
Did the 4-game day supersede anything else? That ludicrous day with all those high chases, was that the previous record aggregate day?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
Because we haven't had 5. There's been times we've had 5 games a day in ECS, but it's been rare. And so, yeah, I think if you look at, we'll probably see the daily run rate shortly, and we'll see exactly what it was. But yeah, it was off the charts. This is Elias Mahmoudi. Well, last ball here's over. And he's going to get a wicket. So Salonen swings all round it. Maybe a slight change of pace there from Mahmoudi. And he's going to castle Nick Salonen. So something to crow about for the Lions. Maybe just moving a touch off the deck. Maybe not. I think Nick swings all around it. But Vintertur are going to take their first wicket of the day. But the Lions, like I said, plenty for them to celebrate in the first 5 overs. The score is 85 for 1. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo here with Andrew, Lenny, Leonard. And Lenny, hard to believe that this is your last day with us. And you've gone nice.
Pink.
Is that salmon?
Well, I know it's not a Peacock
like
Friday.
Yeah.
I know it's not. You're very specific on the rules here in the ECM, but I thought I'd save the pink for my last day for you.
Specifically, you have to be entertaining us with your wardrobe.
I don't think I've done that
how's
bit
it been?
well.
We'll talk during the day. How's the experience been? Hopefully you've enjoyed it.
Loved it, yeah. It's been absolutely unique. It's been completely... the one aspect I probably won't get over is just the scale of cricket, mate. Also, how good the cricket's been, how hard the teamwork here to put on all these matches that you're going to see. We're back with the live action now. As that man pretty straight won't get in to catch that. I've genuinely really enjoyed it, not just saying it. It has been unlike anything I've ever done before, and you know me, I do get around.
Yeah, you do get around, but we've been really honoured to have you, and we'd love to have you again. This is one thing I love about ECN cricket is the innovation. So this got with Southern Crossfield, as we call it, it's like a 3-man straight wall instead of a 2-man wall down the field. So I wouldn't be surprised if that flows up into higher levels of cricket, because batters instinctively, they just think straight is safe.
This one's heaved towards the deep mid-wicket. He does really well. Amal Fonseca's had a good tournament too, hasn't he, for Winterthur? I'd agree with you. Look, I think the reality is that the T20 game is still evolving, and it's evolving at its own rate, if that makes sense, which by a kind of cricketing history context is incredibly quick. Is that club towards the man?
Good
He's
effort.
caught it, but it's going to be 6. I think that might be Elias Mohammed out there. How well has he done?
It's a brilliant catch. The reason he holds onto it and falls over, he knows he actually touches the rope with his foot the first time he lands. So then he knows, actually, there's no point throwing it away. It's about here. See?
Yeah.
And then he's saying, why did the rope have to be exactly there? Give me 3 more blades of grass. And that's probably one of the catches of the tournament.
Well, a great effort. It is 6, sadly. And 1-6 is followed by a...
Maximo Lau. He's lost a partner, but he's not grieving. He just keeps swinging away. He moves to 71. Back-to-back Maximos for the Lions. Say a quick hello to everyone in the chat as well. Of course, with the 2 centuries yesterday, we almost had 3 or even 4 centuries in the day, which is just bonkers.
We very nearly had 3 in 3 games.
Yeah.
It was. I think it was a 90 or an 86 with plenty of time left to get there.
Croom has gifted memberships, of course, for those centuries, and even Northern Ireland Nick is getting in on it as well.
Oh, good from him.
We call it crooming.
I think he... Oh, dear. That's going to be a full toss. It's going to be 6. It's going to be a no ball. Counted up as 7. The hundreds come up. Vinny Yankerslau, well, he's had his ready Brex or Weetabix or whatever you want to call it this morning, hasn't he?
Well, how quickly things can turn around, because don't forget, Elias Mahmoudi was that close to catching him, and that turned out to be 6, followed by another 6, followed by a no ball 6. And sliding doors. It could be gone. Instead, he's still going. Walking stick 77 with the free hit to boot.
He has so much time to get there for that 100 as well. I think it would be a fitting way for him to start his final day. Oh, great bit of keeping there to save the buys. It'll be a no ball, free run to the total, and the free hit returns.
Well, Crispin might have dropped an absolute goober this morning, but he's the best off-the-pitch keeper in the competition. So he's got that to hang his hat on. Anyway, here's another free hit on a platter. Let's go.
Big swing and a miss. Remember, he can't be stumped. You could be run out in a no ball.
I just want to say a quick hello to Jules Uterbridge, who is now part of the Silver Spanner Club, as Shu kind of wrestles with putting the bails back on, does it eventually. Jules, thanks for being part of the ECN community and contributing with a small monthly payment that helps us continue to stay in business.
The Silver Spanner Club.
Yeah.
It's well named, isn't it?
Silver Spanner Club. It's nice,
Okay.
isn't it? End of the over, by the way. It's 107 for 1 after 6. So right now on around about 180 pace. But the real eyeballs are on Ankush Lal. Can he get the 3 figures?
Just to finish the point on this chair's going to go.
The rule is you got to stay in the chair until it either breaks or...
I'm not doing it live on air. I'm not breaking a chair live on air.
Have you been doing that thing like I used to do in class where you kind of
you
lean on the
it's a
2 back
plastic
legs
chair.
because it's not designed for that?
I was going to say something interesting, but I'm nearly falling off the chair. The thing that I was talking about, how T20 cricket is innovated and is evolving by a comparison to history of the sport marker incredibly quickly.
Yeah.
So if you look at where cricket was in 2003, and if you look at it where it was in, let's say, 1903, probably from 1903 to 2003, it evolved X amount. But actually the rapidity of the growth from the last 20 years because of the T20 game has just been exceptional. What I think you're doing is almost like a test tube experiment. And look, we talk about it.
Yeah.
The highest single net run rate in ECS day, we think yesterday thereabouts, maybe it might be 1 day higher, but it's definitely the highest aggregate run date, as there was 5 games yesterday. As this is going to be 6 more right on cue, a big maximum. But what you're doing here is the scale and the amount of cricket you're playing. The game's evolving even quicker.
Yeah. So I'm going to give you a random guess. Through the first 10 days, how many runs do you think have been scored? Just a blind guess.
Well, I'm going to be a bit educated because I did add them up yesterday for
Okay.
1,500. So I'm going to say an average 1,200 a day by 10. Yeah, I'm going to say about 13,000, 12,500.
I'll tell you.
12,800. There you go. There's an actual guess. 12,800. I'm going.
Okay, it's not bad.
This is helped away. Lal, well, very much hunting down this ton. It's another 6. He moves to 89 of just 27.
Oh, wow. What a knock this is from Ankush Lal. I bet he's so happy that the rope was where the rope was because he would have been gone, but now he's 2 big hits away from a century. So you're close, you're a little bit over. Price is right, unfortunately.
Oh,
You'll be
no.
buzzed out. 11,904. But what this tells me is We've just gone past 12,000 runs in this innings.
I've been done by the I didn't factor in the rain delays.
The rain
Shortened
delays,
games.
yeah.
I've done myself. I was thinking net run rates and just adding them up. Going to be a drop catch, really good effort. This is run saved. I think it's the big man, isn't it? Pio.
Yeah, well, Pio's a hard man to miss, and he's absolutely laced it at him here. I suppose as well to save the boundary. Don't know where that helmet is, by the way. Just guarding the very fine leg to the right-hander.
Kind of at first slip now, isn't it? Yeah, tactical. Very tactical.
Yeah, we had the pitch bending on day one. I don't think it's the case anymore.
Yeah, so with that kind of almost, if you want to describe it as a test tube experiment, it really is amazing, particularly for you who does so much of it, to watch it evolve so quickly in front of your very eyes.
Definitely. By the way, here's the centuries. I think that's not the most recent one, is it? Because we should have a couple more on that.
We're missing two of the guys on there. 19 and 20. I've got their names for you here as well. I'm starting to remember it all as Lal continues to keep going. He's only a boundary away, dropped by his number 4 batter up in the crowd who's warming up. Ankush Lal goes to 96 of 29 deliveries. But yeah, for me, Vinny, you're missing Wasim Javed.
Yeah.
And Arif Sanger on there.
Yeah, they'll be there. That must have just been... They must be moving back in time. But yeah, 7 overs down, 128 for 1 after 7. So, yeah, Winterthur not really able to come up with the answers with the ball so far this morning. These are the squads. So, Switzerland have a pretty big squad, I suppose, because they're at home. They've got some other players on domestic. There's a couple of big domestic club games this weekend as well. So, yeah, quite a few of them there. Musa Ahmedzai is an interesting one for me, who bats cross-handed in the national squad.
17 players they've gone with. I'm not sure. I'll probably ask you a question you don't know the answer to, but Ankush Lal should be in the mix if he's qualified. Don't know if he's qualified.
I'm not so sure, but he's certainly played himself into contention. There we go. That's what we want to see. Wasim Javed and Arif Sanger, 19 and 20.
Well, that is quick work from the Blue Crew. Here he is.
All right.
He's feeling it. He's sensing it. He knows that there's a real chance at it. 96 off 29. Oh no, top edge. Where's this one gone? Well, it's not going to quite get to the rope, but a real moment of fortune. This could have gone anywhere. As we so often see batters, they just start to run out of steam in the 80s and 90s.
This one seemed too high to me, just when he's trying to play a horizontal bat shot. Okay, it might be dipping, but he's in his crease, and... Oh, no, actually, it's fine.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
98 he's on now.
All right, yeah, gets away with it then.
Oh, he's going to tease us. He'll move to 99.
Taranjit Singh from Romania. Taranjit Singh from Romania, only player I can remember getting dismissed on 99. We have had a 99 not out. Naomi Hillman Bermejo for Spain in an ECIW match. Don't know why I'm talking about all these people getting stranded on 99, but Ankush has got a bit of time to think about it. Doesn't happen very often because of very few singles here proportionately.
It's the stutter step from Fonseca. And it's brought about a catching opportunity and well held. Well, Ilyas Mohammadi, who's come into the team today, look, he's bowled nicely with his left arm seam. A marvellously athletic effort right on the rope that nearly brought about a dismissal. This time, he holds a good catch.
It's a good fielder, isn't he? What I liked about this is how he plans his fall and protects the ball. You see, look at him just basically makes sure that he doesn't try and bang his hands on the turf, and it's a nice soft landing as well. So a few fielders at the top level could probably learn a thing or two from Elias there. And that's the end of that partnership as Wadwa goes for 4 off 5. But yeah, let's give him credit for the partnership, which was worth 37. And the score is 132 for 2.
Out comes the captain. I think he's in and around one of the leading wicket takers in the tournament too. Kanik Shah at number 4. He's bowled really well with those slower balls. There's been a big issue for right arm off spin in this competition, Vin.
The issue being they're getting smashed. But it can happen. Hey, this is probably the longest I can remember anyone being on 99 because he's had a couple of minutes and wickets fallen. And so what's his play here? What would you do? Go for glory or just play it safe?
All the men in the deep on the 30-yard circle.
Come on,
nudge it for 1. He goes for 6. Man there, but it goes just inches, fingertips over the head, and they know he's got there. We had century number 2 and 3 of the series yesterday. Make it number 4. It's again come in the morning game. He could have been caught. It would have been a spectacular one if Karuna Karan could have held on, but Ankush Lal adds his name to the list and he joins those 3 other Centurions, Fahim Nazir, Wasim Javed and Arif Sanger.
Yeah, fantastic innings from Ankush Lal. And yeah, this is the moment, he acknowledges the applause with teammates. I've got to say it's a nice moment. Fonseca even goes and shakes his hand, gives him a little fist bump and says, yeah, well batted. Cricketers appreciating cricketers. And look at those shots, particularly in front of the wicket, all round, both leg side and offside. And a couple of hairy moments in there, but Ankush Lal, another century here in Switzerland.
Kind of harsh to call them drops because both of them were so close to the rope. But yeah, he did have those 2 moments of fortune. He'll take them. And
Fielder couldn't have done a lot more there on long off boundary. Anyway, he's still got 2 overs to play. 139 for 2 off 8.
And the runs are going to keep coming. No deep mid wicket in place, so that'll be 4. There's a saying in Dublin. I'd love to know if you've heard. You probably have a very similar one in other parts of the world. It's like a Dublin bus. You wait days or hours for one to come around, and then 3 come at the same time.
It's known, I think, internationally as London buses.
Okay.
London's known for its iconic red double-decker buses. So, yeah, like London buses. When they come, they all come.
They all come together.
Sanger yesterday, by the way, it was the most runs ever for someone in back-to-back games, 203, beating the record of 200.
Wow.
Where Parminder Singh in Belgium scored 120 and 80.
We really have had a lot of records go down here. The one that may never go, so we don't want to say never go, but 46 maximums in an aggregate game between the 2 teams.
Smashed the record. 41 was the previous.
Yeah.
And that is an insane amount of maximos. The most in an innings ever was 28. That was in the ECL final with Scotty Edwards and Max O'Dowd for VOC Rotterdam.
That's going to be 6 more. Well, they've rained all throughout the week, and maybe in the final day of the group stages, that highest aggregate run day may just hold on for one day because the Lions, they're flying, and he's nearly fallen off the edge of the pitch.
Yeah, who knew that Lions could fly, but they are flying at the moment. Ankush, now he's under 0 pressure. If he ever wasn't under any pressure, hasn't seemed like in this innings. Their eyes never lie, do they?
Have a look at this though, Vinny. After he's played the shot, we got loads of time to roll it through. He's just watching the ball, watch his feet. Up, there he goes.
Yeah, not the way you want to have to go, retired hurt, tripping on the edge of the pitch, admiring your shot.
Well, he would have been 111 not out. I don't think it's a bad way to walk off retired hurt.
True.
There's a real chance that Sanger's record for the highest individual score this week is going to go to 118. He made off 35 yesterday. But Lal is just getting everything to the rope. Not a 6 this time, but 4 more. And Sanger's record, well, it's maybe only going to last less than 24 hours.
I was going to say, are you aware of the first batter to ever retire hurt in a test match?
No.
It's Charles Bannerman, who was the first player to face in test cricket, or what's now considered test cricket. He was 165 when he retired hurt.
And that is the record that they'd say will never be broken. The Charles Bannerman, the highest proportion of a team's runs in an innings, as Lal is going to maybe give a chance. No, it's going to go for 6, so the record goes. The first man into the 120s in this competition. Zurich move into the 160s. Well, how has this Zurich Lions side found themselves out of the playoffs with batting like this?
Yeah, exactly. It shows you the strength of this competition. And yeah, he doesn't look like he's finished yet. We're talking, right up there with some of the highest scores we've ever seen in this innings. Still an over to go.
Oh, this is going to surely be a no ball as well. And the wheels are well and truly off for Winter Thor. Their 40-minute train journey up here this morning.
This is borderline for me. Could go either way. Just live. Let's have a look at it side on. He's in his crease. Oh. I think they're going to call that. If I know Tyrone, how I know Tyrone.
I think that's a no ball for me.
Yeah, he doesn't take it. Take these light. Let's have a look at it. Again. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That to me is... I'm probably calling that. But I think... Looks to me like they're going to let it go.
Well, maybe there's just an ounce of pity and a little bit of a...
Yeah.
A little bit of leeway.
Mercy rule.
Back live, but yeah, the mercy rule. That was the exact word I was looking for.
Doesn't matter, gets the strike back anyway with 5 to play.
Well,
if he hits 5 sixes, he'll be one off the all-time highest score from Gurvinder Singh Bajwa in Spain of 156 not out. That's incredible. He faced 45 balls in that innings as well.
I was going to say, has anyone made a 150? And you've just answered. There's a small chance.
Second highest 140 was earlier this year by Mehboob Ali in Malta.
Of Lal getting to 150. If this goes to the boundary, which it does, he can still get there. 4 deliveries left, 129 not out.
It's a massive score. And the other thing is he's had the lion's share of the strike. So he's faced 37 balls now. And still 4 to go. So, yeah, it's an incredibly big score for an individual.
Well, to be honest with you, Vinny, it's probably... It could be a winning score if he takes away all his other teammates.
If it isn't already.
Yeah, 169 on the board. The Lions, they've got plenty. They want more. And a rare dot ball. Very rare.
Good luck with that bye, skipper. I think he thinks about it for a second. Then he has a flashback and he realizes, hold on, I'm on 129. I'm not going anywhere. Give me another ball to face.
This comes off a leading edge, a catching chance for Chris Lodge, who puts it down, and Lal's going to get back on strike. Oh, nasty moment there.
Yeah, it was a tough one. It was a bit of a steepler for Chris, and Chris is into the side today. I know Chris really well. He was actually my captain in cricket on ice, so I'll say that was a tough chance, Chris. Again, probably doesn't matter so much at this stage of the innings. I was just a little bit worried if it wasn't going to hit his hands, what it might hit.
Really quick question, hard to synopsise in just a ball. Is they're going to try run the second and get there because the errant throw? How much of this extraordinary week has been down to brilliant batting and how much down to bad bowling?
A little bit of both. I think that the bowlers don't have much to work with the pitch, but
difficult
lengths and inconsistencies of lengths, and I just think, give me 6 Yorkers.
Yeah.
Give me 6
There
Yorkers.
hasn't been much of that, is there?
Nah, it's been bowling machine stuff a lot of the time. It's a bit of both.
Just like that one there could well have gone, but the angle across means that Lal, well, they're going to think of the second. Lal wants them not out. Oh, no, he's going to be run out.
Yeah,
well, he should have had 134 red, and instead he's gone for 134, and I don't think he's going to thank his captain all too much. He should be walking off, not out. You can say it doesn't make a difference, but there was never a second on here.
Yeah, there wasn't. His last ball, so he's saying, no, let's not go. But who's actually out? Is he out? Yeah, he's out. So, yeah, I mean, a little Reddick would have been nice, but still, it's a brilliant innings, really, from Ankush Lal. He ends up with 14 Maximos, 9 fours in there, striking at about 300. So, a brilliant individual effort in a series which has had plenty of them, but this one stands out. It's the highest individual score in the series. Ankush, take a bow. He set up a huge score of 174 off the 10 overs.
Yeah, and remarkably, every single one of the Winter Tour players went over immediately to shake his hand. Let's take a look at the action and see the best of it. It was action right from the off. We had right from the off, we saw no balls and running away for free runs. It's 4 byes, technically good couple of boundaries from Nicholas Salonen, but despite the fact the opening partnership was worth plenty between Salonen and Lal, it was really all about one man, and that was Ankush Lal, who just played stunningly well. He really did. He added his name to the list of Centurions, 4 in total. Dropped chance behind. They put on 85 for the first wicket. Salonen only made 20 of them because Lal, well, he robbed the lion's share of the strike too, didn't he? And he was quite something. 14 sixes and 9 fours, the highest individual score of the week. And the boundaries, Vinny, they came to every part of the ground.
They really did. I got to say, was it good batting versus bad bowling? I think this one you got to put down some outstanding ball striking. Just didn't make too many mistakes at all, did he? He had a few teasers on the boundary for sure, but yeah, ultimately, he just was ruthless. And the Lions, they're a bit unlucky to be where they are on the table, if I'm completely honest. I think that they've had a couple of close ones go against them. Salonen was a a handy ally early on before he swung around the last ball, the 5th over. Mahmoodi with the wicket. I think he actually fielded really well. Unlucky not to remove Ankush with this one where he just stepped on the rope.
Yeah, really, really good today. Mamadi made a good impact coming into the team. And then the left arm spin started to go the distance. Even Mamadi, probably the pick of the bowlers, he got carted over the rope. Ankush Lal with his one innings, the highest of them all, as the stutter step, the delay brought about the second wicket to fall, well held by Mamadi. He's vaulted himself into 4th place overall in the leading run scorers in the competition with that one knock. He's gone past Mohammad Akhtar. He's behind only Arif Sanger, Hassan Ahmed, Fahim Nazir. Maybe you add Idris Al Haq to the list. Maybe Ankush Lal can be the new member of the Fantastic Five, robbing Mohammad Akhtar's spot. What an innings we've witnessed.
Yeah, it's certainly a pretty good understudy. He was more than an understudy in this innings. Yeah, his own feet were his biggest obstacle on that occasion. I'm going to say thank you to Kroom as well, who's gifted a membership on ECN. Nice crooming from Kroom. Does that every time there's a century. This one just leapt out of the ground. It was on 99 and had, I suppose, a few nervous moments. Well, it didn't look that nervous, though, did he? And then just things started to roll his way when he got past the ton. Then I suppose it was a little bit of an undignified end for Ankush, for a guy who batted all the way. So you know what, I'm happy with the red ink. And then he's out for the brief moment that the stumps were broken. But he walks off 134 to his name. And again, very, very good sportsmanship from Vintatha as well. They appreciated the innings, even though they were on the receiving end of it. 134 or 41. Highest individual score here, and from memory I think it's the second highest individual score of the year, and that's in well over 1,000 matches already. Nick Salinan with 20. He was a support opening the batting, and a couple of cameos from Vadwa and Kanishk Shah. 9 extras in there, about par for the course I suppose, but they are chasing a bunch. I wouldn't talk about records. If they could chase this down, it'll be the highest chase we've ever seen on ECN.
Spot on. They would need 175 to win, so maybe Winterthur are sniffing a bit of history. Can they do it? Can the run fest continue here in Switzerland? The sun is out, everything's set fair for a fantastic final day of the group stages. It's a terrific Thursday of action, and if anything is to be judged by that first innings, we're in for a good day ahead of the finals day tomorrow. Come back and join me, Andrew Leonard and Vinny Sandhu with all the action in the second innings in just about 10 minutes time. We'll see you then. So very good morning and a warm, and I emphasise warm, welcome back to beautiful St. Gallen. The sun has finally come out and given us what we've deserved for all the work the team have done here to put on a fantastic tournament. It is the European Cricket Series Switzerland 2023. And even though qualification for the playoffs may not be on the line for either of these sides, we've been treated to an exhibition of batting from Ankush Lal, the highest individual score of the week. He's made 134 of the 174 that Winterthur are going to need to chase down. They need 175 to win. It's a pretty tall task, and it's going to get even taller as there's a wicket from the very first ball of the chase, nicely held by Aditya Kumar. And Shamit Karanigaraj is gone. Nice movement off the wicket, wasn't there? He's been good. I've liked the way that Kanik Shah's bowled. He's bowled lots of cutters. And this game, well, we did have a little appearance of Derek the Golden Duck yesterday. Not a moment he's going to want to look back on. Karanigaraj, who has tried to smash it, and just got a leading edge, popped it up to Aditya Kumar. Gone for a first bowler. So you need pretty much everything to go right when you're chasing down 17.5 runs per over. And that's a disastrous start. In comes Amal Fonseca, who's shown in phases of this competition that he's got real potential with bat and ball. And he's captained well too, isn't he? That's his 15th wicket for Kanik Shah. And this one's carved away, going to be 4. I think we're in for an all-action second innings, whatever happens, whether they collapse under the weight of that scoreboard pressure. Or whether they can pull off something miraculous. It would be the highest chase in the history of 10-over cricket. I quite like those little batting pads he's got. Usually you have 3 straps on them. You see there clearly just the 2 for Amal Fonseca. Chatting to a few of the players yesterday, just asking them, where do they get their cricket gear? There is one shop. I think it's up in Lausanne, one cricket shop here. But then an awful lot of stuff gets brought back in from people who are taking trips to maybe some of the countries they're from originally, guys coming back in from South Africa or India or Pakistan with some excess luggage and some nice new cricket bats and gears. That floods into the pad. It's going to miss the leg stump. No interest at all from Shub, correctly so. But he's been a handful, hasn't he? He's also probably shown the template as to how to bowl here. Really mixing up his pace. A lot of off-pace deliveries. And now the joint leading wicket taker alongside Ashwin Vinod in the competition. He's got 15, has Shah. Well, lots of little sort of knuckle balls that dip drastically on the batter. He's not a swing bowler. Doesn't need to be, though. You have to say the mat has played very, very well, hasn't it? No arguments if it's the second highest average run rate of any individual day yesterday. We had the highest aggregate run scores yesterday. This one goes into the air. It should be a catching opportunity. And it's a very good one. He made great ground, didn't he, Nazib Safi? Isn't he pumped up? And oh dear, Winterthur have just given this man a second wicket. And Shah, well, he deserves it. He's now the tournament's leading wicket taker. We've been focusing so much on the batters. We haven't focused too much on the excellence of some of the bowlers. And maybe those Fab 4 bowlers, we'll christen them. Ashwin Vinod, Kanik Shah. I think Aidan Andrews deserves his place in there too. And Maliur Staniksai. with 11 wickets. I'm leaving Pam Yogan Thiran out of this because of his economy rate. So he may be the third leading wicket taker, but he's going at 17.13 per over. And when you look at Malir Staniksai, who's from the Alton team, we'll see him later with the hat-trick, he's going at less than 10 runs per over. So a big difference. They're my fab four in the bowlers. Ashwin Vinod, now the leading wicket taker. Kanik Shah has gone above him. Aidan Andrews and Malir Staniksai. Although a few special shout-outs too, particularly for Tharunatharan Thanabalasingham, the 11-syllable left-arm spinner. And of course, our leg spinners who we've been really impressed with. Nicholas Salinan's impressed too. I think he's bowled nicely. As all sorts happening out there. This goes a long way up. Now, is this going to be a third wicket? Oh dear. Well, one man's turned his back on it and the other's left it to him. He's got a hat on. He's got sunglasses on. No excuses. He's just bailed out. He's looked for the exit door. Oh dear, there he is. I think it's his catch. And he just says, oh, no, it's yours. I'll go to the right. You go to the left. The keeper's there as well. Three men come together. And all it does is end up hitting the deck. Salinan unlucky not to get another. Yeah, our two leg spinners that deserve a special shout out as Pio De Silva comes to face his first ball. Nicely bowled, the off cutter. That's the young leg spinner Khalid Niazi from the Zurich Crickets. We'll see him later. And also Tahir Khan Ahmedzai, 8 wickets for him. Economy rate under 11. Very good numbers. Yeah, Vinny Sandhu was telling us we might get a look at those national squads again some point later in this innings, but he was telling us about Musa Ahmedzai getting his first call up to the Swiss national team. And interesting, he was just doing a bit of research there in the background in between the innings. Of all the bowlers in this competition, I know he might provide some late order hitting too with that remarkable technique. As Pio goes for the one-hander. And he muscles it over the rope. Pio with the biggie. Oh, well. When you're as powerful as Pio, you only need the one hand. Not sure he picked that little off cutter from Salinan, but does go over the rope. But yeah, that little bit of research has shown me that the most economical bowler in the tournament to have bowled more than 10 overs, I think that's a fair cut-off point, is Musa Ahmedzai. Edged and gone, Pio. Well, he doesn't really wait for the decision, does he? The big man knows. He knows that he's edged this one through to the keeper. Safraz Ahmed takes a simple catch, and well, Winterthur, there's only one word for them right now, woeful. Nowhere to be seen. They are being blitzed away by the Zurich Lions. My boys that I was so hopeful for, rather gone up in flames, like my hopes of finding love in Winterthur. Never quite happened, did it? And the Zurich Lions, remember, they're bottom of the table. And right now, they're going to vault over Winterthur, and they'll go above the Crickets too, because their net run rate is already better. And the way this game is going, they're going to get a huge net run rate boost. The chance of it being the biggest win of the tournament, you'd suspect. Joshy into the attack, and this one goes into the sky and over the rope. Don't think he got this out of the middle, but Does get enough to get 6, as Tawana, who's bowled nicely. He says, well, I'm going to have to do the heavy lifting with the bat now too. Shame for Pio. We were looking forward to watching him bat, weren't we? Lovely to see fans in. Something I always love doing at a cricket ground, taking a lap. You can't beat taking a lap. Well, nice to have some fans in this morning, bright and early. It's free admission, of course. We're in the area, come on down. Salonen in his trademark position. Well, he's never going to drop that. And look at that, sunglasses on, hat on. He's looking out towards the sun. But he is a very good cricketer, isn't he, Nicholas Salonen? He's bowled nicely, he's fielded outstandingly. And given that he took the catch of the week, he was never dropping this, was he? And a big smile. Well, we've had Carnaggio at points with the bat throughout this tournament. It's Carnaggio with the ball right now. Vettigan have lost 4 in 14 deliveries. Maybe it's a good time to have a bit of a chat on the YouTube comments. Let me know where you're watching from. Would love to hear from you. Are you enjoying the action? And what do you think of the next game? Will Alton get it done? Will Alton take the win they need to advance through to finals day as the champions and go straight into the direct final? Or is it going to be an upset? And will we see Geneva take that top spot? They've been excellent too. So little between those top 5 sides as this one's cut away by the new man Karuna Karan, who gets 4 to his name from his first delivery. Short wide, cut away. Chip down the ground, and mid-off is up in the circle, so it's going to run away for a 1 bounce 4. Shub is eagle-eyed this morning. Oh, he'll have been preparing last night, won't he? He'll have known he's in for a big one today. Swing and a miss. No contact made. Shubun moved correctly. Going to run a quick single here now. Direct hit. Oh, might have been interesting. And they will get home. Yeah, hard to know for Winterthur what to do here, really, because the game, well, you have to say it's gone, don't you? 28 for 4. In just 3 overs. They're going at 9 and over. Well, they needed nearly 17 and a half and over. Well, they did need 17 and a half and over from the start. Now they need 21 and over. I think this could be the time with Crispin Webb into the crease. He's at the non-strikers end yet to face, joining Thurvarahan Karunakaran. I think maybe time to play for a bit of personal pride here. Look for personal milestones. If you're Webb or Karunakaran, can you get a 50? Can you get some momentum, get a few over the rope as Safi comes in? With his slingy action, cut away, 1 bounce out to the deep cover fielder. But yeah, do let us know where you're watching from if you've got any questions. Andrew Leonard here guiding you through this second innings. Great to be with you. A little bit of movement, nicely bowled by Safi. That slingy action, just getting it to tail back in. I'd love to hear from you and what your plans are for today. Who do you think is going to pick up the big victories? We've already seen a marvellous innings this morning, and Kushlal with the highest score of the competition in the 51st match. Nice to hear from all the regulars already with comments in. Thank you, Dave, as always. Nice to hear from Mohammed Akash, Rafi Mia, Shamim, Himpreet Singh, who says, oh, the person who is the diehard fan of Nepali cricket. Good morning, Mr. Leonard. Well, very good morning to you, Himpreet. Nice to hear from you. I do love Nepali cricket, but I love all associate cricket, I have to say. I just think it's such an underrated area of our sport. All these developing nations emerging. As this one's given us a wide, rightly so, over the head of the batter. Yeah, love the associate teams. And talk about what Scotland have done in recent times. The Netherlands qualifying for the World Cup. As it's again short. The two umpires going to decide here. No, they're happy. It wasn't over shoulder height. Yeah, the Dutch, maybe the biggest achievement in associate cricket history, qualifying for just a 10-team World Cup later in the year in India. They'll be flying the associate flag proudly. And I know two former captains, Peter Barron and Peter Seelar, they're going to be so proud, aren't they, of what Scott Edwards, who has that great pedigree here in the European Cricket Network, has done, and his team. Remember, missing 9 players. That probably makes it the most extraordinary thing, that achievement down in Zimbabwe. 8 players missing a county cricket, the likes of Tim van der Hoogten, Paul van Meekeren, Roelof van der Merwe. That one smoked straight to the man who, he ends up trying to get out of the way of it. I think he thought about the catch at first, and then as he's bailed out of it, he's then realised the ball's going to hit him. It does hit him, it kind of flicks him on the leg, and well, it's not a messy flick around the corner, even though we're in the shadows of the Kaiban Park here. Gets us to the end of the 4th over. 38 for 4 the score. But yeah, for me, I think that's the biggest achievement in the history of the associate game. And let's just hope they get the credit that they deserve, that they'll play well over in India. I'm sure they will. I think they could win a couple of games there too. Their squad should match up nicely to those conditions. Good spin options if they can get Tim Pringle back fit. Really like young Charis Ahmed, the leg spinner. Bowls a lot of googlies. Roelof van der Merwe is, well, he's evergreen in his late 30s. And Salonen comes in for his second. Paul van Meekeren is bowling with real pace and aggression for Gloucestershire. It's going to be an incredibly difficult squad to select, I have to say, because if you take the 15 that were in Zimbabwe and add the 9 that they were missing, well, that's 24 to select from, let alone those who are bursting onto the scene in Dutch domestic cricket. So it will be interesting to see. Oh, beautiful Yorker. And an inside edge saves Crispin Webb, who's probably a very frustrated captain right now. Good morning to Rob Thompson. He says, Andrew, the voice, Leonard. That's very kind, mate. Nice to hear from you. I think the voice needs a bit of a rest, I'm not going to lie. After 9 days out of 10 doing 5 games a day with Vinny, who's the master at this format. And Rico came in and joined us, and all our guest commentators. And yeah, very good morning too to everyone watching on Swiss Sports TV. Amazing that it's on terrestrial television here in Switzerland. My one day off, I was able to just lie back in the hotel bed, flick on the TV. I think it's only up in the 30s or the 40s in the numbers. And you just get all of this coverage live on Swiss terrestrial television. So good morning to Amandeeps too, who's been gifted that membership by Nick. Vaishak and Salahin, Papu, Rassel Hussain. Lovely to hear from you all. And yeah, very good morning to Jules. And I fully agree with what you're saying, that you don't really like them being called minnows anymore. And I'm glad to see that term's gone out of most educated pundits and commentators' diction, and indeed other teams. This one's pumped down the ground, will just be a single. The biggest thing that struck me down in Zimbabwe was how respected the associates were by the other teams, if that makes sense. Particularly the West Indies, who, well, they learnt, didn't they, from 5 years prior. But they were not underestimating any of the associates. And this is chipped into vacant space, will be a single. Halfway stage of the chase, not in terms of runs required, but in terms of overs bowled. That's what we've got to look forward to coming up. The travelling bandstand, well, it rolls on to Germany. Best part of a month in Germany, in fact, with back-to-back European Cricket Series, firstly in Dresden and then in Krefeld. But there's also a lot of women's action too. Those Netherlands-Ireland games, I'll be enjoying those next week. That's before I get into action for the Ireland versus India men's series in Malahide. So I'll be able to enjoy those 3 games. T20Is. Then there's the Continental Cup 2, T20Is for the men. And also Netherlands taking on Jersey. And I think it's just a couple, it might be 3, I'll get that checked. T20Is. It is 3 in just 2 days there in Netherlands. Let's hope that this difficult wet summer that we've had in the north of Europe, or the northwest of Europe in particular, has a nice Indian summer, has a good finish to it. Has a bit of sun that we all deserve through August and September. September, in recent times, the last decade or so, particularly in the UK and Ireland, it seems to have been one of the most consistent months. And just as we're putting away all our bats and pads, the weather teases us. Sharier asking who's the next game between. Well, yeah, you're spot on. It is Alton versus the Zurich Lions. So remember, that's a massive game. It's the one with real context today. And Subramani's little leg breaks are brought in. Feels more like the middle overs of an ODI right here, doesn't it? Where the 2 batters are just knocking it around, happy with 1s and 2s. Winterthur being thoroughly outplayed. Even when they get a bad ball, they're not really able to get much from it. Little inside edge and under edge. Thuds into the mat. Well, this chase is going nowhere, sadly, for Winterthur. Back to the drawing board for them. No timing at all. Kroom telling me that he's watching on the train. The aircon is on because it's suddenly warm again in London. Maybe there's a little bit of heat. Morning to Clever. Very good morning to you. And Ankush Shah asking me, where am I going next? Love from Nepal Dai. Doesn't say Taklu Dai. Well, very kind of you to say love from Nepal Dai. So that means love from Nepal to my elder brother. Taklu's my nickname out there, the bald elder brother. So yeah, next for me, I fly back to Dublin tomorrow. As we get to the end of the 6th over at 46 for 4. I have not spent more than, definitely not more than 2 or 3 weeks at one time there in the last 2 years. So it's also going to be my first games. Giving you a bit of an exclusive here. I don't think we've publicly announced this yet, actually. Probably not supposed to say this, but a little secret for the European Cricket Network team watching on. And all the fans enjoying the action. I fly back to Dublin and I'll be on duty calling the Ireland versus India games. This goes into the sky. The keeper makes great ground to take a good catch. He's had a very good tournament with the gloves, Safraz Ahmed. Himself and Jawad Dinesh, the pick of the keepers for me in terms of their glove work. Look at this. Immediately recognises that it's a chance. runs over, and it ends a fairly tortured stay at the crease for poor old Crispin Webb, who just couldn't get anything going. Certainly a morning to forget for Winterthur as they slide further. They are now 46 for 5, with Webb falling caught for 10 from 10 deliveries. But yeah, land home to Dublin on Friday morning, and I've got a whole week to prepare for Ireland versus India. 3 T20Is, all sold out too, which is an amazing achievement by the Cricket Ireland team in Malahide. I think that's a Winterthur fan. I think I saw him chatting to a few of the Winterthur boys. He doesn't look best pleased. Disappointed with the men in red, as am I have to say. I thought this could be a good contest. Sides 10th and 11th in the table. And the Lions probably showing, as they did at phases through their campaign, that they're much better than one win from all their matches thus far. So yeah, get back to Dublin on Friday. I'm not going to lie, I think given the schedule Vinny Sandhu has ground me through during my time here, it might be a weekend of sleep before a few days of prep for Ireland versus India. Really looking forward to being on call for those. As this goes into the sky, Karunakaran, he's gone, caught and bowled for a second bowler. Well, I'm not quite sure what to say for Winterthur. Only one word that comes to mind: a woeful performance at the moment. Nothing has gone their way. They've been smashed for 174. They've just lost their 6th. And it's not even like that they're picking up the occasional boundary to give them something to be pleased about. Just nothing going. 46 for 6 the score as Sneshal Joshi makes it 2 wickets in the over. Very well bowled by him. He's got 3 in total. Good reward for him. Julian Dawson asking where will that Ireland versus India series be broadcast in the UK. Again, I'm probably saying stuff, let's hope none of this is recorded. It's not like it goes out live on YouTube or anything, or live on Swissport TV or Fan Code. I don't think it's publicly confirmed yet. It's going to be, another chance, but Savarnakumar Subramani couldn't quite get there. Nearly 3 in the over. If I'm guessing, I think it'll probably be on BT Sport in the UK if we look at the recent trend of where Ireland games have gone, but I don't think it's publicly announced yet, so I'm going to take the 5th on that one, Julian, and I promise that Cricket Ireland will announce it probably next week, not this week now, with it already getting towards Thursday, Friday in the week. It certainly will be freely available all around the cricketing world, no doubt, whenever India play. Eyeballs get drawn in, don't they? Interesting though that it's a T20I series just a few months out from an ODI World Cup, but Ireland very much into preparation mode for that T20 World Cup next year that they qualified for from Edinburgh. Ireland and Scotland got through as the 7 best sides in Europe came together with dreams of going to a T20 World Cup, and Europe will be well represented at that 20-team T20 World Cup next year. I'm so looking forward to that. I think that could be quite revolutionary for the game. As we get to the end of the 7th, the score now 49 for 6. The reason why, it's not just that the this is the fancy dashboard for the next game. I'll come back to that point. Alton winning the toss, choosing to bowl first. If they win, they will finish top of the pile. And look at the consistency from their team. Every single one of their players with more than 100 fantasy points. In fact, it's the captain with the smallest number at 130. But lovely to see fans in and some camera photos being taken. No better way to come in and enjoy the action than bring your baby for a stroll in the morning. Nice to see the long lens out too. Some nice cricket photos being captured. An appeal. He says that it's flicked his hand, and everything that Kanik Shah does is turning to gold. If we go really slow here, I think we're going to see that. Maybe you're not going to see it from that angle. The reverse angle might be the one. Here we go. Slow it down here. Yep, just a little tip of the baby finger. And in fairness, I think even Tavran Karunakaran accepted that and knew that he was caught short. A good decision from the umpire, honesty from the batter and the bowler. The non-striking batter, that is, as it will bring Chris Lodge to the crease in at number 9. What can he do? Well, he's not going to get them over the line. Can he get them up towards 100 with a big finish? Let's see. But yeah, just going back to that point about the T20 World Cup next year, it's not the fact that it's extending to 20 teams that is brilliant. That's really good. It's a wide down the leg side. So that's an increase of 4 teams. But there's a fundamental change in the structure to the tournament. Previously, 8 of the teams were placed in what was in essence a preliminary stage. They called it a group stage. And for the first couple of years of it, only one side went through the 2 4-team groups. Cleans them up. Oh, well, those stumps being splattered everywhere by the tournament's leading wicket taker sums up Winterthur's day. And for Kanik Shah, isn't it remarkable, the captain of the Lions, they're bottom of the table coming into today's game, and he's got 2 more wickets than everyone else now in the competition. Another brilliant bowling performance. He's got that difficult action to pick up all those change-ups. That was the full on-pace delivery, and it blasts through to cannon into middle stump. And oh dear, Winterthur back to the drawing board after this match. Biggest win of the week is on here. We've had 2 over 100 runs. This one, though, could be the largest of the lot. But yeah, that fundamental change to the T20 World Cup, those preliminary or group stages are now gone, and the 20 teams that qualify, 12 got there automatically, and 8 will be decided through the regions. 3 of them already are. It's the slower ball. Ireland and Scotland getting through Europe, and then Papua New Guinea getting through down in Port Moresby through the East Asia Pacific region. We'll have 5 more places then up for grabs, 2 in Africa, 2 in Asia. They'll be decided in Nepal and Namibia respectively in chronological order. If we actually go back, then the final spot will be from the Americas in Bermuda. Gorgeous Hamilton in Bermuda, where I think the hosts will quietly fancy their chances of upsetting Canada, the highest ranked side in that competition. Cayman Islands in the mix there too, and Panama. But the big change, I'm finally getting to my point, it's now 20 teams separated into 4 groups of 5. That will be a wide, not a no ball. Long way down the leg side. And the big difference there is for a Papua New Guinea who've got through East Asia Pacific, they're going to go into an open draw. It will be seeded, of course, but they could easily get to play against India and Australia. And that's going to be number 4. Oh, yes. Elias Mamadi, he fielded and he bowled well. And there's almost a guilty smile from Kanik Shah. It was like stealing candy from a baby, this one. Look at this, the slower ball. And yeah, all over she wrote. He was so far through this shot. Well, the ball just dipped underneath the bat. Real chance of a 5-wicket haul here. The tournament's leading wicket taker, the captain. And there it is. Well, I think he needs to go gold. Where's Derek the duck? Well, was it a wide the first ball? I think that's a golden duck. Let me have a look. No, it's not. It's a 3rd ball duck. I've completely lost my mind talking about the... Well, poor old Chris Lodge. I don't think he's faced a ball live in the European Cricket Network series. Oh, it's a big yawn. A big yawn. Good morning, sir. You're taking the dog for a walk. Fresh out of bed. Where's he sitting? Oh, right up on top of the hill. That's a good spot, isn't it? Good work by the spring production team as always. Giving you the sights and sounds of this lovely ground. Big yawn, wasn't it? And And so nearly a 5-wicket haul. He'll have to settle for 4. I think they might be the best figures of the week. 4 for 8, would you believe? Well, he's having a marvellous tournament, isn't he? Kanik Shah. And I know he'll be disappointed from a personal perspective in terms of his team's performance, but they are the best figures of the week, confirmed. 4 for 8, going to the tournament's leading wicket taker. He now has 18 wickets. I'm not sure he can be caught unless Ashwin Vinod does something special on the final day. They've got 2 games left, Costinay. But incredible to think where they'd be without his efforts. Here we go. Chris Lodge gets to face a ball on the European Cricket Network. He's got 12 balls to work with. What can he do? As Aditya Kumar comes in. Oh, big swing and a miss. He looked to go large, didn't he, Chris Lodge? Got him. It's a second baller for Chris Lodge. He got to get 2 deliveries out in the limelight. The Afridi celebration comes out. Chris Lodge, well, going to be disappointed with that. The sunglasses on under the helmet. And Winterthur, well, oh dear. Huge net run rate boost, as we just heard through one of the effects mics. I think one of the players talking about that. But they have been devastatingly badly beaten here. It's the largest win of the tournament in terms of runs. Let's take a look at the second inning highlights. Well, there's very few highlights with the bat, I have to say, because they've been bowled all out for 51 in the entire innings. There was only 2 sixes and 4 boundaries, and very, very little for them to cheer. The wickets fell early. Amal Fonseca was the second man to go. Good catch that from Nazib Safi. Lions have looked a good side, but it was just so nice to see the sunshine. Nicholas Salonen should have had one here, but Prashant Kanakula said, "After you, sir." But the ball just dropped to the middle of nowhere. Big P.O., he came to the crease. He got one over the rope. P.O. with the one-hander. But soon after, he was gone. Little feather of an outside edge. A nice catch, gleefully taken by Safraz Ahmed. He's been good, hasn't he, with the gloves. And then the wickets, well, they tumbled so regularly. There was a little partnership for the 5th wicket that, well, I don't want to say battled back, but it didn't come in good time. But 27 runs they put on for the 5th wicket at Crispin Webb and Karunacharan. And after this boundary from Webb, his one and only boundary, well, there was nothing else to cheer. The wickets, they just started to tumble. That was the last boundary of the innings from Karunacharan. And then watch this, Webb falls, and then it was all downhill from there. Winterthur, well, they're being read the riot act right now by their captain on the pitch, because he's saying that's not good enough. That's not the Winterthur standard. And I have to agree with him. But the sunshine has made everything just feel and look so good today. It really has. Top of the world we are this morning here at the European Cricket Network headquarters for this travelling bandstand. We're here in St. Gallen. We've loved every second. And that man there, well, Kanik Shah, the best bowler of the tournament, almost guilty at stealing the candy from the baby of the Winterthur batters. Great delight too for Aditya Kumar, who took a wicket from his second ball. 1 for none for him. But the pick of the bowlers, Kanik Shah, 4 for 8. Just the 2 batters to get into double figures, Webb and Karunacharan. And oh dear, count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4 ducks in total. The Lions are still celebrating down pitch side. One of those being a first bowler from the first delivery bowled in the chase. We haven't seen many one-sided games. So a couple 2 days ago, but that is a monstrous defeat, the biggest of the tournament. 123 runs the margin. Great credit to Kenny Shah, the tournament's leading wicket taker, with the best figures of the week. We're still yet to see a fiver. Maybe that is the only thing we've missed, really. That and a golden ball. Maybe we'll get a fiver and a golden ball on this last day of the group stages before we go into a fantastic Friday and decide who the champion is of the European Cricket Series in Switzerland. And coming up next, it's a big one, because if Alton can win, they will advance directly to the grand final. But it will wrap up our coverage from here for match 51. 4 games to go in the day. We're taking them off quickly. Where does the time go? I don't quite know. Thanks so much for all the kind comments in the chat. We'll see you for the next game in about, probably, I think it's going to be maybe 25 minutes time, something in that vicinity. Be back on air with you in about 20 minutes. Do come and join us then. For me, Andrew Leonard, I'll go and see if I can find Vinny Sandhu for a game or two coming up too. Been so nice being with you. I'll see you very soon.
And after a long, long period of playing cricket, the best place to come in Europe is the great Ryan Falls.
Welcome back to Switzerland. Time for the second game of the day. It's match number 52. This is Alton versus the Zurich Lions. So the Lions going back-to-back here to finish their campaign. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. We've got Tyrone Peters in today for Rob. He's with the two captains.
The Zurich Lions to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Whoa. The tails.
So the news from the toss is that Alton, they've won the toss. They want to field, so they want to chase. I suppose that's what they like to do, and I probably back them to do it. But the thing is that the Lions, they batted so well, putting a score up in the 170s earlier today. What about Ankush Lal? 134, the highest score of this tournament and the second highest in over 1,000 matches this year already on the European Cricket Network. So Alton, if they win, they get to the top of the table. If they don't, looks like they won't. And if they do win, that means that they do get that automatic spot in the final locked up. So a lot on the line. I've got to say, it should be a cracking game. Game of the day for me, this one. Let's get over to Andrew Leonard as we get ready for the first ball with the news from the toss. Alton winning the toss and fielding first.
Thank you, Mr. Maximo. Vinny Sandhu, well, I don't know how he does it. Where does he get the energy from? He is full of energy, always. He's even out hitting a few balls there in the slightly extended break that we have between the two games. Alton, they are looking to hunt down the top of the pile finish. A really good team. Maybe no outstanding individuals, unlike some of the others with the leading wicket takers, leading run scorers, but they've just been all round very impressive. And the bat v ball, the supercomputer, makes it a 20-run favouring for Alton. I'm not sure that's going to be right. I think Zurich Lions are going to put it right up to them. They'll be full of confidence after that stunning onslaught from Ankush Lal. Highest score in the tournament, the 4th century of the week, or the 10 days we've been here now. Time does fly. Going to be Nicholas Salonen to open up again with Ankush Lal. I think we could be in for a good game here. Don't read too much into the current standings and the fact that the Zurich Lions are so low down. They're a much better side than that. They really are. So I would anticipate a good contest here. And the Lions have got off the foot of the table. They're up into 9th place. And they're hunting down Cosnay. They want to get past them too. Could, in theory, get up past Cosnay, although Cosnay have 2 games left. They'd have to get by them on net run rate, and Cosnay would need to lose their last 2. But basically, the main thing in play today is Alton versus Geneva. All the Geneva team will be watching on now. They'll be cheering on the Zurich Lions. They will want them to do them a favour. It means that Geneva would be into the grand final automatically then. And we're nearly all set. Going to be one of the standout bowlers of the tournament, Ali Usman. Just waiting for 9:45 to tick over, and it has now 10:45. Keep getting done by my clock being back on Irish time. So here comes Ali Usman with the new ball. Left arm over. Bit of shape as well as Salonen clips it away nicely. Should be a couple. Good running. Yeah, really aggressive running. I think he gets home here. Good athlete, isn't he, Nicholas Salonen? Get the side on view here. I think it should show. Great umpiring from Shub watching for the one short. Yeah, Salonen comfortably home. That's very good. As soon as he hit that, he set off and said, we've got a chance of 2 here. Oh, that's a very good Yorker, and Salonen can only just keep it out. Driven straight to the man, extra cover. 2 fielders outside the circle at the moment. Both on the offside, interestingly, for the left arm seamer. He's wanting to angle it across. He's got a good yard of pace too, doesn't he? Okay, the leg side this time. Not sure why he's come around the wicket. Thought he looked good over the wicket. Alton winning the toss, choosing a field first. They'll know exactly what they'll need to do in the second innings to secure that top spot. Match number 52, just 3 to go in the group stages after this one. And what is definitely more like cricketing weather. It's the first time it's really felt like summer the whole time we've been here, actually. Good delivery. Husband is quick, isn't he? Nice measured run up and a lot of shoulder in that action. Full toss missed out on. Salonen be disappointed, particularly with third man up in the circle. Anything on this, well, that would have been 4. But Usman has proved difficult to get away throughout this European cricket series here. In Switzerland, we've seen some good left arm quicks, haven't we? As he is clipped away for what will be a boundary. That angle, not convinced that it is the right one, because he's been so good. From over the wicket. There's the confirmation at the end of the first over that we have a record-setting day for Swiss cricket yesterday. 14.8 runs per over, remarkably. It was the average. Records dropping everywhere. They're going like flies here at the European Cricket Series Switzerland 2023. And isn't that much more like it? Puffy. A very good morning to you all watching on Swiss Sport TV, also on Fanco back in India, and then on YouTube and Facebook around the world. Do get in touch, particularly on the YouTube chat, if you want to ask us anything. We'll see the points table after this over. I'll talk you through the exact permutations. Our top 5 are confirmed. We know who they are. As Ankush Lal, well, he picks up where he left off from. There's no worry for the fielder who can't see it. He signals 6. Well, you can signal 12 if you want. It's gone 40 metres over his head. What a big hit that is. I think he completely lost it in the sun, the deep backward square leg, and he was worried about it coming towards him and maybe hitting him, but it's gone 40 metres over his head all the way to the very furthest corner of this ground. And that is a monster to start with from Lal. Well, he is full of confidence, isn't he? As Maliar Staniksai, the man who's taken the only hat-trick of the competition, well, he goes the distance from his first delivery. And he smashed away again. 6 and 4. Well, Lal, he's the man to watch, isn't he? What do you reckon? Is he the new entrant to the Fantastic Five? We keep talking about these 5 best batters in the tournament. I think it's time to anoint him into that area. I think he deserves it. I think he's batted so brilliantly. Oh, no ball surely is going to be the call. It is. So what a start for Ankush Lal. He goes 6-4-4. You'll see why it's a no ball here. It was a slower ball. Yeah, clearly over waist height. Good call from the square leg umpire and Shub working together. Attempted slower ball, went wrong. So it means a free hit to come. Ankush Lal is into 4th place in terms of runs scored. Yes, he does have the Lowest strike rate of those fantastic 5. Arif Sanger, Hassan Ahmed, Fahim Nazir, Idris Ul Haq. Fills into the pad, can't be out, remember, with a free hit. And will be a leg by, but for me, Mohamed Akhtar of Vettigan, great numbers for him. 342 runs, average over 40. Strike rate of 250, but he's been usurped now by Ankush Lal. And a fantastic 5, it has a new member. Without doubt, those 2 left-handers hit the headlines to start with from the Zurich Nomads. We'll see them in finals day. We'll also see Arif Sanger in finals day as well. He's been marvellous, as has Idris Haq of Geneva. And now add Ankush Lal to that list. Gorgeous look at this facility. Really like it. I think the banks around the ground are the thing that make it. I'd love to see a permanent cricket oval here, wouldn't you? I know they play a lot of rugby and soccer here too. Multi-use facility. Imagine this with a nice turf wicket out there. Squirts away for a single for Lal. Been a really good tournament, I have to say, and a very good morning to you all on the YouTube chat. Lovely to hear from you. Watching in great numbers again. I think everyone knows what's on the line in this contest. And Jules Uderbridge says, will Lal bring Carnaggio? Nice to hear from you, Jules. Well, good question. Let's take a look at the points table first. We'll get to all those YouTube comments. This is what's on the line. 3 teams are deadlocked at 14 points apiece. Every side, barring Alton, has lost 3 games at least thus far. If Alton could get victory here, they'll move top of the table. They'll take the number 1 coveted spot, which gets them straight into the grand final. If they don't, Geneva, well, they're going to be so pleased watching on ahead of their long journey tomorrow, because they'll just go straight into the grand final instead. And the Lions, remember, no slouches at all. Vettigan, they're the ones who missed out in terms of the top 5. It does mean that our top 5 are locked in. Whatever happens in this game, top 5 will be Geneva, Alton, the Zurich Nomads, St. Gallen, the hosts. They've done really well to get in there. What's a competitive field, and then Pakhtun Zalmi. Oh, I'm so looking forward to seeing Arif Sanger on finals day. I'll have to be watching on though, won't I, from a distance. Hope there's some free Wi-Fi at the train and in the airport for the morning game. The first game will actually be 3rd versus 4th, so that'll be Zurich Nomads taking on St. Gallen. Good pace from Usman, very impressive. And then we'll see Alton against Pakhtun Zalmi if they lost this game. This is tomorrow. 3rd versus 4th first, and then 2nd versus 5th. It's a funny day as this is chipped and gone. Oh no. Ankush Lal, the Centurion from this morning, he got deceived by the slower ball. Well, he's a very skillful bowler, isn't he? Ali Usman, I think maybe one of the bowlers of the competition. Look at that. Outstanding slower ball. And Malir Staniksai holds on. Big moment in the match, maybe a big moment in the course of this competition. As Ankush Lal is dismissed. He's a fantastic 5 member though. We're going to give him that credit. And he will end his campaign on a high after that century this morning. He's dismissed here now for a lesser score than the 100 he made earlier. He's gone for 16 from 8 deliveries, and it's 27 for 1 the score. That is tomorrow, so it's an interesting format because the winners of the league will have to wait around the whole day to play in that grand final. And it could be an advantage in some ways. Maybe they can get momentum going. One of the sides that has to play through that virtual quarter and then semi-final. As it's a Cashwadwa to the crease at number 3. Yeah, so that innings of 16 means that Ankush Lal will finish with 376 runs in the competition, an average over 40. And strike rate over 200, great numbers. Yeah, Usman, well, he looks a cut above with the ball, doesn't he? Angled in. I think this is flicked to the thigh pad. And I think it's a very good decision. There is an appeal. Ali Usman thinks it's out, but when he sees the replay this evening, and he goes back and looks at the YouTube coverage, you're going to see this clearly flicks the thigh pad. Yep, straight off the thigh pad. Good decision. And a fist bump between the two umpires as they switch positions too. He was convinced, wasn't he, Ali Usman? He's still standing there. I'm not sure why he's still standing there. Yeah, still there. He's still wondering why it's not being given out. And Nicholas Salonen is saying, it's come off my thigh pad, mate. Can't be out off the thigh pad. You'll see here very clearly, flicks the thigh pad through to the keeper. Wasn't a wooden noise either, so a good decision and great work from the spring team to show us the reaction and then the follow-up as well. He's a bit of a fiery competitor, Ali Usman, isn't he? But he's such an impressive bowler. Interesting make-up to this Alton side. 5 of their batters have got more than 100 runs, and Muralitharan is 99, so 6 of them on the 100 plus thereabouts, but no one has got more than 204 from the side. And then if we look at their wickets that they've taken, again, they've been shared around. It's just a real team effort, isn't it, for Alton? And now it's going to be Rayan Staniksai in with his left arm around the wicket. They're going to get an overthrow because this is thrown and hit the side of the wicket. And I'm not sure whether he needed to throw that because he was going to be safely home. Here we are here. You get a look. An overthrow in rather farcical circumstances. You could argue it shouldn't even have been a single, but good running from Salonen got him through, and then no need to throw this. He's safely in, flicks off the side of the pitch, and as a consequence, Shub gets out of the way. And that'll do. Yamalier Staniksai, 11 wickets. Oh, that's going to hurt. That is going to hurt. You can't call this a drop catch. All he's done here is stuck a hand out at it. Take a look. Ouch. Oh, can't call that a drop. And an immediate roar of agony. Oh, it's just cannoned into probably the bottom bridge of the hand that joins out to the thumb. But yeah, even with the bowlers, Alton, Ali Usman's only come into the competition, hasn't he? Just played the 2 games prior to today. I wonder, will he be available for finals day? That will make a big difference if he is. But again, they've had 6 bowlers take 4 wickets or more. Only Staniksai with more than 10. So it's just been a complete team effort. Everyone's done what they've needed to when they've had to. They've had no standout players really. Not one you could call out. But I do like the look of Ali Usman now he's come into the team. This one's clubbed down the ground, over the head, just good acrobatic effort from Muralitharan Gnanasekharan, but this gets over his head just about. That strange angle, left arm around the wicket. I think he will have thought he was in trouble, and then the bowler's hands, well, they went up to his head. Just enough. Lots of chat out there, a lot on the line for today's game. As this is miss hit towards deep mid wicket and put down. Well, he didn't make a particularly good Fayan, who I think this was probably a slightly easier chance than he's made it look, because his initial movement, it didn't go to the right, kind of came in a half a step, and then he's just misjudged it, got into a difficult position. And Stanicsai sees the funny side of it. He says, come on, mate, you got to catch that one for me. Edged. I know, another one goes down. Not easy. Keeper's done well to get something on it. It's the captain, Shahid Waradu. You see here, it was by line here for Alton. Also for the Zurich Lions. They want to finish out by beating one of the best teams in the competition. Make it 2 consecutive wins, remember. As well as Dion the Rock Johnson comes into the team, into the attack even. He's in a good tournament. He's contributed heavily with bat and ball. So what's going on in the YouTube comments? Where are you watching from this morning? Nice to hear from everyone. Get a bit of drama sometimes, don't you, in the old YouTube comments? Peace and love, everyone. Jules saying it looks a decent setup there. Yeah, really like it. He's clipped away over the offside. Good conventional cricket stroke again from Salonen. He gets to double figures. Hasn't had much of the strike. He's been desperate to get going. This is 4 to move into double figures. Yeah, Kroom saying finishing first has to be the target here for Alton. Would be exactly what they're looking for. This would be given as a wide, not as a no ball. Just see from the reverse angle. Get a close look. Oh, now I think this is actually, I think this should be a no ball. It's clearly hit the artificial. And, well, back live with you. We're going to have a look at this again. I think they might have missed one here, to be honest. Clearly kicks up off the artificial. Just the movement of the white paint you can see there. It was marginal, but ended up being given as a wide instead. And as we come back live, just missed a single out into the offside. Wadwa on strike now. He clubs that down the ground. Good stop attempt, but he can only flick it over the rope. Flicked over the rope for 4. As Kroom's enjoying the action. Shout out to everyone. Mohammed Nur Hussein, Mohammed Anik, Jiban Kadawal, Rob Thompson, you're still sitting in your chair, Lenny. Me too. I had to change the chair. I was worried about breaking the other one. As this is heaved away into the leg side. Yeah, really great community, isn't it? The European Cricket Network one. And massive numbers watching on. More than 2,000 concurrent right now. You're very welcome along to the coverage also if you're watching on Swiss Sport TV as we get to approaching the halfway stage. Maybe a nice time for me to say a big good morning to Vinny Sandu. Vinny, you must have been out of breath. I saw you out there.
Well, the challenge was put down by Samir, part of the Blue Crew. Let's see who could hit one onto the roof. Turns out everyone but Samir, who actually Samir has played for the UAE before. He's a very good batter. We've seen him actually playing for Lathbury Lightning in the ECL.
You hit one on the roof.
Yeah.
Vinny.
Wasn't over though. It wasn't Arif Sanger over the roof, which was a bit disappointing.
Now, is there video evidence of this, Vinny?
Well, probably.
Is the question.
We had to dig it up. 54 for 1. Lions lost the main man in the morning, haven't they? Hankrush Lal, who isn't able to recreate the century that he scored first up. Let's just have a quick look. A quick look at us in the commentary box. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, Andrew Leonard with me on his last day in Switzerland. Aren't you tempted to stay a little bit longer?
Well, Vinny, I can't. I'm going to get home. We'll never go home.
You've got a week.
You rubbered my arm.
You've got a week.
You twisted my arm to come for these 10 days. I've loved it, but no.
Rico's off today. Rico, hope you're enjoying the day off. You might be saying he's only had the 1 day on, but don't forget, he's come from Romania where he's done 8 T20s in 3 days, and he had the journey here. So Rico's going to just sit it out today, but we'll have him back tomorrow for finals Friday, and then we'll have the internationals on the weekend. I know you said you'll be watching on the weekend, true?
I promise you I'm going to lie on the couch.
Will you drop in the chat now?
Do nothing. I will. Is that a deal? That's okay?
I think
I'll catch up with everyone. I'll get a little comment in.
We'll miss you.
One big piece of news. Look, I'm in a shirt.
Look at this.
And I'm in a jacket. I'm only 2 layers.
The least layers that he's worn the whole time.
First time this entire tournament I've been in 2 layers. This is hit away. Going to be 4. And Salonen gets in the act. It's the first day. It's pleasant, Vinny.
Is that right? Well, I've found it pleasant every day. And so we're also going to have a little bit of a going away party for Lenny tonight, which I think he's just getting informed about now. So hope you enjoy that one.
You do look after people well here, Vinny, I have to say, on the ECN. And given the amount of time that you dedicate to it, it's a real sort of family feel.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, it's not no ball. I thought it might have been a wide, though, because it looked like it hit the tram line. Shoob's a bit out of breath as well, perhaps. Anyway, they're going to get a tight single in here. That's excellent backing up. They'll have a look at it. But I feel that he does enough to get in here, Wadwa. Check it out. Oh. Just. Yeah, I think for me, he's just in. And when you hit the stumps at the bottom like that, it takes a bit longer for the bails to dislodge. So I think it's going to be okay, Lenny. So anyway, Alton, kind of game within a game here. Trying to get that top spot. Yeah, I think you're right in that perhaps it's a bit of a hindrance not to have been playing cricket on the day, but I think I'd still much rather be first because there's, 3 sides will be knocked out.
Yep.
There's basically 3 knockout matches tomorrow. And if you if you've made it to the final, yes, you'll be in good form after winning 2 games, but you're playing your 3rd game, so the fatigue factor's got to be real. Sivakaran. Oh, draws a false shot out of Wadva. Running away and getting there. 4 runs as Magajana chased it. Shows you how fast this outfield has become. It's been mowed about 3 or 4 times a week. Yeah. And when we first came on day 1, I thought there's no way we're going to get 4s rolling into the rope. They'll just stop. But it has quickened up a lot.
I think it's bred to be a cricket facility, this one.
Yeah.
It really is. It's just so many things to like about it.
Full toss, hangs in the air. 2 fielders out there on the square boundary.
Vinny, you see the projected scores there.
Yeah.
What could genuinely threaten? I know Lal's gone, he's the big threat, but what could genuinely threaten
from
Alton?
Here?
130 they've got to get to, surely?
I mean, if you had 4 magical overs, let's say 20 and over, then you're getting 140s. Even that, I think, Alton would be favourites, considering their batting. And they like to chase, they eat it up. They're not one of these teams that feel too much pressure in the chase. It's their choice. Interesting that they did choose to do it here, despite the Lions whacking 170 in the first innings of the day. But they stick to their game. And that's what they want to do, and that's what I think they probably will do in this game. 65 for 1 after 6. As we look at the scorecard, Akush Lal, 16 off 8, but he was undone by a very clever slower ball from Ali Usman, who he's a very, very talented bowler. Somebody we haven't seen a lot of either, because from my memory, he didn't travel with the Alton team to the ECL in the last 2 occasions, but he's a real weapon, I think.
Vinny, tell me about last night. You and I
was wondering when this would come up. The karaoke questions.
You and I went into St. Gallen, didn't we?
Well, Rhino had scouted a karaoke place, and it was an Irish pub. So I don't know if you realise this, but there's Irish pubs outside of Ireland.
Everywhere.
Did you know that?
I think there's some stupid stat that almost every city over a size of a certain population has an Irish bar. So every city over 100,000 people, it has an Irish bar. Whether it's in China, in Timbuktu, or whether it's here in St. Gallen, there's just Irish bars everywhere. I don't know why
this is a stat I'd like to see. I'm sure that the city with the most Irish bars in it probably isn't even in Ireland. Like if you went to New York, for example.
Yeah, Boston probably the big shout.
For sure.
Yeah, Chicago. Boston, Chicago, really the 2 incredibly Irish cities. Philadelphia, New York as well.
Yeah.
We've such close connections. We're very lucky, really, as a people, because we've emigrated our whole lives. Always, historically, we've spread all around the world.
This is a little bit uppish, but it's over the top from Salonen, who he's doing a fairly good job up there. I mean, he is what he is. I mean, he's a fairly technically correct batter, but this is just a fairly good cricket shot. Goes up and under, and there's rarely an outfielder to a spinner in that area of the field. So nicely played by Nick.
I do like Jamil Staniksai though as well. I have to say he's another talented leg spinner. Add him to the list. The other 2, that's going to be a dead ball. The fielder not quite ready yet.
So let's fill everyone in because obviously they weren't there. So Rhino did eventually turn up to the karaoke.
A bit late, wasn't he?
I was a bit late. That's a really good shot. It's a slog sweep. Plays it on length more than anything here. Nick Salonen smacks it through the leg side. This used to be called a slog, and once Steve Waugh started playing them, suddenly it became a legitimate stroke. But it's just a big heave across the line. The spinner not being as quick through the air, of course, as a faster bowler, so you've got more of time to size it up. And he nailed that one. So Rhino turned up. We did shallow, which is now become our trademark.
For those who don't know what shallow is,
Yeah.
come on, you got to give the
Everyone
background. No, they don't.
Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper
From
the movie.
that film. What was
The movie, is called...
Oh,
Oh, how can I not remember that now?
Rogue Heart or something like that? No, it wasn't.
Rogue Heart.
No, that was the
Don't Google it.
Jeff Bridges
I know
one.
this. The Star is Born. Up in the air. This has to be a catching opportunity. Fielder comes in and takes it, swallows it, and then complains about the sun in the eyes just for good measure. Salnon's going to hold out. Nice catch by Ryan Stanek-Zai out there at deep in wicket.
I think he's the one who had the catch dropped off his bowling. He's saying to his fielder all the way out the other side of the field, that's how you catch them. That's how you take them. It was a very good catch. Nice bowler, Jamil Stanek-Zai. Bowls good, flat, aggressive leg spin. I think he's a lot like Adam Zampa.
I was going to say, have a look. You must really like the way the ball comes out of the hand here of Jamal Stanek-Zai.
Yeah, really good.
The way that he just has good loop, good shape, kind of getting good energy on the ball,
all
gives
about
it a
revs.
rip. Yeah, that must make you feel pretty good.
It's very Zampa-esque. It really is.
Yeah.
Adam Zampa, who actually saw a stat yesterday, just as we bring his name up. The new man to the crease is Nazib Safi. Going to go over the top. Still inquiring. Finally given that out. Interesting signal here, though. Should be given leg byes, and it is. But yeah, Adam Zampa's taken more wickets in 50-over cricket than anyone else in the last 4 years, the last World Cup cycle.
And they thought limited overs cricket would be the death of spinners. This one a little bit high for me. Just takes off. Hits him well above the pad and going up. So we get to the end of the 7th over here. Just 3 overs remain.
So you said, what's that? The film's called A Star Is
Star
Born,
Is
but
Born.
the song is...
It's called Shallow.
Okay, that was the real
That
famous
was,
one.
so what happened when we were in Sweden, as we'll... speaking of Sweden, let's have a look at their group. I like Group C because there's no team from the British Isles in there who kind of give a group a different flavour. So you've got Italy, Denmark, Sweden, and then Serbia and Estonia who are both on taboo. And I just think Italy, Denmark, Sweden, for me, we throw a blanket over them.
You'll upset all the Irish people this morning.
Well, okay, I'll come back to that again. Okay, this is up and out of the ground. Maximo. As I'll tell you my technical answer, that Ireland, it has Northern Ireland in it. So
You'll upset you'll upset
Sorry.
you'll upset a large large proportion of
I'm
Irish
aware
people.
that the United
On my
Kingdom,
final stint, we've done so well, Vinny.
the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland. Great. United Kingdom
Vinny, I need
is
to pass
Great
you.
Britain and Northern
I need to
Ireland.
pass you a shovel here. You're digging a hole. Ireland's not in the British Isles.
But you're sharing an island, right?
Sharing, yeah.
Yeah, you're
right.
sharing
That's
an
what we do.
island. I'm
Yeah.
talking about the region. I mean, I'm even including Jersey, Guernsey, anything that's not on the continent.
It was a very fair synopsis, but I thought, given it's our last stint together, I thought I'd give you a little bit of niggle.
Yeah,
I thought
okay,
you deserve that.
that's fair. We got a slight mix-up, and now they think about it. But that Italy as Denmark and Sweden, I think, will be a pretty entertaining one. How should I call it then?
Look, it's a really
The
good question.
Westerners. You're up in the
There's
north.
actually a hilarious YouTube video that they've done with animations where they try to explain all the different aspects and the politics of the different geographic natures of the British and Irish Isles.
Yeah, British and Irish Isles. Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I just
Because
didn't even need to dig because I just said there was no team from the British Isles, which is correct. I could say the same about the Irish group. Anyway, we'll edit that bit out as we get to the end of the 8th over. And this will be the end of, let's see if a current spell as well. Doesn't take a wicket, but doesn't go for too many either.
Okay,
Pretty good for the offie.
Back to last night.
83 for 2 after 8.
Back to last night. So, sorry, you were singing karaoke last night, were you? I didn't know.
Well, run us through because there was so much action going on. I can't remember which ones I was handed the mic for. I think Shallow was one of them.
Yeah, definitely.
I also had an interesting microphone technique, which probably won't make the broadcast.
The only way...
Why is everyone clapping there? What?
It was the end of the song, Shallow.
It was the end.
I don't usually take videos ever on night outs. It's just not something I do, but just purely for 10 seconds. I had to capture this for posterity.
Why would you clap that? I had a kind of signature move, big finish.
Well, you
weren't getting away with that in 2020.
No,
put it that way.
Yes, exactly. Where's the hand sanitizer for the microphone?
Here's your man, Jamal. And this gets launched into the sky. It's going to bring some rain on a sunny day. Great effort. In fact, he won't quite pull it back. But I thought for a second, Malia Stanik's had pulled it back from the beyond. The result, Maximo, 6 runs.
Yeah, good strike. Gets good elevation into this. Look at the way he tries to go high.
You have to send that to me, by the way.
Okay, maybe. There's only one way to describe this karaoke bar. Great little spot.
Yeah.
Irish bar. Obviously, always happy to give them a shout out as well. But you're going to enjoy my description of this because you missed it last night. I said it to Andrew Ryan. It was like a real life game of Guess Who. If you look at the crowd we had, there was plenty of bald people. There was some with glasses. There was some with hats.
Yeah,
there was some
that
with
actually is
big
very
beards.
true.
We had people with beautiful afro hairstyles. There was all sorts going on in this bar. It was real life Guess Who, as Vinny Sandhu and Andrew Ryan brought the house down.
That was the Gallus pub. The Gallus pub, as they'd say here. But Angela, she was wonderful. This is just a push. We always say it all happens in the ninth. Nothing too dramatic has happened so far. Jamal running a good spell. Yeah, it's...
There's a guy with the Tour de France cycling hat on in there last night as well.
It's probably funny if you can see the photos. Anyway, right now it's going to be taken down to fine leg. They're going to come back for 2. It's a tight one. I think he's gone here. Just pushing to try and get the strike back. I suppose now's the time for some chaos. For me, I'm giving it out. I'm about 80 metres away. And good night, Charlene. Just out. And who says you can't umpire from up in the competition?
Yeah, no, good call. It's all that cricket you watch really helps. It's going to be a run out. The Lions just can't really get anything going. Again, Alton showing us just how professional they are as a team. And restricting the Lions to what's going to be an under par total. Whatever happens from here, you'd suspect that will be the end.
It's just quite funny. There's a moment there. Sorry, pardon me. But Safi was getting given out and he just wasn't expecting it. So he just, the umpire's right in his face and he's like, who? Me?
Brilliant.
But anyway.
One last line on the karaoke last night, purely for...
What was your favourite song that got performed?
I think... Ooh.
And what did you sing? Because
did I sing? Oh, they handed me the mic.
Yeah, you did a few. Every time we looked around, you're in. But they were very clever. They didn't turn the microphone up very much.
No, it was really... I think it got reduced in volume after we arrived as well. I think the pure disparity and rogue nature of the song choices.
I liked Ave Maria by Angela.
I did not expect that.
Yeah.
I certainly have never heard that sung in a karaoke bar before.
When you own the part, when you own the place, they let you do it.
From behind the bar as well. Really was quite something. The big man comes into the crease. In comes Saravanakumar Subramani. This Stanik's is an outstanding leg spinner. Let's stick him very much into the mix.
Did we agree to go back there again?
I think you did. I'm flying tomorrow morning, Vincent. I will not be leaving. Or sorry, I will not be staying. End of the ninth, it's 92 for 3. But no, just the strange nature of the song choices was what stood out for me. So Ave Maria, like you said. We had the Pokemon theme tune at one point, which was definitely not something I saw coming. And then you generally associate karaoke with some upbeat, fun sing-along songs. We had Madonna's Frozen, which isn't... it's a pretty deep kind of tune.
What about there was the one about loving your mother?
Yeah, that was strange.
Remember that one?
That was definitely...
Hadn't heard that one before.
Different. I think the one that got everyone going the most might have been yourself and Andrew's choice of... It's a karaoke classic by the Backstreet Boys. I Want It That Way.
Yeah, it's classic.
Tell me why, Vinny.
Yeah, ain't nothing but a mistake.
Correct, ain't nothing but a heartbreak. And really, that got people going.
Yeah, song choice is everything at karaoke.
So key.
I also have a theory that everyone is equally entertaining for 1.5 songs. And
then it starts
if you're really good, everyone's like, oh, he's really good. And then second one, they're like, yeah, it's good. And third one, they're like, okay, you've had your turn. And even if you're terrible, they'll give you a good reception on the first one.
Yeah.
Halfway through the second, they're a bit bored. Third one, give it up. Guys, know when to stop. 1.5 songs maximum at karaoke. Don't be a mic hog. All right. This for me, I'm going to go contrarian and say in. I reckon he's just got there.
Yeah, it looks close.
I'm doubling on nothing. I'm hitting the double up button. I reckon I could be wrong though. Oh,
you might be wrong. This is close.
I knew it was like line ball. Let's have a look. I reckon he might just be out.
Gonna have to go really slow here. So
I think he's struggling.
throw comes in, bat still not in, stumps hit. Ooh, line belongs to the umpire.
For me, the bail's out of the groove there from what I can see. Is the other... Yeah, he's gone. I think it's a good decision. I think it's more out than in. The bail's dislodged when both sides of it, though, have left the groove or out of the groove. I think it's a fair call. So, looks like I did my dough because I parlayed it into that one. And, yeah, credit to the crew at Swing Productions. I think they get it spot on. It's 92 for 5 then. I've got just a quick aside before we go back to finishing up our karaoke chat. I've got a law change for you.
Yep.
The stumps are broken when they're first touched, as long as that touch results in the bail being dislodged. I think there's a lot of fuzziness about what the bail is being dislodged. Like, is it out of the groove? Does that mean completely out of the groove? Does it mean it's not touching the stump anymore?
And then when the zing bails have come in, it's obviously different then again.
And that's what it is with the zing, right? Right, in the air, going back to the wall, fighting the sun, fighting the area as well. Maximo, what a shot that is. As Shah comes out and just biffs one first ball.
Yeah, the captain's had a brilliant tournament, isn't he? Leading wicket taker. Now he's going to fight and try and get a few lusty blows. Lovely to see cyclists go by in shorts and T-shirts. This is like a different country for the first 8 days of coverage.
You go back to Dublin. What's the weather like there?
Raining. Yeah, raining, miserable
Wettest
apparently.
July on record.
In the history of records, over 200 years in Ireland, yeah.
Chasing 100. They should get there with this shot because that will be cut off. They'll get 2. That does bring up the 100 for the Lions.
Final line in the karaoke for me, Vinny. Very surreal, but some of the performances you had to be there to experience and believe.
Yeah. It's all about making memories. That's what we're all about. Just gets the bat down in time here.
Andrew Ryan really does enjoy it.
He loves it.
He's
a beast.
He was a little disappointed he couldn't just sing every song.
He actually said, "This crowd don't deserve my Vanilla Ice." Do you know that's his go-to? All right, this looks like it's catchable. Fielder comes in and holds it. Nicely taken there. That's Sivakaran, who's finished with his bowling, but he's not out of the game just yet. 100 comes up, but they're going to lose Kanish Shah for a quick 6-2 and out.
Well, there's a bit of an irony as well. Kanish Shah, who's taken so many wickets with the slower balls, the cutters, the changes of pace, he now falls to 1. Nicely rolled his fingers over that. And the captain has to walk back with the score. His team are on 100. We're not sure it's enough. Only 2 balls left. What can Ankush Hassani do from just those solitary 2 deliveries that we have to go?
We haven't done too many prediction games. I'm going to go slower ball that he doesn't pick at all, and he just swings and misses. 2 bounces to the keeper and run out at the keeper's end.
I don't think they're going to try and run the bite.
All right, well, I'm wrong on several counts because it's been biffed down the ground from Hassani. It's a quick ball hit. Well, if Statics I had bowled the slower ball, then I think my prediction might have come true, but he goes full in at the stumps. It's a brilliant shot to come out first ball at number 7. And Hassani smacks it for 4.
Get this last one over the rope. 110 gives you a sniff. That's what they'll have to think, the Lions. They're
slower ball this time.
Disappoint. Yeah, slower ball definitely incoming this time, surely. You can see the keeper almost telling them.
Yeah. One day you'll have to hear Rhino's Ice Ice Baby. Right now it's nice baby for Alton cruising. Last ball, there's the slower ball.
They're going to try 2 here, surely.
They'll have to. I'll go keep his end of this mark.
Oh! Gone!
And 1 short as well.
Oh no! It's going to be a dot ball.
This is a slow ball. Says it coming down. Yeah, it's coming down in time. But why did he do that? I mean, so it's going to be just okay. But I would have thought go to the keeper.
Here's the 1 short. Oh, yeah, it doesn't get over the line.
There. So this will be a long 0. It's basically a 41-yard 0.
Yeah.
And I've actually seen a golden duck like that when someone's run out coming back for the second and they didn't even get 1.
Subramani saying, yes, it is out. Oh, dear. Well, what a way to end the innings.
What about just nailing the ball? It's just like, hey, have this. So it's going to be 104. 104 for 6 in the end doing. And Alton, they will basically need 105 runs to sew up top spot and that automatic spot in the final as we look back at the highlights of the first innings here in match number 52.
Yeah, plenty of starts. That's the way I would sum this innings up. The top 4 all got to double figures, but no one could go past Nicholas Salinen's 29, despite this flying beginning from Ankur Shlal. That was the first delivery he faced, went for 6. The next one went for 4. He flew to 16, but then after one more boundary, he just got stuck in the mud a little bit, and he was dismissed by Ali Usman, who's so impressive. Really was blown away by how well he bowled. Picked up the big wicket of Ankur Shlal. He finished with 1 for 10 from his 2 overs. There was occasional impacts too. This was really about self-preservation. Shub thought he was in trouble too, the umpire. Nobody could really get too much going. Nazeeb Safi and Akash Wadhwa, who had that life after the drop chance in the deep. Wadhwa made 24 off 13 with 2 4s and a 6. And Salinen 5 4s but no maximums in the 23 balls he faced. That was a run out of Wadhwa. Maybe the run out of Wadhwa's coming up because that was his next boundary. This was Salinen who slog swept nicely off the leg spinner. The Adam Zampa-esque. Jamil Staniksai 1 for 17 for him. That was his wicket. A good catch from the big man Rehan Staniksai, who says thank you very much indeed. In came Safi, 2 big hits from him. And he was the one actually who was run out as well. Efforts on the rope too. This was one of the run outs, a really good effort off his own bowling by Maliar Staniksai. Who's it going to be though? Can Alton secure top spot? Only just by the narrowest of margins. Kenny Shah hit a 6 when he came in, but he was dismissed soon after. Try as the Lions may, they couldn't roar in this second game. Back-to-back matches, remember. Pretty quickly, things just faded away tamely with a run out from the very final delivery in rather amusing circumstances. Keep your eyes on the one short. Never got his bat over the line, so the throw went into static. So he flicked it back on, relayed it onto the stumps, and try as Subramani could. He ended up being run out for just 1. That was the last delivery. So let's take a look at the cards. Here's the batting card. 104 for 6 from there, 10 overs, the Zurich Lions. And for Alton, some very good bowling figures, there really were. But the pick of them was the left arm quick and the leg spinner. Ali Usman 1 for 10. Hat-trick hero from earlier in the week. He was expensive, wasn't he? Maliar Staniksai 1 for 29. But Jamal Staniksai, one of the 3 Staniksais in the 11, all bowled. Well, you've got to love your leg spinners. They're talented, they're game winners, and he's one of the very best in this competition. That'll wrap it up for the first innings. Game number 2 of the day. 3 to go after this. We're counting down the group stages. We're getting there. As it's going to be 105 Alton will need to win to finish top of the table. So welcome back to beautiful St. Gallen, and we're using that beautiful word properly for the first time because the weather, well, it's come to the party. It's taken a little while. It is game day 10, and finally the sun is out with some consistency, some warmth and some heat, and it's making for picture perfect playing conditions in what is a must-win contest for Alton if they are going to finish top of the pile. They need 105 to win, just a little bit more than 10 runs per over. And it will be Roshanth Karunamurthy to open the batting alongside Merlin Gananasafe-Karum. I don't see the captain Sheed Wiridu in at number 3, although we do also see Rahan Staniksai padded up. And it will be Kanik Shah, the tournament's leading wicket taker, to open the bowling for his team. The Zurich Lions, they'll need early wickets, as this is a flying start. And that is a special shot. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a shot for 6. This is off the tournament's leading wicket taker. Okay, there's a bit of width, yes. But he has just thrown his hands through that, and it soars into the sky. Shades of Kyle Mayers from the West Indies there with that inside out over extra cover maximum to get the chase going. And he's going to repeat the dose. Bang, bang. This is no mug he's facing up to, Shah. He's probably going to end up as a tournament's leading wicket taker. And just like that, it's 12 runs from the first 2 balls. And Alton setting down a marker that they are going to bludgeon their way to this total, fly to the top of the table. They'll be the only side that will get to 16 points if they do. As a change in field sees long on come up and a very wide long off go back. And it's going to be 4 more. 6-6-4. What a start. Well, we wondered whether or not this total, which is under par, remember the average here is about 130, maybe a fraction more actually at this stage, really. But the runs are flowing yet again. It is beautiful to see the sunshine. You really get a sense as to how stunning this city is now. St. Gallen. They just teased us, didn't they? And I think for today, also for tomorrow, the finals day. Fantastic Friday in store for Alton. Gone! Well, he keeps finding a way to take wickets. He might have been hit for 16 off 3 balls. And it's a dizzying stay at the crease for Roshanth Karunamurthy. He just got deceived, didn't he? Lost all his timing because of the slower ball. And Kanik Shah just keeps taking wickets. What a cricketer he is. Fair play to him. He's fought valiantly in the face of some indifferent performances from his Zurich Lions. And there was a few in the YouTube chat predicting an easy win, but will that change things? Because he's gone after just 4 deliveries for 16, 6-6-4, and then out. It was short, it was sweet, but he's gone now. Alton, 16 for 1 in the chase. And that will bring the entrance of the big man. Chris Gale inspired 3-3-3 on the back. Right hand Staniksai. He is known to throw the kitchen sink at things too, so cannot see him holding back. That is Kanik Shah's 19th wicket in just 17 overs. Brilliant numbers for the Zurich Lions too, with that 4 for 8. Well, I said he throws the kitchen sink at it. He does it from the first ball. It's an all-action start to the chase. 6-6-4 wicket. Now 6 more. 22 runs and a wicket in 5 deliveries. Well, 10 over cricket at its best here in Switzerland. Oh, he threw everything at that, didn't he? He's a little unorthodox in his style, in Staniksai, but definitely effective. We'll make that 6 more. 28 runs and a wicket from the opening over. They are intent at getting this done in a hurry. Oh, brilliant batting. It's the biggest of the lot of them. As Rehan Stanek, so you can see why he's up the order at number 3. Bolting start from Alton. Net run rate does not matter, I'll remind you of that. All that matters is the 2 points. And I'm running out of time, haven't I? I've only got 3 games left after this one, and we've had 115 matches since the Golden Ball. Can I break the hoodoo somehow in those last 3 games? Let's hope we have a thriller in one of them. I'd love to see a Golden Ball, actually. I think of all the innovations that the ECN team are doing. I know that one's based around time to get it in as quickly as possible, but it's a very, very clever way at deciding a tie. And then my favourite innovation of the lot is that clock. I think T20I and maybe even ODI cricket could learn from that clock, but particularly T20s. It would actually add to the viewing experience for the fans on the television. I think it would add to the experience in venue too. Where studios come from? With St. Gallen maybe in the background. Nicholas Salonen into the attack. He's bowled nicely, isn't he? But carved away for 4. Third man up in the circle. Only 2 fielders allowed out. So Muralitharan Kanasekaram has got off to a flying start too. And just 7 deliveries have been bowled. 32 runs have come from them. But yeah, love that innovation of the clock. It's a managed clock, remember. I think that would add to the T20I game. Very measured in his approach, Salonen, isn't he? A little bit round arm this time. They'll dash through for a single. Salonen disappointed with that. He wants his men in the circle on the 1. Difficult though when batters are blazing away. Nice to see more fans in there in the background coming in to enjoy the action. Have a wander in and around the grass banks. Remember, free admission if you do want to come and watch. We're right next to the St. Gallen FC football stadium. Get yourself there and you can't miss us out the back. Right next to the Guyban Park. Great venue that. Full toss, we're going to have to check this, and it goes for 6. Just wonder, I think it's probably dipped. He might get away with it, but the crack of the bat, he wants the free hit. He's asking for it. Let's get a look on the replay. We set his waist high there. Oh, very marginal. And it is given now as a no ball. Remember, you've got to get the evidence that it is beneath. Look at that, the LA Lakers shirt is on. Enjoying the cricket for the first time. That shows how warm it is. You can afford to get the NBA top on. Here comes Salonen, free hit. Stanek side can't quite get enough of it. He's got a good approach, doesn't he, Salonen? Measured and then slings it down with a lot of muscle from the shoulder. He's none too pleased by that no ball decision though. Giving Chubb a bit of grief about that. We don't mind that. You can give Chubb grief. No other umpires though. One of our European Cricket Network team who are standing in as one of the umpires today. He's looked very good at his role too. This one's driven. And will be a single. Alton all of a sudden have got that required run rate down from what was over 10 and over to now about 7.5. Flying start. Don't think I can remember 2 more expensive first overs of a game, particularly the wicket involved. Bat changes aplenty here. 2 are being run out as that Yorker from the previous one did a bit of damage to the bottom of Stanek bat. But yeah, I don't think we've seen 50 in the first 2 overs from any of the teams, even with all the records we've seen broken. Maybe it happened from the Zurich Nomads. 2 boundaries from his last 2 balls. They would get up to 50 from just 12 legal deliveries. Remarkable hitting Short ball, that will be a wide. Down the leg side, can't get anything on it. Big swing and a miss. Saladin still has one ball to get through. He showed. Players enjoying the sunshine today. Generally seen them huddled into groups up in the grandstand as they await their next game or they arrive early. They're out in the sunshine today. Quick bouncer, rushes him for pace, but Stanicside does enough to, I think, get it over the rope. Gonna have the boundary check here. For me, this goes all the way for 6. Yeah, it's more difficult on a bright day like this one. But poor old Nicholas Saladin, who's had a great tournament and plenty of moments to remember. Well, he's been carted around the park from his first over, as they are determined to hunt this down in a hurry. 49 for 1 after just 2 overs. Here's the state of play. The Lions, well, could be going down to a very heavy defeat. I still think they'll have enough to stay above the Crickets for the moment on net run rate, but remember the Crickets have 2 games left. And for Alton, they're looking ever so good to seal their place in the grand final. It means they can have a Lion tomorrow as well, doesn't it? They won't have to play in either of the 2 morning games. They'll just have to start preparing and focusing for the big grand final. What will be a fantastic Friday of action. Here comes Snehal Joshi. 3 wickets in the previous clash, but he's 2 pumped down the ground and going to be 4. Well, the 50's up from just 13 deliveries. Remarkable hitting from Alton. They are looking very good. And whoever gets through those playoffs to go and take them on in the grand final, if they get over the line, we are going to see fascinating contest. They will need to be at their very best, whoever it will be that takes on Alton. Slower ball. Good work from the keeper to get out there quickly, Safraz Ahmed, but not able to get underneath it. It'd be interesting to see who's going to get through those playoffs. So let's say Alton do chase this down. That will leave us with St. Gallen, Zurich Nomads, Pakhtun Zalmi, Arif Sanger, remember. Oh, he's been marvellous, isn't he? And Geneva, they'll be the 5, but of the 4 who are going through the playoffs, does the host St. Gallen continue to surprise people? No timing this time. I think of the 4, you'd probably have to fancy the Nomads the most to go and take on Alton. That would be a really high quality final, but just the Sanger effect is so huge. Geneva too have impressed every time they've played. Maybe St. Gallen will be the least likely. But I think Zurich Nomads will be the ones I'd have to go with of the 4. So the 4 that, presuming Alton chase this down, that will duke it out across a quarter and semi-final type structure to get to the grand final. There's a bit of a mix-up, run-out chance. Oh, this will be close. Might have just got home. There was a mix-up initially, a stutter step. If he just calls immediately and says, yes, it's done, but he stops, he says yes, he says no, then he says go. Does he get the long strides in enough? I'm not sure. Oh, it's going to be so close. Maybe just home. Just home. Just took a little while to collect it, didn't he, Snehal Joshi, the keeper, and you can see the umpire there, not the keeper, the bowler, the umpire giving the decision that it is not out, but by the barest of margins. Good over this from Joshi. Second plays 5th, and then third plays 4th. So, presuming Alton do get over the line, I'm going to give you those prospective matchups shortly. I'll guide you through them actually at the end of this over. Is this the second wicket to crown a really good over? It is. The Lions maybe just saying we're still in this contest. Ganasakram's gone for 11, and Joshi gets good reward for an outstanding 6 deliveries. Just no pace to work with. Ankershlal it is, the Centurion from the morning game, who takes the catch. And the Lions have their second at the end of the third over, the end of the power play. It's 55 for 2. So they're nearly double what the Zurich Lions were in that first innings. Can the Lions find a way to just keep taking wickets? That's what they'll have to do. Yeah, so if Alton do chase this down, they'll be top of the table. They'll go through to the grand final. The second v 5th game would be Geneva taking on the Pakhtun Zalmi. Again, Zalmi, if Sanger gets going there, you could just blitz by Geneva, despite Idris ul Haq. And then the third v 4th game will be Zurich Nomads versus St. Gallen. Even though St. Gallen on their home turf, I think the Nomads will be big favourites. Wide ball as Sarvana Kumar Subramani comes into the attack. But St. Gallen, don't rule them out either. They've won 6 of their 10 group games. They're just so well led by Ali Abbas. Grand old statesman. Cleans him up. Oh, there's number 3. And Subramani is pumped up. Maybe a little bit of a turn in this game. He gets a high five as he walks off from Staniksai. You don't see that too often. Such great camaraderie amongst these players. Darted in. Kind of yorks himself really, doesn't he? And a lovely moment. And gorgeous moment here. Maybe just keep rolling this one. Have a look at Staniksai. He goes straight over to the bowler. High five and a hug from the keeper, and then a punch to the gloves, a pat in the back. That is the spirit of cricket, if you're wondering what it is. You play hard, you play fair, and then you congratulate your opponent when they do something well. They're the memories you make in this sport that we love. Really good to see. Good to see a bit more of that at the top level. We do see it. I thought the game had evolved a touch actually post-COVID. It had become a kinder, nicer place. People kind of realising the importance of sport after what was such a horrific couple of years really for the whole world in so many ways. So I felt it had just evolved a touch, but old habits do die hard, as we've seen plenty of recent cases and flashpoints. Lovely to see these guys going about it in their own spirit as Dion Johnson comes into the attack. Good fielding by Ankershlal, gets the direct hit in. Down at long on. He's in at number 5. 2 men at 0 come together. That might just be the little window needed for the Zurich Lions. 57 runs and 3 wickets and 20 deliveries. It's all been happening. This is close. Big appeal, probably height the issue. I think this is just going too high. I don't think there's any problems with the line. That was my first thought. Yeah, it's definitely going to hit in terms of the line of the stumps. The problem is the bounce will take it over middle. Good decision. Going to miss probably the top of middle stump actually, isn't it? Oh, full toss. That's going to be a no ball. Easy call. And it's going to go all the way for 6 as well. Just gets over the rope. They do want to check it. There's no question about the no ball. clearly a no ball up towards his neck almost. But then does it go over the rope? For me it did. The umpires wanted it checked, and they get their answer. 6, without doubt. Definite 6. So initially he had actually signalled 4, but clearly went over the rope. And the free hit in comes. Oh, a little mini lasso from Shub. Not quite the wholehearted cowboy one. Free hit is hit down the ground. And towards Anchor Shlal, over his head. Nothing he can do. The runs keep coming. The action keeps coming. 70 up in just 3.4. Oh, Alton, you're making a big statement here, aren't you? You're saying you're the top of the pile. You're the ones to catch. And you'd have to really make them the tournament favourites the way they're playing. Just don't seem to have any weak links, do they? Nice batting, just worked around the corner for a single. To be honest, that's all they need to do now. Just nudge it around and make sure they get over the line and seal their spot in the grand final. That'll be another single to close out the 4th over. Alton in cruise control despite losing those 3 wickets. They are 72 for 3. So what's happening on the YouTube chat? Where are you all watching from? Any questions for me? Andrew Leonard flying solo here just for the rest of this chase. And hear from you. You heard that I was a good leg spinner. Oh, I don't know so much about that. Maybe back in the day I could tweak a few. Getting a bit old now though, although I'm fully intending to keep playing into my 60s and 70s if I live that long. I'll never give the game up, adore it. Just don't get to play as much these days because of all of the commentary I'm doing in different parts of the world. This one is hooked away, gorgeous shot. Oh yes, nearly up onto the bank on the full. It's a mini banker. And this is hammered, isn't it? Oh, brilliant. And so nice to hear your comments, Craig Elements. Says Andrew Leonard, I'm going to miss your commentary. Hope to see and hear you again soon. Very kind. And he was predicting a 7th over finish. I think that might be too long now. You're spot on the money, Craig. This chase is ending in a hurry. And it's going to continue to end quickly. They're into the 80s. As less than 20 to win or something in that vicinity. Vinny Sandhu just says, Lenny, let's have a quick chat. What do you want to catch up about, Vinny?
There, so I wanted to say hello. Also, just been doing a few projections like you were about what the games might look like tomorrow. It's obviously Alton.
Well, it's
running away with it.
Close to locked in here now, Vinny, isn't it? I think it's all but done and dusted. Just the way in which they play. Look at the freedom from Alton. 6 more. Johnson, every time he's come in and done something, bat, ball or field, he's had a big impact.
Yeah, no doubt. They have so many of those impact players and they have confidence in each other. So it's a good mixture of like taking responsibility for the situation, but then also not overvaluing your wicket, I suppose, and still knowing you've got such a long order. They had such an interesting ECL as well, the Champions League of European cricket. They actually topped the standings on day 1. By the end of day 2, they were bottom.
Wow.
They had a win and a washout. I think they'd made 89, but the way that was still half and half in those conditions, that game at Khartoum. And then had a shock loss where they didn't chase 75 against Lathbury Lightning, who Samir plays for, actually, part of our Blue Crew, where the chase just went off the rails, and then they lost their last game, and suddenly they were bottom, and they didn't even make the 4 to day 3. So that's how cricket can change. So Alton, they have a 50-50 shot of being there again. They're playing power CC in the Swiss T10 final. I think that's 3rd of September. That'll decide who goes back to the ECL in 2024.
Helped away into the leg side. Nicholas Salonen. Oh! Let's hope he's okay. He's taken a heavy impact. It might not be Salonen, actually. Sorry, I've called that wrong. I think it's Nazib Safi. Great effort, though. I just thought it was one of the...
That's the Salonen zone on the leg side, though. It was more Salonin's normally more mid-wicket, but yeah, I was a bit worried about how he landed on his shoulder here.
I think if it was Salonin, he might have got there because he's so athletic. Great effort, though. In the end, it almost lands at his foot and just a slightly heavy impact on the right shoulder, but he's up quickly. This game's ending in a hurry, 12 to win. Club down the ground, just going to be one. Lovely to hear all the comments. Rob Thompson saying, Andrew Leonard, ex-Cricket Ireland, no longer Ireland's best leg spinner. I think he's quoting my Twitter bio there. Nice to hear as well from Travel Eat Fun, watching on from Nigeria. Real growth in cricket in the continent of Africa in recent times. They won all 6 of the ICC Development Awards this year. Great work being done from Rwanda to West Africa, across in Nigeria, down in the southwest of the country in Namibia. Outstanding stuff being done there, turning themselves into one of the leading associates. Great to see the resurgence in Zimbabwean cricket as well.
Yeah, of course.
Huge.
Had some tough times.
Huge crowds at the qualifier. Atmosphere, Vinny, I guarantee you would love it there. 10, 12,000 dancing and jiving and loving every moment of their cricket.
Yeah, well, we hope that one day we can get those kind of crowds here, maybe at this very facility.
Well, couldn't be any better place for it.
Hopefully we have many, many more European Cricket Series here. I love the outlook. Anyway, time for the new over. Salonin, he's tried his hardest, went magical in the first over, but jams the Yorker in to dot up the first ball, the 6th. So you'll miss us, won't you, Lenny, when you're off on your travels and all the other... Will you spread the gospel of European cricket far and wide?
Well, I'll have some stories to tell, Vinny.
That is for sure true.
Cleans him up, and a good moment for Salonin. Well, I'm glad he's got that, because he didn't deserve poor figures to close out his tournament. He's been excellent. For me, one of the picks of the bowlers. Look at this. Off stump, rocked back.
Yeah, nicely done. He just swings all around it, doesn't he? So, yeah, Salonin, he can hold his head high. I think Lions, it's a couple of close losses early in their tournament, kind of put them on the back foot. They've never quite been able to recover, but they're no easy beats, as you're seeing here. Alton, though, running away with it, still needing 11 to win. They're 94 for 4.
One thing that has trended, though, Vinny, well, till Rico arrived, we didn't have a single one-sided clash, really. Then we had 3 in a row. That was on Tuesday.
It's Rico's fault, is basically what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm
Okay.
more saying that as tournaments go on, as the sides start to work each other out a bit, do you see that? That they're closely fought at first, and then you do get things a bit more one-sided?
There's a bit of randomness to it. You've got to realise these guys, they play each other all the time.
Yeah.
It's just, they know each other quite well. It's not, for example, like if you went to England and you pulled 11 clubs together.
From 11 different counties.
Yeah, exactly. Now here, typically you're getting teams from the top division, or a couple of exceptions. But
9-team top division here, isn't it?
9-team
So
top
someone like
division,
Winterthur is kind of battled up from the second division.
Vettingen as well, but Vettingen just missing out on the 5 by net run rate in the end.
Yeah, they really gave it a good push, didn't they?
And Vettingen won't make the finals. But yeah, okay. Let's just talk about Shub. Now, Shub is known for scaring easily, and this is a really good example of it here. And he's just completely hit the deck.
Well, he's got Nicholas Salonin to thank.
Yeah,
for staying in one piece. We nearly had the most ludicrous moment earlier in the competition where Shub was trying to take a catch in the deep. They'll run back for 2 here. And he's turned his back on it. I've seen people like duck and cover, so they put their hands over their head to try and avoid being... But he's literally done everything you shouldn't do, turned fully behind it, and the ball has come in at a head-height trajectory, and from a very well-informed source, missed him by about 6 inches.
He's lucky. That's a good strategy for him because he is so skinny. So he's not leaving a lot of surface area to be hit by the ball. But yeah, Shub's doing a great job out there. Just filling in for a couple of games this morning. And
Good
Shub's umpired a lot at Cartama as well. He's in a slightly different role now, but yeah, still occasionally gets out there. And he was taught by the great Alex Dowdles of Scotland.
Okay, yeah. He's just got a good presence there, doesn't he? His body language is good. His decision-making thus far has been perfect. I've been very impressed. We've given you a bit of stick on air, Shub, with all of your terrible fielding. You deserve great praise for the way you've umpired today. Thanks for stepping in. End of the 6th, 98 for 4. This game is going to be very one-sided, but it's going to confirm one thing for certain. Vinny, Alton are going to finish top of the pile on the whole across the tournament. They've probably deserved that.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I like that it hasn't come down to net run rate as
Yeah.
well. I mean, they're clear at the top of the table. And they did that despite we thought they might have messed it up when they lost to Vettingen in a last ball thriller. This is what's coming up in the third match of the day with Winter taking on Cossonay. So just looking up and down here, Andrew Ryan back into the lineup and Serena. So both of our Cossonay commentators are in the lineup. That game starting in around about 35 minutes. The usual toss. Cossonay, their captain Arjun Vinod, wins the toss and elects to bat first. This is 4 runs. We'll take him past the 100. We're on borrowed time now. And the Rock Johnson just smacks that one through the offside. I've got a little tip for match 53. I think Arjun Vinod is going to click with the bat.
I think I'd pick Andrew Ryan. He's got to be due 2 overs.
Yeah.
He's got to be due 2 today. He can't
So I'm going to pick
one.
a 50 for Arjun Vinod, and I'm going to pick a 2 for Rhino. There's my early calls.
That's going to be that game, set, and the match. It's all done and dusted here. Alton have cruised to the top of the table. They've done it in real style, haven't they? Nice use of the feet. Well, Dion Johnson looks a remarkably good cricketer. And a little bit of a whimper after roaring like the Lions they were this morning. A moment for them to savour Ankush Lal's century, the highest individual score of the tournament. But that will do it for the Zurich Lions. Just the 2 wins from their 10 games. And it's the inverse for Alton. 10 matches, 8 wins, only 2 defeats. Top of the table, into the grand final.
They've earned it. They've played in all kinds of conditions as well, Alton. I mean, I remember that they set their course in that very first game on the first Monday morning when they chased down 153 against the Nomads. So that's the kind of performance that gets you in the top spot. There's our program for tomorrow. We already know that. So Zurich Nomads will play St. Gallen in Eliminator 1. That should be an absolute banger of a game. Geneva versus Zalmi. Again, I mean, they're all great games at this stage. Then we'll have the qualifier to work out who will play Ultimate. Ultimate, we can confirm they're straight through. But don't go anywhere. We still have plenty more cricket coming your way with 3 more matches to come on day 11. And the next one will start in 35 minutes. Okay, let's roll the highlights. And Alton, as always, they're here for a good time. Maybe not a long time with the bat as they chase down this target with ease.
Well, it was an insane start. Just the first over was a highlights package in itself. 28 runs and a wicket coming from it. 6-6-4. And then he struck back the tournament's leading wicket taker. He may well end as the tournament's leading wicket taker. Kanik Shah, who's had individually a wonderful tournament, getting that one chipped up to backward point. And then from his first 2 balls, Rahan Staniksai said, well, I'm going to keep going large. Boom, boom, 6-6, 28 runs and a wicket. That was monstrous. Inside out, over, long off. And then Nicholas Salonen started getting dispatched too. Vinny, the first 2 overs, they had 49 runs and a wicket from them.
Yeah, well, there's no signs of nerves in the chase. I mean, sometimes we see slightly paltry targets being attacked slightly differently or not attacked when teams go a bit conservative, but I just don't think there's any risk of that here on this pitch in these conditions. Alton, they're here and they want to swing it, and now they're going to, sure, they'll have to take on a team that wins 2 games on the spin tomorrow, but I've got to say that I think no matter who they play, probably deserves to be slight favourites. That one was close, just in. And Lenny, I know you've enjoyed your time here. Alton, they're enjoying their time here as well at the European Cricket Series. Don't forget, Alton, they won every single match in the last series here in 2020, but lost the final to the Nomads. So they will go into the top dogs again on finals day. Let's see if they can go all the way this time. This one, they're just too good for the Lions.
Oh, off the bowling of Snehil Joshi as his comeback over was expensive. Really, I've got to say, Vinny, this tune, I love this tune. You've got to get an ECN album of classics together.
It would just be this song 17 times. You can play it on anything. But,
it's a feel-good one, isn't it?
I mean, I actually think we pump this music over the loudspeakers, the scores might even get higher, and we might see kind of 180 bar. But yeah, the Lions, got a feel for them as well. I mean, they battled hard this game. They did have a very strong performance first up. It will obviously mean that they will finish their campaign with a 2-8 record. Doesn't really give an accurate reflection, I think, of the cricket they played along the way. It was just probably one of the highlights for me, watching Shoom hit the deck. Won't have to repair any divots because it barely makes an impact on the grass. But that was the one that did it. Game, set, match. Alton, they're going to be the 1 seeds tomorrow. I know you'll be watching on from wherever you will be in Europe, Lenny, tomorrow, but we'll be watching it here live, and whoever they play, it'll be a cracking final. We know that. Let's have a look at the scorecards, and Alton, a bit of a team effort, a community effort from them. Ryan Stanikzar with a quick fire 26 in the number 3 spot, but the top scorer in the end was The Rock, Dion Johnson, who made 34 of 11, and they weren't really tested there. I think with the start that they had, you mentioned those first 2 overs being very, very expensive, so not bowling figures you probably want to look at, but let's get positive and say that every single bowler did take a wicket in the Lions' final fielding innings.
It was action aplenty, and that's going to wrap it up for game number 52 for us. And with that beautiful backdrop and the sun streaming down across St. Gallen, we'll leave you with the news that Alton, well, they are officially the league champions. They will advance to the grand final. They'll be back into action tomorrow afternoon. They could get their hands on the silverware for the European Cricket Series of Switzerland of 2023. With a slightly early finish to game number 2, we're going to have about a 30-minute break before we're back with you with game number 3 of the day. Game 53 in total. It'll be Winterthur, my boys, taking on Cossonay. I'll be cheering on Winterthur. Vinny will be cheering on Cossonay. Who will it be, Lenny or Vinny? The great news, though, I'm going to go and sit and have an outdoor lunch for the first time in this entire 10 days. The sun shines here, the mood, the fields are good. They're terrific Thursday vibes. We'll see you in 30 minutes' time.
Here we are with St. Gallen Cricket Club at Mount Saintis, the highest mountain in East Switzerland with a height of 2,500 meters, looking over 4 different countries. What an unusual place to play cricket.
To Switzerland, great to have your company here. Day 11, the final day of group action before we head into finals Friday tomorrow. So last chance to get a look at a few of these teams now as we head into match number 53. Winterthur, they're back and they're going to take on Kosnay. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. We've got Tyrone Peters in today. He's with the 2 captains.
Kosnay to call.
Tails.
Oh, Sherbet. It's a tails.
Who's going to have a bat first?
So Kosnay win the toss and bats, and look, you've got to feel for them a little bit. Just didn't have the rub of the green yesterday. Lost a very, very high scoring encounter with Pakhtun Zalmi that essentially has crushed their finals chances now, but still they're a proud club. They'll go out there, they'll be professional. I do think that their captain Arjun Vinod is due to fire with the bat, and I think he would like an opportunity. How about Wasim Javed, though? I think he has been outstanding for Kosnay, and look, I'm just looking forward to seeing what they can bring in their last couple of games today. For Winterthur, they had a bit of a shocker this morning with the bat, I suppose with the ball as well, as they got smashed all around the park and then got bowled out in response. But I will say, one positive for them, it's Pio de Silva's birthday. So happy birthday, Pio. Hopefully you have a great one. Hopefully you smash a few sixes in the second innings as well. Let's get ready for the first ball then in match 53. Kosnay winning the toss. They're electing to bat first. Well, Lenny, I'm having such a lovely time. You know what I might do? I might go and catch this one on Swiss Sport TV and leave it to you. Over to you. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome back to beautiful St. Gallen. We're all set for game number 53. Here, game 3 of the day. There's the fancy dashboard. Who have you picked is the big question in your Dream 11 team? I'm going to give you a few little tips. The numbers there in the red, you can see Aidan Andrews. Well, he's a banker, but I think Andrew Ryan, get him into the team. Another little dark horse for me, Pio. Those numbers don't tell you how good Pio is. And maybe Chris Lodge. Look, he's good value. Did pick up a duck in his first game. Had that catching chance too. Jay Singh, though, I think he's the one. And the supercomputer reckons this is going to be a thriller. It's going to be a classic, in fact. Winterthur maybe just given the edge. And there is a big change. This is a good call from Kosnay. They're going to hold back Wasim Javed, who made nearly 200 runs in 2 innings yesterday. But he's been punished for his duck in the third game. He won't open the batting. It's going to be Anmol Prabhu, as they call him, or Anmol Prabhu, to give him his full name. He'll open the batting alongside Aidan Andrews. He's had an excellent all-round tournament. He's taken wickets and scored good runs with decent regularity. Strike rate's kind of in and around 160, maybe not veering up towards that 200 that we've seen as being needed. And with the most picture-perfect day for cricket, just a little light, gentle breeze coming across the ground too, to make sure the players don't get too hot. We're all set for action in game 53 on the final day of the group stages. The last 3 games all playing for pride, but I'm sure we're going to see plenty of good action, and Winterthur in particular will be determined to turn things around. You see their captain and wicketkeeper there, Crispin Webb. Well, there's an expression in football that's used a bit. This is nicely shaped back in to Andrews by Ilyas Mamadi. It's called the hairdryer. If you're wondering what the hairdryer is, that's when the captain or coach, I think it was mainly christened, well, I certainly first heard of it during Alec Ferguson's reign as the Man United head coach. Not that I'm a big football man. This one's guided away. Oh, a very clever stroke. He's bowling to a 5-4 leg side field, so that means there's only 4 fielders on the offside. No one out at deep third. And he's taken this off leg stump and just opened the face. Well, that's a piece of chess play, a master stroke from Aidan Andrews, just manipulating the field and getting 4 runs to his name. But the hairdryer first came into play when Alex Ferguson used to spray fiery comments at his players, and I think Crispin Webb got the hairdryer out, as that's going to be, I think, the first maximum. We'll need to check it. It's given us 4. Okay, let's have a look. Maybe I'm wrong. It is very bright, so difficult to see. Great ball follow as always. Oh, great call by the standing umpire. I'll eat my hat up here, eat my words. Back-to-back 4s from Aidan Andrews. No need to check that one. But I think Crispin Webb got the hairdryer out to his players after they were hammered, the heaviest defeat of the entire competition thus far here in Switzerland this morning. 120 plus run defeat, change in the field. Man goes out in the deep onto the offside, so Andrews hits it to the leg while he's toying with the young left armer Elias Mohammadi. Not a huge amount wrong with the delivery. Just very, very clever cricket from Aidan Andrews. Better length this time. Andrews can't get it away. Interesting fielding position there, sort of a catching cover point. There is Chris Lodge. Will he be able to hold on to one in there? Maybe only, what, 15 yards from the bat? Andrews goes downtown instead, though. And Chubb has been relieved of his umpiring duties, and he's got another one for the misfield package that I'm sure Spring Productions are putting together. Well, in fairness, he's got nowhere near this. He did try. Look at him go. Oh, Chubb. You can just watch that go by. This is the evidence as we get to the end of the first over that the scoring rates continue to spiral up. Highest day of the tournament in Switzerland yesterday, one of the highest in history in terms of the current run rate, or the average run rate equaled out over the day, and also factually the highest ever aggregate total of runs that were accumulated within the one match day anywhere in the European Cricket Network. That's how good the batting has been here in Switzerland. We had those numbers up yesterday. Before the last innings, there was already 1,314 runs posted. I think it was over 1,400 yesterday. As Tawana comes into the attack to open the bowling the second over. This one thuds into the pad. Interesting call this, Prabhu throwing the bat up at the top of the order. Good pace and good bounce too from Tawana. Gets that through, Prabhu. Great to have you with us here on final day of the group stages. And right now these players really playing for pride as well as individual performances. This comes off the mat, so it's going to be the most horrible 4 byes maybe ever conceded. We've seen a few bad ones, but take a look at this. Crispin Webb, there is nothing he can do here. It's gone so far down the leg side, it's at the outside of the mat, and Yeah, 4 boys against his name and no ball, 5 to the total altogether, and a free hit to come. And Winterthur's day did not get off to a good start, did it? They were beaten out of sight this morning. Heaviest defeat of the competition by the Zurich Lions. Free hit, no damage done. Can be run out, remember? God! Oh, yes! I think it's the youngster, is it? Ilyas Mohammadi, who's picked up cleanly. And the move of Prabhum up the order. It hasn't worked. Gone for all money, given out on field, and I think rightly so. Just 1.5 stumps to aim at. Oh, yes. Clear evidence there. On your bike, Anmol Prabhu. Gone for all money. And what a run out. Really excellent work by Ilyas Mohammadi. Just into the Winterthur lineup for today's game day. Thought he bowled nicely in the first game. We'll bring a very much changed order today for Kosane. Been batting down at 8 and 9, but they're going to give Uday Kusapati, who's got this unique style of wearing the wicket-keeping pads. Oh, good pace, good bounce. Studs into the shoulder of Andrews. He's got them underneath the trousers, something, well, I said I'd never seen it before, and then, of course, immediately I was told by Rico that indeed it has happened before. Everything has happened for the first time on the European Cricket Network. What a run out that was from Ilyas Mohammadi. Great moment for him. But I think what we're seeing from Kosane here is an indication that they're going to mix things up in their final games. The hopes of qualification are gone. So they want to give all their players a bit of a chance, which is lovely to see. And Uday Kusapati, what can he do up the order? We saw him run very well between the wickets last night. There's the points table. Confirms that all of the games that we've got remaining, 3 matches, Kosane, the Crickets and Winterthur all taking each other on. They're all really playing for pride, and maybe Kosane could get into 7th place, get above the Power CC. And nice to see Ilyas being given his second over. He'll be full of confidence after that run out. Bit of style too he has. Chain outside the shirt. Kusapati's going to get off the mark immediately. Well, bit of a shout out here. John Hallam, heavily involved in Winterthur Cricket Club. Also one of those original members of the team that put together Cricket on Ice in St. Moritz. As that is clubbed out towards John. Well, he thought for a moment he might be in the action, but it's gone a little bit square. It's a big hit. Andrews showing off some power hitting levers. He told me he was hoping to come up and watch a bit more in person, but the weather every day just been so bad. But this morning he opened the curtains, he was greeted with sunshine. He said all I had to do was jump onto the train, direct train from Winterthur, about 10 minutes outside of Zurich, and a 40-minute spin up to beautiful St. Gallen, where we're hosting this tournament. But he's watched every ball thus far on the stream, and actually he helps out live streaming the Winterthur games. So runs in and well taken, yes, very good, almost taking a bow. Thank you, sir. Beautiful catch. I thought he'd overrun it. I thought he'd come in too far at first. Jagdeep Tawana, and it's a big moment because Andrews is a dangerous hitter. And look at this, comes in maybe a yard too far, but then pedals back. A takes the catch nicely, and then just holds his momentum and says thank you to the big grandstand with a lovely curtsy and a bow. Good catch, very well held by Jagdeep Tawana. And Kosane lose their second to bring Jay Singh out to the crease. He's in at number 4 with Andrews dismissed. Always love to hear from you all. Do get in touch on that YouTube live chat, or if you're watching on Swiss Sport TV, you can dual screen if you want. Bring it up on your smartphone, send us a message. Remember to give a like and a subscribe to the European Cricket Network, bringing cricket all over the continent, which has been so heartening to see and pleasing for me to see up close and personal for the first time as Singh gets off the mark immediately. Made 50 in his last innings, but as soon as he was dismissed, that was the end of really the hopes for Kosane. They would have needed to win out today as well. Oh, it's a good in-swinging Yorker. Look at how much this has come back in. Beautiful, just gets it to shape. Look, dips late, and I wonder, so close to hitting the bat first, excuse me, the toe first, but he's just squeezed the bat down on it. Here you go. Oh, that side on angle makes it look a bit more inconclusive. It would certainly have gone on to hit middle stump. Bat involved though, giving us runs. As this one is chipped towards the man and put down. Oh no. Poor Shaman Karunakaran has dropped a dolly. You've got to hold this every time, particularly when it's Jason. Straight to him and just puts it down, burst through his hands. Wasn't really hit with any vigour, but as we get to the end of the power play, Kosane 34 for 2, and maybe a big moment in the game. Jay Singh, after that 50, has a life, dropped on just 1. Good running though to get back for 2. Here he comes. When are we going to see him, the big fella? Andrew Ryan. Get him in the fantasy team, I reckon, if you haven't. Going to be the man who just dropped the catch. Can he make up for it? Puris the man, Karunakaran. He's got a yard of pace too. Think about the single, but probably just as well they turn it down. Straight to the man at extra cover. Wonder what Kosane are thinking of here. 120 plus. They haven't really been able to regularly challenge the sort of 150 marker. Well, that's a good looking shot, but there's protection out there. It'll just be a single. Any questions for me? Get them in on YouTube live chat, and we will get back to you as soon as we can. Hello to everyone watching. Alexander Mackay, Shiam Boss, Jiban Kadewal, Shuvo, Rishabh Chowdhury, Ridoy Hassan, Rabiul Hussain. As that's hooked away for 6. Good bouncer right up towards the head height. The challenge Singh, but he had more than enough of an answer. Look at this for a hook shot right off his shoulder, almost up to the grill of his helmet. He's a powerful man, isn't he? Big, tall, all-rounder. Gets that away for 6. Yeah, the question is no ball or wide here. Given as a no ball, did it just flick something? Well, maybe, yeah, good decision. You could just see a little bit of deviation and the movement after a pitch, so it has pitched off the wicket. It means you've got a free hit incoming. And that's going to be another no ball. This could be 5 free runs to the no ball. 4 byes, the second horror show 4 byes. That's not going to improve Crispin Webb's mood, is it? Right now, Winterthur just finding a way to gift runs. Free hit again, no contact made. Good glove work, really clean from Crispin Webb. Look at this here, ducks in off the wicket and goes sharply to his left. Webb could stop that. Right into the block hole. Just squeezed out, wasn't it, by Singh to get to double figures. Comes off the wicket and they nearly think about an overthrow, but again, Webb watches it carefully. He must think that everything's conspiring against him right now, Crispin Webb. Is this an edge? The umpire says no. The batter was convinced. Excuse me, the bowler was convinced. Is there a little feather through to the keeper here? What's the noise? Well, there looked to me to be a deviation. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it's off the shoulder, the back shoulder. Either way, all that matters for now is it's given not out. Did a long think about it, the standing umpire. He's in a much better place than I am to adjudge it. And it will get us to the end of that 4th over. Score now moves to 48 for 2. And really nice to hear from you all enjoying the action live. Plenty of engagement in the chat. A few people saying it was an easy catch dropped. Yeah, definitely could have been taken. People speculating about what the score could be. The 130 to 140 marker. The projected score says 120, but that will go up with that 6 from Jay Singh. Not the right line from the new bowler, Chamith Karanagoraj, as he gets helped around the corner and up onto that back bank. Haven't seen too many go up there. A long, long chase for the fielder. A bit of tunes ringing out in the background. I think we've got some young action for the footballers. And Singh tries to go monstrous and gets enough of it. Not really out of the middle, a little bit of a clunky noise, but that move now to drop the catch of Jay Singh is proving very costly. He's gone to 22 off 9. Smashes this one down the ground. Hits it so well, he's going to get 4. Oh, that is brilliant. 6-6-4, just like that. Little salvo from Singh has them thinking of the 150 mark all of a sudden. And again, off spin. Well, we don't have the exact numbers because we don't keep track of all the different bowling styles. There's so many, and some mix it up too. But off spin just continues to get pumped around the ground every time it comes in. Finally, the rarest of things, a dot ball. As Winterthur, well, they must be wondering why today, why them. Bowled out for 51, remember, chasing 175 to win. Oh, yes! P.O. holds on to a specky. And one of the moments of the tournament, it's woken me up here like a bolt from the blue. And it's P.O.'s 40th birthday today, would you believe? We've got to see this again. How good was this? Well, he's gone a long way to his right, and it is that man, P.O. da Silva. Oh, yes. Doesn't he love it too? And there's a nonchalance to the celebration. Oh, brilliant. He's given us great smiles, P.O. da Silva. And that is a cracking catch. A little moment of magic. Finally, Winter Thor have something to cheer. 46 days to go to the Euros of cricket. It's got me off my feet. I was just having a bit of a post-lunch slumber there, really, but that has woken everyone up. Look at the big man. 165 on the back. I'm sure that's his highest score. Very happy birthday, and a very delighted John in the deep too. The Winter Thor fan. Oh, now was that a catching chance? Srikanth Sidaran just didn't come in at first, did he? I wonder, was this maybe just half a chance if he could have immediately come in? Instead, he chooses to preserve the boundary, and a little chance for one of our co-commentators, Srinath Tripath, to show what he can do, as he has managed to get another day off work. Well, he assured me after the day that he came and joined us, I think it was Monday, in the commentary box, that look, sadly that's my last day of action. I won't be able to come up for Wednesday or Thursday. I have to work. He was here yesterday, he's here today. You can't turn down the chance of playing on the big stage, can you? Find a way, work remotely, work in between the games. The extra bounce and pace is causing a few problems. Srinath pleads with the umpires to give something to him, but nothing wrong with that. No, it's gone through around his stomach height. Struck down the ground, gets it all the way. Well, it's another Maximo. I get that call out only for Srinath, as I know he loves it. He was on call for when he hit his other one, and now he muscles one down the ground. Now look at this. Oh, he's got the pads on. There he is. I hope he was in bed early enough to be batting up at the heady heights of what, number 6? Oh, Andrew Roy. Maybe he won't be number 6. There is someone ahead of him. Might be number 7, I reckon. Good Yorker. We're going to try scamper a single. That's a great call from Jay Singh. Really nice bunch of lads, I have to say, the Costanay boys. They haven't quite had the tournament they would have liked. They'll take plenty of memories away, including that 6 for Srinath Tripath. P.O. scampers after it. He's everywhere. Oh, he leaves it. Oh, yeah. We got there. And a high five from Elias Mohammadi. Okay, end of the 6th over. 74 for 3 now. That's what we've seen so far. The magic moment. P.O. da Silva's catch. Clip it up. Get it up on social. Wish the big man a happy 40th birthday. He's a beauty. Hope he hits a few big blows now in the second innings. What can Costanay get to? The projected score 1-2-3. 15 minutes on the clock, so lots of time, particularly with the spinners bowling, for Winter Thor to get through their allocated overs in time. And it'll be the left arm spinner to come into bowl to Jay Singh. I think with the way Winter Thor have batted, even 120 could be quite competitive. That's what we project now. But a lot can change with maximums hit like that. Oh dear. Well, Srikanth Sisaran has not gone for one he should have come in for. This time he's come in to one that he needed to stay right back on the rope for. He's overrun it, and as a consequence not even stopped the maximum, and he's been rather unceremoniously moved in the field too. He's gone now to long off, and in goes Jagdeep Tuanu. Took an excellent catch at long off. He's now moved round to long on. The ball has followed Srikanth Sasidaran, who so often happens that in cricket, I can't explain to you. Hit into the air. Is this going to be a chance at long on? Tawana, no! It's a maximum and a deep sigh of relief from Srinath Tripath. I'm not sure he felt he had enough of it. Definitely not out of the middle, was it? And the new man in at long on, well, he could have been more on the rope, couldn't he? If he took that step back, I think he definitely could have stopped it from going for 6. Fonseca, well, he's proved expensive thus far. It's the ball a bit slower through the air for me. And he darts it in, squirts away off an inside edge. Shot is the shout from the Cossonay bench. Not sure it's where Sripath intended it to go. It's a real pressure cooker, 10 over cricket, because if you go out and just even have 2 or 3 bad balls to start with, let's say you're 1 off 3, you're really feeling the pressure. Remember, the average runs conceded per ball across the whole tournament, more than 2 per ball, because that average run rate per over is over 13. So every time you're not getting to a ball, you feel like you're getting behind the rate required, whether you're setting the score or chasing one down. Srikanth Sasidaran as the ball follow him yet again. Yeah, what can Srinath Tripath do? He's got to 14 off 6. It's a good start. Tries to repeat the dose. This comes off the toe of the bat though, and it is held. He's dropped one out there, Purush the man, Karuna Karan, but this time he holds on. It was the big wicket of Jay Singh that he dropped. But credit to Sripath, he got a couple over the rope, and he's got 2 more clips, 2 more viral clips up for social media. He trudges off to bring the hero from yesterday, the Centurion, Wasim Javed. Bring him into the crease, and it gets us, I think, a delivery closer to maybe the entrance of the man we all want to see with the bats. Andrew Ryan, he's now putting the inner thigh guard on. That's what we've got to look forward to tomorrow. It's been a cracking tournament. Credit to everyone involved. It really has. 10 days of good group stage action. In fact, 11 days, isn't it? Day 11 today. And then day 12 will round it out tomorrow. 10 games each the 11 teams have played. Getting my tongue in a twist. So the morning game will be 2nd versus 5th. And I've got that wrong, haven't I? Let me just have a look. Vinny's great, he always gives me everything. 3rd versus 4th will be the morning game. Zurich Nomads versus St. Gallen. And then the second game will be Geneva versus the Paktoons Army. Then the winners of those 2 matches, they'll play off in what is in essence a virtual semi-final called the qualifier, to earn the right to go on and play Alton, who have been very good value for their top of the pile finish. I've really enjoyed watching Alton. But I just wonder, the Zurich Nomads and the Paktoons Army, they're the 2 dark horses, I think. I'm not ruling out Geneva or St. Gallen's chances, but all eyes are going to be on St. Gallen tomorrow for finals day. Just hope that my plane journey doesn't interrupt my enjoyment of watching it from afar too much. I think I fly about 10:30, so I should catch the full first game. Maybe I'll miss the second one. That's the way it's going to play out. Nice slingy action, isn't it, of Sasidaran. And Wasim Javed, who I think, in fairness to Cossonay, they're not saying he's not one of our best batters still. They're just giving everyone a chance. So he's been held back to number 6 in the order, and he's got a chance to play a different kind of role, one that requires a bit of death hitting. And right now, oh, not so sure about this. Just wonder, is this a harsh wide? Or is it a fair one? No, very good decision. What do I know? Straight over that guideline. As soon as you hit that line, the white line outside off, you're in trouble. So wide given. This time it's the off cutter. Clever bowling. Definitely sort of a little shade of Malinga, doesn't he? The slinger. So I Siderin. Remember, his first 4 balls went for 6 this morning. That was against the Zurich Lions side. Posted a big total. And you could actually hear Crispin Webb on our effects mic. Come on, boys, supporting the bowler. Getting stuck into his team again, trying to rally the troops. Punch down the ground. Should just be 1. Nicely fielded, the old long barrier technique. There's still a place in all parts of cricket for some of the old fundamentals. That's one of the first ones you get taught. Well, it was back in the day anyway. Teach you how to get your body behind the ball as a second barrier in case your hands don't pick it up. Although, oh, that's a good strike. It's going to be 6 straight into the dugout. Oh, evasive action needed. Anmol Prabhu in particular went scarpering, and he couldn't have picked them out any better. That's the form Wasim Javed's been in the last 36 hours. A century yesterday. Amazing to think we've had 3 centuries in 2 days. Not even really in a day and a half. With a slower ball, and more of the same. Hit for 6 to a different part of the ground. You've got to feel sorry for Siderin there. He had such a good start to the over. 4 runs off 4, but then it goes bang bang. That's how quickly 10 over cricket changes. A nice pickup stroke all the way for 6. Gets us to the end. Of that 8th over, Cosnay get the 100 up. They go past 100, 105 for 4, and probably just the 2 men they'd like at the crease. Fresh from 2 50-plus scores yesterday, Wasim Javed. And Jay Singh himself fresh from a 50-plus yesterday. He's looking to hunt down back-to-back 50s. Got 12 balls to work with, looking to inflict some carnage here at the death. And nicely bowled by Fonseca, looking for that block hole length, isn't he? Can't think of a more perfect day to play cricket. It's about 21 degrees. You don't want it any hotter or any colder than that. A little bit of a breeze just in case you're cold. That for me is a dot. That's nicely bowled, nothing wrong with that. He speared this in. And yeah, clearly inside the guideline. Really good umpiring, good bowling too. 2 consecutive dots. This time, ooh, that's going to be interesting. I think that'll be a, ooh, now giving us an old ball. No, he's changed his decision. He's going to go wide. I think that's the right call. He's never actually pitched this because it's gone straight into the keeper's gloves. So, clever piece of work by Crispin Webb, the captain of Winterthur. Back live with you now. Monstrous. Well, Muller down the ground. Probably a solid 75-metre hit from Jay Singh. He's got the power. Gets a good piece of that, doesn't he? So 2 dots, then the wide to put a bit of pressure back on the bowler. And that one muscled down the ground. Big finish. They could still get to the 140 marker. Let's see how they go. The big problem for Cosnay in this tournament has been they just can't get past that sort of 130 that we feel is par. Only done it once, maybe twice. This one's given as a wide. Bowler very unhappy. Let's see. He's clearly trying to bowl wide here. Now this time there is a piece of the white line cut. That's fair enough. Good umpiring. Not happy though, is he? And Fonseca. Hit down the ground, 1 bounce and 4 more. Oh, he's got one clean! And he almost turns to celebrate. Shub, fresh from his umpiring appearance. Well done, Shub. We've given you such stick throughout the entire thing. Oh, it's a kiss! A kiss up to the crowd from Shub. Well, he may as well be at Lord's here. Look at this. One bounce. Clean as you like. Well done, the shub. That's going to be 50 for Jay Singh. He's part of the ECN staff, and he's loving every moment on the big stage here. Thanks to the heavens, too. And a raise of the bat. Such a good start to the over. Long on feigns the catch. But the two dots, well, they've started to disappear, haven't they? As Fonseca, it's so difficult to bowl at any. Where's the kiss? I want to see that kiss again, Shub. That's going to be 6 more. No! Oh, yes, what a catch. Out, well held. I thought it was going to be another Maximo, but Fonseca bites back. And after some limp and tame efforts in the field, Chamith Kiranagaraj, he does really well. Right on the rope, isn't it? Leaps into the sky. Here it is. Yeah, brilliant. Made all the more difficult with that little area that just has a funnel down next to it. So a great knock from Jay Singh. He walks off. He should be very proud of his efforts. Back-to-back 50s for him. As Kosane, they lose their star all-rounder. He's gone for 55 off 24. 6 sixes in there. That's why I thought there was going to be another one, the way he was hitting them. And with 6 deliveries left, Kosane 1, 2, 3 for 5. It's going to be their best bowler, in my opinion, Jagdeep Tawana, to close out the innings. He's going to bowl around the wicket to Wasim Javed. What can Javed do? Well, he's going to get a free hit to do whatever he wants with. I think the tactic here is very obvious from Winterthur. It's to hide the ball away outside the off stump as much as possible. The problem is it's such a narrow margin for error. More fans in, enjoying the action. Lovely to see them. Enjoying the sunshine too. Just hasn't been conducive, has it, the first few days? Should just be 1. Well, it's a beautiful day, and what more do you want to do on a beautiful day than go for a walk? The Amblers or the Ramblers or however you want to call them, they are out in force up there. Good gang of them. Where are they off to, I wonder? Is it Ramblers or Amblers? Which is it? I think it's a you go for a ramble, don't you? Call them hikers these days. I suppose in Switzerland with, what did we hear yesterday? 60 or 70% of the country covered by the Swiss Alps. Good place to hike, and they'll have to hike up into the stands to go and get that one. It's a big hit from Javed. They've held him back today, but he's still got those levers. He's been so impressive, isn't he? Full of confidence. Great attitude, Kosane. And they're calling it Wazball instead of Bazball. Very good for Wasim Javed, who's going to play a bit more Wazball and get that one over the rope. All those Amblers or Ramblers or Walkers or Hikers, whatever you want to talk to them, call them. They're all enjoying the action now, taking a big lap of the ground. Great little contribution this from Javed. 24 off just 8 deliveries, and the runs have come very swiftly. That's gone a long way up. Oh, it's massive. That is a big hit, and a few of the Walkers, they thought they were in trouble. They're clapping up there. Maybe just taking the game away from Winterthur here in this final over. They've held back their best bowler, Jagdeep Tawana, but Kosane have got their best batter at the crease, and he's made merry, making hay whilst the sun shines. And flown to 30 off 9 deliveries. Not out of the middle, could be caught. Dropped. They're maybe going to try run a second. The throw comes into the keeper. Oh, it's not going to help Javed's average. But he gets a bit of a stare at him. Does Vinod. May as well go for the second, I feel. He gets a pat in the back of apology too from Vinod. Should have been caught, but instead they'll get a single and the run out to finish with 143 for 6. Kosane looking to end this competition strongly. And they're in a pretty good position to pick up another win. Won't be enough to get them into the playoffs. But do they have enough to add 2 points to their tally? Let's take a look at the highlights from the first innings. Aidan Andrews it was, opening up as always. They held Wasim Javed back though. And the reason for that, I think they're just giving everyone a little bit to experience and enjoy on the big stage that the European Cricket Network offers. Prabhu was run out by that outstanding direct hit from Ilyas Mahmoodi. And Kusapadi, he went up the order, he was gone for 3. Thanks to a magical catch from P.O. De Silva. There's the run out, look at that, brilliant. So 2 moments of magic in that first innings. Andrews hit 24 off 10, including a couple of big ones. But look at this catch, you'll see it in a moment after one more stroke from Andrews. Well held by Jagdeep Tawana with a bow of thanks to the grandstand. And look at, I think it's coming up now, isn't it? Yeah, let's hope it's after this Jay Singh maximum. He had 6 sixes in all, but he was only there because of that drop catch. Too short to Singh, pumped away. Look at this catch from P.O. De Silva, the big man. Well, it's coming up soon, they're teasing me with it. Here it is. That was the one given not out. And Singh kept going. Where is P.O.'s catch? Come on. Get it out for me. Kusapadi's still in there. Come on, give me the P.O. catch. That's the one I want. Enough of this Jay Singh stuff. I know he batted well, but come on. Where's P.O.'s catch? Oh, here it is. P.O. with the beauty on his 40th birthday. It was worth the wait, wasn't it? Big smiles on his face. Srinath Tripath got a couple of big ones down the ground. 2 sixes for him. Just about. And then Jay Singh, you had the occasional moment of fortune. I'm not sure the catch in the deep was particularly good from Winterthur. Another big one from Tripath there. And then he was gone, wasn't he? Tripath gone for 14. In one way that brought about more devastation as Wasim Javed and Jay Singh made merry down the ground. Scored with good fluency, and for a side that struggled to get past 130, they have done it again today. Kasane Singh probably the standout with 55 off 24, and a good stop from Shub. But Wasim Javed, well, where was the kiss? The kiss was just after that. Thumbs up. Yeah, good man Shub. Great umpiring this morning. Really good catch, well held. That was to dismiss Jay Singh for 55, and then Javed, well, he made merry in that final over. Boundaries, they were swung to all parts. And that will round out the highlights from our first innings with another maximum 4 sixes in total from Wasim Javed, and the irrelevant run out from the last ball to leave him dismissed for 31 and give Kasane a total of 143 for 6. Let's see the batting card. Here it is. 3 batters really stood out for me: Aidan Andrews, Jay Singh and Wasim Javed. 2 sixes though too for Srinath Tripath. He'll be happy with that strike rate of 2 a ball. 15 extras, very, very damaging for Winterthur. What about the bowlers? Well, Fonseca did strike back to get a second wicket. He was pretty pleased with that. But really the one that stood out by a distance for me was the youngster Ilyas Mahmoodi, who took that brilliant catch as well. A brilliant run out, in fact. That'll get us to the end of the 3rd game of the day. For me, Andrew Leonard, do stay with us. We'll have the chase coming up in about 10 minutes' time, where Winterthur will need 144 to pick up a victory in this European Cricket Series Switzerland. We'll see you then. Oh yes, welcome back. We've got a good chase in our hands here for Winterthur. They're going to need 144 to win in this game. It's getting us right towards the closing stages of the European Cricket Series Switzerland. Andrew Leonard here with you. I'll guide you through every ball of this chase. 144 they're going to require to win from the 10 overs that every side gets allocated in these European Cricket Series events. Chamith Karanagodagaj has strolled out to the crease alongside Jagdeep Tawana. Winterthur have struggled with the bat, you have to say. Very reliant on the man whose 40th birthday it is, Pio de Silva. He took a belting catch in the first game, and remember, Costanet's bowling, well, it's been marvellous, isn't it? Aidan Andrews is going to bowl in those sunglasses, I think, to the left-handed Karanagaj. And it's a dot ball to start with after he was dismissed, remember, for a first ball duck. So there was a few nerves there for Karanagaj for that first delivery. I haven't seen too many fast bowlers bowl in sunglasses, or medium pacers. And that's the style that Andrews is going to go with. Costanet look a buzz in the field, don't they? They really do. They'll have been disappointed last night. They could have closed out that victory over the Paris CC. They would have needed to win their last two here to get past the Paktoon Zalmi, but instead now both sides playing for pride, and indeed the Zurich Crickets, who will come back into action in the next game. Them too. A little bit of bounce there, wasn't there? Beaten by the lack of pace, though, not beaten by pace. Two men in the deep allowed in the first 3 overs. It's a power play for the first 3 overs, and that's just used to describe fielding restrictions. So there's a 30-yard circle from where the batter bats. Just see there, you can see the discs on the edge of the 30-yard circle as Sripath, who gets in the diving stop. And you can only have 2 fielders outside that 30-yard circle. Now for the left-hander, they're both on the leg side. They were out at deep mid-wicket and deep long on, quite a wide long on actually. But now it's a split field, so there's a very straight long on with the 4 fielders on the leg side. And a deep extra cover as Andrews continues to look good with the ball, doesn't he? He gets good shape. And for Winterthur, well, they're going to need to turn things around pretty quickly. That's one of the areas you'll expect them to target with the away swing bowler, Andrews. But he's only conceded 2 runs from a very clinical first over. "116 matches now." That counter keeps going up, doesn't it? I'm not sure we're going to see that golden ball, I promise Vinny Sandhu. But we'll keep trying. We'll keep trying. It will go eventually. Can't go on for eternity. And you just wonder whether it could go on finals day, maybe tomorrow, with those sides so closely matched. In comes Ashwin Vinod to bowl. Vinny Sandhu's pick for the man who was going to pick up a couple of wickets. Use of the feet, cracked. Oh, cracked monstrous. Where's this gone? Well, it's still going, is it? I haven't seen it. My oh my, that might be one of the biggest hits we've seen, and it came almost with one hand. He's going to have to run up the bank. Where's he going? Where's the ball? Oh, it's the biggest hit. Well, the biggest square hit of the tournament. By a distance, this has gone miles. Quite remarkable. There was a beautiful noise. And that, well, we're going to have to measure that one out. Who's got the tape measure? How big is that? That is, well, extraordinary. Tawana, well, he just tonks it an absolute mile. 100 metres plus, I'm calling that now. It's the biggest square hit we've seen of the week. It's followed up by a 4 tickled around the corner to get Winterthur's chase going, but the noise, very hard to describe that noise. It was special. It really was. My oh my. That's gone 20 metres up the bank. We've barely seen anyone hit it onto the bank. Full toss now, hit into the offside. The outfield will be quick enough for it to skirt away for 4 more. Winterthur starting to grow in a bit of confidence thanks to a salvo from Tawana. My oh my, what a hit. I couldn't see it was that big. So it's gone over the crest of the stand that we are commentating from. I'm going to have to go back and see if I can see this on YouTube myself, because, unbelievable. What a hit. A monster Maximo that was. Maybe the biggest, alongside that one from Ari Sanger, of the entire tournament. Sanger's one was straight and it went over the grandstand. But this one from Tawana, we've just seen in this over, very hard to describe. The noise. There was a crispness to the noise as soon as contact was made with the bat. And he's going to go big again. 4 this time. Again, it's going to go to the bank because it's been hit that powerfully. And up the bank a bit, a mini banker. The first mini banker that's 4. Well, Tawana's stroke, I can only describe it as we didn't get it on the ball follow either. We lost it completely. It went that high and that long that the fielder had to run. He must have gone 20 metres up the bank. I can't believe how far he's hit this. So, an adventurous over. End of the second. It's 21 for none. Just watching back that 6 again. I'm sorry to leave you for 10 seconds there, but my mind has been blown by an awful lot of the stuff that I've seen this week. And there was a noise from that bat when he hit it. So we've seen one over the roof that didn't hit the roof. That was Ari Sanger, and we walked that out, we paced that out. We reckon it was about 105, 110 metres. I wonder, is this square hit by Tawana even bigger? I couldn't see it. It went that high and that long. I never saw it once it went above the brow of the stadium. We couldn't see it on the ball follow either. I can't blame him because it went completely out of sight. And yeah, I can't quite get my head around what we've just seen. I am aghast for words as I welcome back Vinny Sandhu. Great to have you with me, Vinny. I'm just going to describe this to you once more.
You need to lie down.
You do need to lie down. This could be a chance. Mid-off goes back, calls it well. The two Vinod brothers, well, they work together, communicated effectively. The captain, Arjun, is the one that holds on. And sadly, Tawana's stay is over. But it's left us with a 6 for the ages.
Well, they call him Boom Boom Vicky for a reason, and he does bring the boom boom. I wish I had not gone for the second plate of lunch because I would have seen it. But, yeah, this guy hits the ball such a long way.
You couldn't see it.
But even the way he hit the ball, he almost took the one hand off the bat.
Baseball style.
As a lot of baseballers will do in the extension. But,
Well, it's the birthday boy, Pio. He's already locked up the play of the day with that catch. Even though that's 6. Even though he lost. Vicky's almost lost the ball sideways. Yeah.
That has to be 100 metres, Vin.
Oh, yeah, I mean, 100 metres hits happen. It's a long 6.
Because, you see, if you look at the direction it went as well, it was so square.
And it went up the bank. So you don't actually know. You have to add a few metres for that as well, for where it would land if it was still flat
it's the
ground.
first ball I haven't seen.
Yeah.
This entire time.
Your mind's blown.
Blown.
You just thought you were going to see a bunch of overthrows. You probably have seen. But I told you, the cricket here, it's unlike any other cricket in the world. Only on ECN.
I'm calling it 100 plus metre 6.
No doubt.
Here's P.O. the birthday boy. What can he do? Well, he's P.O. de Silva. He can do what he wants.
A boom, boom, boom. Well, let me hear you say P.O.
P.O.
I know. You can't resist it. And the birthday boy's already taken a one-hand stunner. And now, let's see if he can score some runs on his birthday.
He's a sight for sore eyes.
Here's John Hallam. He's loving his time over there as well.
Yeah, great to see John Hallam, a real gent. You need some liquids, though, on a day like today, don't you? He misses this one.
Tell you what, I haven't seen John in a little while. I think he might be auditioning for Survivor, the Swiss version. Look at this. He looks like he wouldn't be out of place on that show. Well, they have it in every country.
You wouldn't know. He might have run from Winter Tour. He might have jogged up here or cycled. Cycled probably more likely.
Stay tuned for the torch ceremony. Is that what it is? Torch ceremony. Into the over, and Andrews. You know what you're going to get from him. 2 solid overs. He takes 1 for 11. It's 30 for 1 at the end of the power play.
I want to hear from you in the comments. Have you ever seen a bigger 6 than that on the European Cricket Network? I haven't. I think it was bigger than the Arif Sanger one. We couldn't see the
It's
Arif
very hard to judge 2 6s that you haven't actually seen where they've landed. Have a look at that second half, though. Just a stairway to heaven for Cossanet. As they put 78 on in the second half after 65 in the first, so plenty of runs to bowl at.
Well, James Stewart called it a Swiss banker. That's a good shout, but it was such a big banker.
It was a high-level banker. That's kind of the right at the board making the big decisions kind of banker.
A millionaire banker. Yeah. Oh, my. Wow. Really wow. First time I've been left completely speechless, and I'm sure there'll be a second time as we see Andrew Ryan, our co-commentator, into the attack. Something's going to happen here, mate, I promise you.
We've seen a Swiss banker. Now we're seeing a Rhino running in the wild. There's no such thing as dead matches on ECN either. The entertainment is going to keep on coming. Now, Rhino, I picked him for a twofer. I had my 2 predictions. One was that Arjun Vinod would hit a 50. Well, he didn't bat in the top 7. So now I'm all in on Rhino.
Starts with a full toss. Now, this could be a chance. He's got him. Maybe not the best delivery. Andrew Ryan will not care. He's such a good fielder, isn't he? Young Tahir Khan Ahmed's I was never going to drop it. It's a little away swinger. It's dipped enough. He's swung it away. And Rhino in the wickets.
Beware the charging Rhino. 3 wickets in the series. 2 with filthy full tosses, but he won't mind because some of the good balls have disappeared for 6. Winterthur have just struggled with the stick for any kind of length of time, haven't they? Fonseca, he's a good player. He's coming to the crease now. But the second wicket falls, and it is Andrew Ryan that strikes 30 for 2.
Good seam position, wasn't it? That's what he'll tell us.
Yeah,
very
he
good
said he
seam
finally
position.
worked out, where like his run up on this surface. I'm trying to think of ECN commentators with wickets in ECN cricket. Rico doesn't. I don't. Corey has played but never bowled. Corey does have a strike rate of 414 though, because he hit 29 off 7 balls in his only innings in the ECL 19. So he's been dining out on that for ages. In fact, he's the reason they put in a minimum qualification on our webpage for best career strike rates.
Pretty good going, that. Yeah, might have to make him bat again against a good team.
Lucky shots.
Here comes Ryan for his second ball. This will be given a wide down the leg side.
Almost strangled.
I want you to do something for me here, Vinny.
Okay.
You're the doyen of European Cricket Network in so many ways. I want you to describe Andrew Ryan's run-up for me. I think he looks like a guy who's never going to get there.
Do you think? Are we saying it's too long? Let's follow Rhino here as long as we can in the run-up.
He just looks like he's never going to quite get to release the ball. It's just that bit there.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an acceleration, I suppose. I called him for a 2 for. He almost gets the second wicket here. Yeah, I think it's just right for him. because I think you got to realise that when you're moving the truck, it takes a little while to hit top speed. So I don't think he wants it too short. I think it's about right. Yeah, and sometimes bowlers have little quirks. As long as it's a consistent quirk, then
It's nearly a 30-yard run-up.
that's because rhinos take big steps.
This bit here, I just worry he's not going to get there. Another
here we
full
go.
toss. Oh, God. I have to say, he's got away with a few here.
He's worked out what's working for him. Every time he bowls a kind of good top of the stumps, then it disappears. I think this is probably fine. I reckon he hits that at least twice, maybe 3 times.
Come
PO.
on, P.O., you should have hit that one out of the ground. That's what it deserved. Great to see Ryan on, though, genuinely.
I want to have one more look at this. PO, the thing is, he's a man-mounted. So for me, that's coming
Ooh.
down
Just
at the crease.
beauty.
Ooh.
And a peel going to bounce over the top. It's not bad. Good work from the keeper, Wasim Javed. He's had an excellent series, probably Costane's player of the tournament.
Yeah, so remember that Rhino's a trained lawyer. So, appeals like this, he knows it's not out. Pitches outside leg stump, but he still knows how to sell it to the judge.
He's laying the groundwork.
He's
laying the groundwork
wink.
for
Objection,
an
Your Honour.
upcoming decision.
There we go. That might be my dessert coming.
You've ordered dessert, have you? That's the
Maybe.
one thing we've actually missed.
Do you know we've got a little bit of a get-together tonight? So thanks to Ali from St Gallen.
Hooked away all the way for 6. Rolls his wrists on it nicely. Fonseca, he's a good player, isn't he? And Rhino, well, he gets smashed out of the park.
This is actually a great shot. There's a little bit of the Brian Lara in that because the back and across, the follow through. It's just a perfectly executed hook shot, and I think Rhino needs to go back to bowling full tosses.
Wasn't a bad bouncer. Wasn't a bad bouncer at all.
All right, called him for a 2-for. And I think he's going to get 2 overs here. Fonseca, though, that was a brilliant shot.
Yeah, really good strike. He has to get 2 overs. Come on, he's been chronically underbowled. Well, that may not help his cause because, well, the slow outfield's actually going to pull it up. Oh, brilliant fielding.
Great fielding and to come up firing like that. Okay, they do get 2, but that was top-class work from Ashwin Vinod. As we get to the end of the 4th over, it's 41 for 2. Pretty tidy over there from Rhino.
Heave ho, it's Rhino, says James Stewart in the chat. Great to be with you. Andrew Leonard joined by the main man, the one, the only, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu, who's alongside me for my final day in the box. Maybe not ever, but maybe for this year, Vinny.
Well,
I've got a lot of cricket coming up. I showed you my schedule.
I mean, you could fall out of favour at any time with the powers that be. So
Thanks, Vinny.
I'll be here to pick you up. You can knock on my door any time.
Thanks, Vinny. You just leave me the little kind of Damocles sword hanging over me.
You can knock on my door, but you'll have to find my door first because it does move country to country. Oh, here's a play I've got a lot of time for. Tahir Khan Ahmadzai. He's a brilliant leg spinner. We've seen quite a few. We didn't see a lot in Czechia the 2 weeks before we were here.
P.O. not quite getting going yet, is he? Hit 4 off his first ball, and 1 off 4.
Can you see by the end of the 2 weeks, though, you've got so many characters in a series. And right now we've got Tahir bowling to big P.O. We had Rhino bowling. We got Wasim with Wazball, which I think is hilarious.
Arif Sanger, the Sanger show.
I mean, and I'm only talking this game right now.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
So, but you're right. I mean, yeah, you got Sanger putting big balls up. You got Fahim Nazir, who unfortunately isn't part of the ECI squad this weekend for personal reasons.
That's
I think
sad to
it's
see
a
him
big
miss out. Yeah.
Hassan will be there.
Who are they playing, Vinny? Luxembourg and
France. So I'll give you, maybe at the end of this over, we can have a look at the squads, and I'll give you a few tips in.
Maybe the end of the 6th, Vinny. I've got something for you at the end of the 5th. I've got something for you at the end of the 5th. I've got a bit of cam action. Swung away into the leg side. It'll just be a single. P.O. not interested on his 40th birthday. He can do what he wants today.
So
anything at all.
France are a brilliant bowling team. They've struggled for runs. That's been the issue with them. No Gus McKeon for them. So looking at France, they've got genuine 4 seamers, and then they've actually got 3 different types of spinners.
That's power from P.O., but well fielded by.
And they're 2 of the
Shrinath.
best. They're 2 of the. So bowling's been an issue here. I think the whole 2 weeks, the bowlers haven't been able to give out a good plan. But they've got the 2 Mungals there, Rohula and Ramatullah. They've got Noman Amjad, and they've got Shane Wunakula Surya, who's a very good bowler as well. They've got Pirapakaran as a backup. They're all seamers, and they're all genuine seamers. Certainly the fastest 4 are, to me, and it's no disrespect to anyone in this series so far, I think all 4 of them are probably a little bit above anything we've seen in this 2 weeks. So, number one, I want to see how they go on this pitch and this run-up, and it is a bit different. But then they've got 3 different types of spinners. They've got Dawid Ahmadzai, who's kind of like a mystery spinner, bowls a lot of wrong-ends. This is up, it's in the air, should be gone, and it is gone. So Jason takes the catch, and Fonseca is the next man to go. It's Tahir Ahmadzai with his first wicket, very tidy over. He takes 1 for 3 here in the 5th. And the score is 44 for 3.
Okay, we're going to come up and show you a little something. I've got to give a shout out here on the commentary camera, as I've been gifted something. I've been so well looked after, Vinny. Genuine thanks to everyone. But John Hallam, who we've seen in the outfield, he heard that I was a Winter Tour fan because he was following all the action.
Yeah.
I do a little special something gifted to me.
Well
Look
done.
at that. Winter Tour Cricket Club.
Beautiful.
Loving that. Number 56 they've given me. Kind of part of the
and
team
now
there.
you just have to change your name. But
no, it's okay. It's Andrew. It's Andrew.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much,
Thank
John, and
you,
everyone for visiting. That's very kind.
Thank you, very kind.
And I think you got a fan for life here.
Lovely kit too, isn't it?
Now you have to come back to Switzerland.
Okay, well, maybe that's my yearly appearance.
Hold the World Cup
on the ECN.
We need him. We need Andrew Leonard. But welcome to everyone that's watching. And I know you might be watching on Swiss Sport TV, of course, if you are in Switzerland right now. I think that's how Rico is tuning in today.
Is he? Okay,
yeah.
He's watching at the hotel then. P.O. hasn't got enough of it. He's got it so badly he's going to survive, though.
Yep.
Didn't get all the way out.
Isn't cricket funny that you get penalised for hitting the ball better? Same as like when you play and miss. It's that you'd rather miss by more, because if you just touch it and nick behind, you'll be out. But yeah, big thank you to everyone at Winterthur. That's very, very kind. Yeah, so France, I'll just go back to their spinners. They've got a genuine leg spinner, then a left arm orthodox, and a right arm finger spinner. So they've kind of got all the weapons. And the issue is they always struggle to play all 3 spinners in one game. So you could have all 7 bowlers playing in a game, but for balance it wouldn't really work. But now they've got Zain Ahmed, who's left arm spinner. He's been thrown up to open the batting lately. So so with him in the side, you genuinely have all bases covered. This is going to be 4 runs, nicely whacked away. It's Crispin Webb, who has struggled sometimes to get the strike rate up where it needs to be, but he throws the hands at this and gets full value. Nice shot by Crispin. Yeah, so the only thing they don't really have is a left arm seamer. They don't have a left arm seamer. They got 4 very good right arm seamers, actually 5, because Pira Bakaran often doesn't make the side.
Who would be favourites in that competition, do you think?
A really good question.
Will Luxembourg probably be the weakest of the 3, possibly?
Yes, but they're no easy beats.
Yeah,
they've got some good players in their side as well. But I do think that they will not quite. They won't have the favouritism tag. France and Switzerland would both probably lay claim to it. France, if you want to go by T20 international cricket, France are higher ranked, but then Switzerland beat them in the recent Fledder Cup.
There might also be a case you could say that, we've got a situation where, having come off the series with so many players in good form, that Switzerland on home field might be favourites.
I think there's actually a genuine home ground advantage here because of this pitch. But having said that, France, I think they normally struggle for runs, so the fact that they have got a fairly easy batting pitch might help them in a way. Clever variation there from Agarwal. End of the over. It is 50-3 at the end of 6. So for me, it's a toss-up. I want to see how well their bowlers adapt to just the run-in and the approach on here and the thinner pitch. I would like to, So the reason France could be favourites because they're ranked higher if you look at them as a cricket-playing country. The reason Switzerland, the other thing for France, they have played ECI cricket this year already. They've already played 2 series. All right, so we've seen them twice. The other reason would be, does that go Switzerland? Was Switzerland just beat them? But they beat them on the last ball of a 2020. So they beat them literally on the last ball, which shows you that it's missing. It shows you there's not too much between them at all. Luxembourg, they'll throw up a surprise. I'd be very surprised if Luxembourg went winless, to be honest.
And sorry, how does it work?
So how it works, there's no final. It's just a triple round robin. So the teams will play each other 3 times. There's a 9-match series.
9 matches?
So you have 5 on Saturday and 4 on Sunday.
Gotcha. And then the top of the table is the kind of the winners of the series.
yes, just whoever's top of the table at the end of the series, they're declared the winner.
Yep.
The other thing for Switzerland, and this is probably the Portugal conundrum. Portugal came in red hot, but a lot of their players had played finals day the day before, and I'd never seen them so flat.
They
and
were
the home
tired.
team plays 4 matches on 4 of the 5. That'll be a
Full
no
toss, yeah, no ball
even
gonna
on
be given.
PO. Yeah, so the top, not the top team, the home team, they play matches 1, 2, 4, and 5 because
Gotcha.
someone has to play 4. So the idea is saying, okay, well, we'll make the home side do it, and that means they only play twice on day 2, whereas the other 2 sides in the competition, they play 3 on Saturday and 3 on Sunday. So
Here comes the free hit, Vinny. And no timing at all. They found it very difficult to get away. Pio could have been run out there, but he gets home a little birthday present.
we see so many run-outs on free hits, and the reason being that batters just feel like they need to score, even though it's just a regular ball. Okay, you can't get out except for that way. Pio gets another birthday present.
Well, he deserves it, doesn't he, Pio? Been great entertainment to watch. What a catch he took earlier. Just hasn't quite got the timing he would have liked thus far. And they're making him run them, aren't they?
Yeah.
No birthday presents there as the throw comes in aggressively from Ashwin Vinod.
But that's going to be a cracking series. Maybe I can have a little peek again at the Luxembourg squad as John's found a friend now. Cricket bringing people together.
Well, I think it also shows us, Vinny, as well, just how difficult the weather was.
Yeah.
We put on a brave face at points through it, didn't we? We were saying,
As always.
it's not raining too hard. Like, we played through some quite heavy rain at points. You can
These
see,
guys are tough.
yeah, you can see that with just even look at the areas of high volume, the non-strikers end, the bowlers run-ups. We had a lot of rain. That's well fielded. Great work. Kosane live wires. Tahir Khan Ahmed side, 2 overs, 1 for 8. Outstanding.
Brilliant. He's something different. And when he gets it right, it's very tough to get hold of, as we saw there. So this is the 3rd match of 5 today. There is another match coming up, of course, as there always is. 40 minutes away from a start in that one. But yeah, looking at Luxembourg, Jatin Madan, nice to see him in the national setup. I haven't seen him in a Luxembourg shirt before. He starred for Star CC at the ECL, but maybe he's just qualified. Nagiach, very handy bowler. Who else? We've got Ed Packard in there. So I mean, he's going to go in the T10 format. Mohit Dixit, I don't think that's the right Dixit in the squad. I believe it might be his brother. But I'll get some clarification on that. So there's a few big names missing out of that Luxembourg side, but a few opportunities from other players. So they're probably not quite as strong as we've seen them sometimes. So a few wildcards in there like Madan, but also a few names missing like Thomas Martin, like the Copes, like Vikram Vij, who typically leads them in the T10 format.
Where do most of the French players come from? Is there a spread right across? It's obviously such a big country geographically.
Yeah, well, France is an interesting one because we haven't actually been to France for an ECN.
You're saying that, yeah.
And we're planning to go next year. So I do hear there's something like 60 teams all sharing the one ground.
What?
Yeah, 60 teams share the one ground in Dreux. Although I think they do have some other grounds around the place. But I think
Proper volume.
typically it'll be people playing in the main competition, so they're probably within 2 or 3 hours of Paris.
Okay. Nicely steered into the offside. This chase really, well, it's not getting going. Pio gave it up. Yeah.
He's like the world's biggest cat at the moment. He's just ploughing through his 9 lives, saying, yeah, go on, it's my birthday. You're really going to run me out my birthday?
No, they're not.
You know the boom, 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 let me hear you say Pio?
Yep.
Scientists have confirmed it's almost impossible to not say Pio in that song. Well, Ayo. We actually had a guy, Ajegi Mene Ayo, who plays for Serbia.
Yep.
I think he's actually represented his home, his nation of birth before as well. So he played in the recent ECL. But now he's married in Serbia.
Yeah, sadly for Winterthur, my boys are not going to get it done here. They need 87 off 13. The game just drifted away. Kosane's bowling in the first 3 games, their first game day was outstanding. Then it went a little bit wayward, didn't it, on game day 2 and a little bit on 3. But now they're back for game day 4. Back to what you'd expect, normal service resumed. And they are very professional. Going to close out a pretty big win here, whatever happens over the course of these last 13 balls, because The required run rate is 40.15 per over.
Yeah, that's going to be tough going. But yeah, going back to Ayo, he played for Nigeria originally. Now he's played for Serbia as well.
Nice.
And he played for Istanbul KSK in the ECL. Oh, well, unfortunately for Ayo, it's the party is overtime as he just plays all around this ball from Agarwal, who's going to get a wicket off the last ball of his spell, 57 for 4.
Lovely little leg cutter. It's that change in pace again, the Srinath-esque action, and Pio's timing just couldn't get anything going. Don't worry, big man. You can thud your pad in frustration. We'll allow you to do that. It's your birthday. A very happy birthday to you. 40 years young today and plenty more ahead of you. You've given us a lovely moment with that catch in the field, and we love covering you.
Happy birthday, Pio.
Attaboy, Pio.
Don't forget, we'll see Winterthur in the last game of the day as well against the Zurich Crickets. So we'll get to see Pio again, hopefully, in that last game. Match 55.
Match 55, Vinny.
Yeah.
How many have I done of those?
I'm going to say 50 because you only missed 5.
I think I missed the first day too, so I'm going to say 45.
Yeah, you missed it, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, 45. And were you in the box with me for 2 ECL games or just the one? There were 5 over games, so they're all a blur. I think you did 2 games with me
I
in
just
ECL.
did 1.
Really?
I think it was just one and done.
Are you sure?
I think it was a one and done stint. You're going to go back and look now, but I think it was a one and done stint.
I won't. Okay, so we'll credit you with 46 games.
46, okay.
We'll have a big party if you get to 50. Now, I wasn't convinced about this one. Prabhu's getting a bowl. This is the beauty of ECN cricket. There's always something to play for. So Winterthur obviously trying to bring some respectability. Not often you're in the middle of the lights camera action.
Nicest day of the week, though, weather-wise.
How lucky are you getting 3 Winterthur games? Your team playing 3 times on the last day.
And gifted a beautiful shirt. I was also, is this
Oh,
one
Rhino!
sliced Rhino?
Oh! 0 for 2, Rhino. Remember he dropped that catch when he charged in like a bull in Pamplona in the first game that he played. Now, this is a difficult one. This would have been an absolute scene if he'd been able to poach this over his shoulder.
Well, I'm going to call it regulation, Vinny. He should have taken it. He's just given up on it. He's quit on it. Where was the dive, Rhino?
It's just so rare that the ball goes anywhere near Rhino in the field. So at least now we know where to hide people. I know it's the position that made Jonty Rhodes famous, but I think now, considering how little of the ball we've seen go to that area, if you need to hide someone, that's where to go. Not on that occasion, though.
Well, I think I've got to call that a chance at a minimum. Obviously, regulation was a joke, but yeah, should have held it. Big man, you had 2 good chances at 2 catches. You could have clipped up, got him onto your social. Instead, you'll have to wait. 8 balls left in this. Winterthur need more than 10 a ball. Not going to happen. But what can they do? Let's take a look. Big swing and a miss. For Winterthur, their lack of batting has been really devastating.
It's been sporadic, if I was being kind. I mean, it can happen. It just batting's a confidence game. Cricket is, but batting in particular, it's a confidence game because you only get really one chance unless you're PO.
PO.
So you completely lost it now. Look what we've done.
I'm long
to
gone,
you.
mate.
Last 40 over.
Edged away. It's going to be 4. Yeah, so much for that India series. It's been a long 10 days, Vin. You know that too.
Me turning up in a straitjacket. Well, Corey's reminded us. Corey Rucker's in the chat at the moment saying 591 games. He's got 9 to go to 600. He wants a parade for every 100. Corey will be coaching Spain in Group A. But here's the stuff. Because of the cricket political situation in Spain, anyone based in Barcelona, if you play for the national team, they are banned from the Barcelona competition. So 7 of his players have not swung a bat in 6 months.
Sorry, Vinny. I was only partially listening there. And,
so there's a big...
I'm pretty sure I've misheard you because you just said that anyone who plays for the national team is banned from playing cricket in Barcelona.
So Barcelona has more cricket teams than...
Anywhere in Europe,
Than anywhere in Europe.
And 150 or something.
It's like 80, 70 to 80. Than any other city in Europe. I'll come back to it in a second. And again... Rhino's back. Called him for a 2-for. Well, how about getting pumped out of the ground? That's when he gets first ball. As even Crispin Webb's cashing in. A guy that probably has a double-digit strike rate for this series. No disrespect to Crispin, who I think is a pretty good player. But Rhino's playing him into form. Maximo! Here's the Rhino. Has to go back to
Rhino.
back to the mark with the
My
tail between his legs.
question is, and if you're only tuning in for this game, you'll know the answer from earlier because me and Vinny talked about it when he came on earlier with me. But my question is, did Rhino prepare well enough? His first one goes for 6. And he gets away with it. Oh, it's not. It's a wide.
Another chance to take a wicket. So let me summarise. There's a power. There's almost like a breakaway World Series style rift in Spanish cricket because
Incredible.
Cricket Spain is not based in Barcelona. Barcelona has the most teams. Those two, I suppose, organisations not getting on, and so Barcelona, basically the Catalunya Federation, which is the area, have broken away from Cricket Spain and are threatening players. Anyone that plays for Spain is not welcome in that competition.
I think he's been
yes
taken one. Yeah, I thought he was going to just cling inside the rope. I'm not sure again whether it's necessarily the brilliance of the bowling or a bit of fortune. It didn't go for a maximum. Ashwin Vinod takes the catch.
Yeah, nicely held. I picked Rhino too far. I also picked Arjun Vinod for a half century, but he didn't bat in the top 7. He probably now knows he would have scored a half century if he'd batted because I'm picking everything right today. Rhino with the cheeky twofer. And guess what? He's got 4 more deliveries left as the score is 71 for 5.
Best time to pick up wickets this last over.
10th
Things
over.
always happen.
Also known as the charity over because just wickets get given away. Karunakaran, the new batter. So anyway, basically these guys that have elected to still play for Spain, but they're based around the Barcelona region, they haven't played cricket.
They're gone. They are gone.
They're very talented players, but how are you going to go not having picked up a bat and essentially having 3 days of cricket to hold on? Spain played really well last year.
I want a long read expose on that exact story at some point. Andrew Ryan, 2 for 18. And there's another wide. He's given us a bit of everything in this spell, Andrew Ryan.
Yeah, he has. But like I said, another opportunity to take a wicket. Gets an extra ball. Good rhythm there.
Has he got a step counter on out there today, do you reckon?
Don't know. Well, he was telling us the stories how the umpires couldn't see around him to make wide calls. That was a persistent issue yesterday. But anyway, they were able to make the call on that occasion. Rhino, I think this is now his best figures in ECN, and he'd love to get a 3-for.
Might get a 3-for. This should be taken. It's Tahir Khan. Oh, yeah, he's never going to drop it. Ahmedzai holds on. He smiles. They've got a great bond, those two. Somehow Andrew Ryan's got 3-for. I'm not quite sure how, but it shows he should have been bowling a lot more in this competition for Kasavate.
Well, I was going to call this a slower bouncer, but I think Rhino just calls it a bouncer. He digs it in halfway. Up it goes. Tahir Khan, perfect guy to be under it. And Rhino, look, he's loving it. And he's pointing, saying, I'm not going to say too many things to you, Skipper, but where have I been the whole series? He's cleaning up.
Yeah, where has he been?
3 wickets now, 3 balls to go. Could this be a cheeky 5-for opportunity? I know he's only got 3 at the moment.
We haven't had a 5-for in this entire competition. The only things we're missing so far to round out my entire ECN commentary experience, a 5-for and a golden ball.
Yeah.
We still have time, Vinny. We always have time. It's Thursday. It's turning into a terrific one. The sun is coming down, streaming across the ground. A beautiful scene here. And Andrew Ryan has 3 balls to hunt down a bit of history. Can he get 2 wickets?
Why not? Yeah. Srinath, no pressure. And he takes it. So there's 4. Oh, 4 for Rhino. The Rhino's on the charge, and I tried to jinx Srinath, and it didn't work. And so that's a golden duck. He's on a hat-trick. He's on a 5-for.
Rhino! Oh, he's getting it done.
Oh, yeah.
He is getting it done in a big way. The first ball went for 6. He's bowled a couple of wides.
If Rhino makes it onto the Hall of Fame, this will be all time because every time we get him back, and he'll be on the ECC. He's doing week 1, right? He will never let us forget it. So he's on a hat-trick. There's still, I think, 2 to come here. Yeah, it's 72 for 7 with 2 to go. If Rhino makes it up here...
Well, he could make it onto the Hall of Fame and the 5 for... Oh,
2
my.
Halls of Fame.
Oh, my.
And we see this so often that he will mention it every single time when it comes up when someone's on a hat-trick in the ECC, without doubt. All right. I got to say, I'm on board. We've only had the 1 hat-trick in here, right? Malia Stanik Zai in Switzerland. Well, the thing is, you normally bring everyone in for a hat-trick, but to be honest, I think they're safer to go out.
Vinny, I'm letting you call this. I think this is all
right.
you, these 2 balls.
Well,
Rhino.
this will be this is a moment in time. You'll remember where you were.
Where's the slip? Where's the slip,
I
Vinny?
think they're actually better to stay all back because that's where all the catches are being taken. Anyway, here we go. Hat-trick delivery. Our very own Andrew Ryan. Oh, and he blocks it. Essentially just pushed it away for 1, and now he can still get on the Hall of Fame.
That was the effort ball, wasn't it? It was quicker.
Yeah, that was the problem. Started putting in effort. It was working fine the way it was. It's not a bad hat-trick ball, though. It's right in the stumps. Good chance for LBW. Rhino perhaps blinding a succession of batters with that. That's a slightly sparse region at the top of his head. Yeah, there's the 5-wicket hauls with here. All right.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, we've seen it all. Come on, Rhino. Give us one last bit of joy. Give us the fifer.
All right.
Fifer number 17.
Last chance. Oh. Well, pity that's not stumped because that's the only way he would have done it. I think, yeah, the Rhino's charging. Well, what a beautiful finish from Rhino.
Yes, got him.
Well, rhinos, they actually kill several people a year. This time it's not a person, but it's the stumps to get absolutely demolished. And have a look at this from Rhino. Had a bit of time to think about it.
Here
He's very pro-celebration.
Bang. Oh, yeah, I love that. Pointed up to us as well,
That's a
didn't he?
good piece of cricket. He might have just nicked the play of the day off PO.
What song choice is that at the karaoke? That's the question.
That's like I don't know, but it's I get knocked down, but I get up again, maybe. But Rhino, he doesn't get credited with that wicket, but 4 wickets do fall in the over. And he'll finish with 4 for 20. So his best figures ever on ECN. Bit of fun at the end. Even in his games, they only make pretty much half the score, but it was still super entertaining, super fun. Make sure you join us for the next game starting in 25 minutes. But right now, let's go back and watch the highlights.
Yeah.
It's going to be an interesting story here. Vintage, unfortunately, the story for them. Once again, it's not able to get the boundaries when they need them.
Yeah, beaten out of sight, beaten by 70 runs. We didn't see the biggest 6, literally.
The Price is Right. He could still be climbing that hill. He needed the ropes and the harnesses, didn't he? As he went uphill. That's really fairly complete stuff by Costanay as well.
We're into silly season. I don't know what the sanity levels are now in the commentary box. We're officially into silly season, but we're having great fun. And Andrew Ryan has put a smile on everyone's face with a wonderful performance at the death. P.O., he did get 1 boundary too, but after that he just couldn't hit it anywhere. Andrew Ryan inquired about an LBW or 2, but look at him in full flow there. He was hooked away for 6. He was hit for a couple, but he won't mind. He's finishing with the brilliant figures of 4 for 20. You can see his wickets in a moment. Star of the bowling, really though, was Tahir Khan Ahmedzai. 1 for 8 from his 2 overs. Stunning young cricketer. He's going to get better and better. Also, our Javagal Srinath-esque Venu Agarwal was pretty impressive too. He ended up with the same figures. That was the end of PO. Happy birthday though, buddy.
Happy birthday, PO. He'll have a highlight. In all seriousness, that catch he took was magnificent, and he'll take that highlight home, and he'll take that highlight away, and he'll have that moment for the rest of his life. Well, it was all going awry for Rhino. Then he called it a sitter, and probably wasn't.
Regulation.
Well, we know that rhinos, they've got 4 feet and no arms, so maybe they're no good at catching, but we would see a bit of action in this last over when we get to it. Rhino came back and he went bang, bang, bang. Somebody was on a hat trick. They brought everyone in for the hat trick ball, and I think I would have just kept everyone out there. He was helped out by his teammates. I tried to jinx Srinath here by saying no pressure, but he showed no pressure, took the catch, no problem at all. So, didn't take the hat trick, but this might have been even better than a hat trick because he goes on the charge like a red rag to a rhino, and he smashes those stumps. And Costanay, they haven't had a lot go their way really in this series. That's a nice one for them, as they're just far too strong for Vim to do in this contest. The final score, 143 to 73.
Yeah.
As we look at the batting scorecard.
Big hammering, really, Vinny, wasn't it? 70 runs, and poor old Winchester's batting, it's coming back to haunt them. Not much to cheer for any of their batters. 4 of them did get to double figures somehow, but Crispin Webb is going to have work to do to rally the troops again before their final clash. And for Costanay, they've got 1 game left too. We'll see the Zurich Crickets
I'm going to
into
say
their last
positives.
2 matches.
Chris Lodge gets his first run in ECN cricket, and
God, how
he
did I
was
miss
the
that? How
he was
did I
the
miss that?
perfect man to face that hat-trick ball, because I'll say this now because maybe you won't watch this far into the broadcast. We used to call him Chris Stodge.
Oh, we can't
Because
get
of
past
his
Chris Lodge.
defensive approach, but he hasn't really shown it today. 4 for 20 for Rhino, but also how are those figures for Ahmedzai and Agarwal? 1 for 8 off there too. So just completely shutting the gate on Vintitha. We'll take a quick break. Back in about 20 minutes or so to take you into match number 54, as we'll see the Crickets for the first time today. They're playing Kosane. Kosane, their last game for their campaign. So looking forward to that. Get to see the big Rhino out there. Maybe should open the batting as well. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Lennon. We'll see you after this with more European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Switzerland time for the fourth match of the day. It's match number 54. Zurich Crickets are back, and we'll see them featuring in the last two matches of today, the last two matches of the round robin stage. They're taking on Cossonay, who are coming back after that 70-run smashing of Winterthur in that previous game that finished around about 20 minutes ago. Beautiful blue skies today. We have 23 degrees currently. So not too far off our maximum temperature of 24 that was in the forecast. Let's fill you in with what's been happening so far as far as this game goes. Tyrone Peters, a little bit of time ago, had the two captains for the coin toss. Let's see what happened.
What's the matter, call?
Tails.
Tails is the call. Wait there. It's a tail.
You're going to have a back fist.
So nice work by Tyrone, giving it the wait there call. It wouldn't be out of place in a test match, but he's telling the captain to stay there. I'll see what happened to the coin. And the news from the toss, you saw it right there, was that Cossonay winning it. And batting first, maybe they might try something a little bit different. Rhino does retain his place up to that forfeit. What about that? But got to say, I'd like to see Arjun Vinod maybe having a bit of a hit. Didn't bat himself in the top 7. Because I don't think we've seen the best of him just yet. Cossonay 17-run favourites over the Crickets. Cossonay actually now 4-5. So I suppose for Cossonay, if they can get back to 5-5, you feel that they don't have a losing record, so they've got that to play for. The Crickets, well, they could essentially have the same record if they were to win the last two games that they will play this afternoon. Aidan Andrews out there, and he's got Prabhu, Admiral Prabhu, as his opening partner for this one. So nice opportunity for Prabhu to bat a bit longer. This will be Momand to get us going for the Crickets. So great to have your company once again on ECN. ECN, I should say. If I had Momand, just waiting for the clock to tick over. Always nice when we're running ahead of schedule, but we can't start until we hit that 2:45 local. So ready, steady, let's play. Match 54 live from Switzerland. First one's a full toss, low down, whipped away by Andrews. He's going to get 4. This outfield just continues to get quicker and quicker. I think as it gets drier as well, it's getting quicker. It's been mowed several times over the course of this 2 weeks. Nice put away, just slightly erring in line there. I had Momand. What a reaction to the last ball of the last game, where Andrew Ryan demolished the stumps. We have checked the stumps, they're okay. And yeah, Momand, well, I love his hair. It's that kind of hairstyle you feel you could probably grow some tomatoes in if you just left it there, watered them a couple of times a day. Low full toss, gets good length from Momand. I don't think we've seen enough of this kind of length in this series. So, yes, there's been some great batting, but I don't think the bowlers have asked the right questions often enough of the key batters. Hello to James Stewart from Estonia. I think he enjoyed that one as well. So we'll get to have a look at Admiral Prabhu. Oh, it's well bowled. And both gloves are going to be abandoned by the keeper. Hamid Barakzai, but he's not going to win the race. That's going to be 4 runs. Lucky one. It's a genuine inside edge. Oh, doesn't miss the stumps by much at all. Barakzai thinks the diving. It's okay. Let me just hair after the ball. Yeah, once again, a sign the outfield has quickened up. That ball runs all the way to the rope. Also, you can cover drive, but also well handled. It's a sharp Sharp bit of fielding there by Khalid Niazi. I'm sure we'll see with his leg spin at some point in this innings. He's a very talented young player. Crickets have a big focus on youth and developing junior players here in Switzerland, which I think is really great. And it's really well bowled from Momand. He does go for 9. As we see, attempted a bit of fancy footwork from Barakzai behind the stumps. It will be the end of the first over, 9 without loss. Yeah, crickets have had an interesting time for a team that only have 3 wins. There's been some very good performances in there. 46 days until the ECC. It is the Euros of cricket, and it will be so great to share that with the world and a lot of the mainstream TV stations as well for that series coming up starting on the 25th of September. This is outside the off stump. Desai, the bowler of the second over. Yeah, crickets. We do have, was it 2 wins actually? A 2-6 record, but their wins are over Power CC and over the Nomads. So 2 very, very good sides. This will be a no ball, and that means we'll have a free hit coming up off the edge of the pitch. Yeah, so crickets can't actually quite get back to 50-50, but 4 and 6 looks a lot better than 2 and 8, which are their 2 extremes. Nick Henderson is in the side for the Crickets, but he doesn't have the gloves. I'm in Barakzai doing that job. Nice shot, really nice shot. Up, and that's going to be 1 bounce for Aidan Andrews. He's just been very, very reliable for Kosnay, no matter what the format of the game is. Yeah, so yeah, chasing the ball. It's its own hazard here as well. Ooh, yeah. Spotted it just in time, didn't he? Seal Hotak going after it. Oh, this could be a no ball as well. Yeah, it hits the edge of the pitch, but actually comes back nicely onto the bat of Andrews. And yeah, it goes up and under. But yeah, it comes up, and I think that's gone all the way. Yeah, it has. 6 runs. Maximo time. So originally it was no ball for hitting the edge of the pitch, which I think it does. Umpire spots it, so Andrews is going to get another free hit. Can he cash this one in as well? Cracking shot. He picks out the field and actually deflects it to the outfielder off the leg. Not the standard way to do it. Yeah, bounced off one fielder to the other. Up and over again. This time goes over that same field, and this is going to be 4. Really nice shot by Prabhu. And you hear the boos go up. Don't worry, they're not booing him. That is Prabhu coming from the Kosnay bench. This guy seems really popular with his teammates. Yeah, so have a look at this statistic. The highest individual scores ever on ECN. And Ankush Lal of the Lions, he's cracked the top 5 now with that knock of 134 earlier on today. This is in the end, it's dropped. That's Firdaus Rahimi. He's normally a pretty reliable pair of hands. He went up with 2. Just kind of burst through the middle of them, didn't it? Got up there. Got enough hand on it. So he reached it, just couldn't hold on. This is a booming, elevated extra cover drive from Andrews. Maximo! This is that. From bad to worse, drop catch, and then gets boomed. This is Andrews this time. And that over goes magical in the end. 24 off it, and it's 33 without loss after 2. Well, the top 5 is set now. Question is, can Kosnay win their last game? And if they could, they get back to a 5-5 record, which I think they'd feel is just, rather than having a losing record. Cricket's, of course, a long way out of touch, long way out of the 5, but still, I want to put on 2 good performances. There's a long time before you get to play in the ECN Roadshow again. This is uppish into the gap, though. That's going to be 4, so this opening partnership gathering steam in the second, now continuing into the third. Moman on a pretty good first over. Prabhu gets another boo as he whacks that one into the gap for 4. Just guided it, really. Three over power play, just 2 outfielders allowed at this point. This is going to be just a single. If you want to know the stories behind those other scores up there, well, Govinda Singh Bajwa, 156 not out. I'll be amazed if that can get beaten. Maybe it can be. But he faced 45 balls. Mehboob Ali, his innings had the most 6s ever in it. 20 maximos earlier this year. That was in Malta. Have a throw, but I think it's going to be safe home. Yeah, so Mehboob Ali, 20 maximos in there. That's a record. Scotty Edwards, well, that was at that point the highest score. That was in the ECL final, so it's the highest score in a final. And Muhammad Amgan Khan, at that time, it was the fastest ECN century. 27 balls, he brought up the 3 figures. That was in the EC T10 in Khartoum in 2022, which was run concurrently with the ECC. So we can't do that this year because we have 6 days a week. 6 days a week of cricket, whereas last year it was just 5 days a week, and then we'd have the weekends to do some domestic cricket. A little bit short and pulled away nicely. Prabhu making the most of his time at the top of the order. Just swivels on this. Crickets, I think they need to change tack. Momand, I can understand why you bowl him out. Bowled a pretty good first over. Has been swinging it around a bit. But I think you've got to go to spin now. For me, I'm bringing Niazi on very next over. Last ball of the power play. Pretty good one from Moman. They'll take on the single. They're going to get there. There's an awkward throw coming in. It probably wasn't really on board with the single, but he will get it and he will retain the strike. Kosanate, 44 without loss after 3. Well, then he's just popped out for a second. He paced out that big 6 that Boom Boom Vicky hit Jagdeep Tiwari in the last game. He said it was well over 100 metres. And so just taking time to recover from that expedition, I think, Lenny, at the moment. Looking at that power play. Scoring dominated by the second over. And, well, maybe I should be a captain because Khalid Niazi is going to bowl the next over. James is spot on with this information, saying that bowlers are allowed to bowl 2 overs maximum and they cannot be consecutive. So that's the thing. I often explain, I only explain this occasionally this way, but I say the reason we call it an over is because at the end of 6 balls, you have to change the bowler over. You have to change them over. Oh, this spins away from the fielder in the circle. May have got a piece of it. They're going to get 2 in the end. Prabhu having to leg a few out. Yeah, so Niazi's got to try and draw the batter forward, I think. Kind of does that time, but he probably needs to be a little bit quicker through the air to test really good batters. Because I can see him going places. I can see him as part of the national setup. It's kind of a slow turn that he gets. That one safely watched by Prabhu. Turns it too much, really. See, that's a better ball, that's a better length, and it's going to create an opportunity, or is it? It doesn't. Wow, I thought that was going to hold up in the field of play, but no good deed goes unpunished. Niazi gets swept out of the ground. Maximo! And Prabhu, just enough Although that was a much better ball from Khalid Niazi. At least to stick to that. I think Andrew Lennon would have enjoyed that one. Now it's going to be 1 run dragged away. Yeah, nice bowling block hole. Yeah, well bowled. Bit of turn and bounce there. Costner have brought the 50 up during this over as well. Hello to Abdullah Al Mamoon. Nice to see you in the chat. That's a good ball, but again, it's going to go for 6. That's harsh on the young leggy. Maximo. Good batting as well. I mean, give credit to the batter there. He turned that into a half volley, and this one just carries the rope. 6 runs to finish the over. It ends up going for 17 in total. It's 61 without loss after 4. So I've got a question for you guys in the chat. What's one way you explain cricket to people that may not have seen cricket before, don't know anything about cricket or know very little about cricket? What are your little tricks? I mentioned one of mine. As we see, change of bowling, Firdaus Rahimi continuing the spin attack. This is going to be handled eventually. Prabhu gets this one again, past the fielder. And he's placed that perfectly and with power. All the way along the deck. Beautiful shot. Once again, feeling okay on the back foot. Yeah, so mine was, did I say, way to remember what an over is? Over is when you have to change the bowler over. Great bowling by Rahimi, just spears it in. Nicely done. Well kept down as well by Prabhu. Now it's an overcooked Yorker and it's going to disappear. Abracadabra. Maximo. Prabhu into the 40s. So that takes us to the end of the over. It's 72 without loss after 5. And one name, when I was looking at the French squad for the ECI, that I'm certainly looking forward to seeing is Dawood Ahmadzai, or the muscle man, Mr. Universe I call him sometimes, because he is a very talented leg spinner. And I think that he will be a handful. Also looking forward to seeing Action Jackson for France. We talked about Luxembourg squad a bit early, so I'm just mentioning some of the players in France that we'll see. Zain Ahmed, I think we'll see him opening the batting if the T20 internationals is anything to go by. Actually did a really good job, and it means they get to play all 3 of their spinners, which are all different spinners. This looks like it's going to travel as well, and it does. Maximo. Hota, the fielder, went all the way back there. Andrew's just batting with complete freedom here. Knows they're into the second half of the innings. Knows there's heaps of batting to come as well. Gets hit back past Niazi this time. Yeah, so France, they have, like I was saying to Andrew Leonard earlier, they've got 4-prong pace attack that they like to play. Watercool Saria as well as Noman Amjad and the 2 Mungals. And then they have Zainam at the legs, the left arm off spinner. They've got Ibrahim as well, who's a right arm offie. And they've got Dawad Ahmadzai, Mr. Universe, with some mystery wrist spin. I think he's not happy with the bat here. Prabhu's broken it. You'd only change it if you really had to. And he's just going to show it to the umpire. Look, I'm not making this up. So I'll get a little bit of a time allowance for this. Of course, yeah, the clock is managed, so you can more or less trust the clock. If the clock runs out, there will be 5 penalty runs to the batting side. Prabhu's happy with the one they bring out. Clever has a very clever idea. Where are you watching from, Clever, by the way? He said, you'll ask the person, give us a sport you do understand, and I'll explain cricket in those terms. Very smart. That's actually a pretty good ball from Niazi. It's going to disappear. That brings up his 50. So Prabhu is going to bring up his first ever 50 on the European Cricket Network, and he deserves it. I don't think they've realised either. That's his 50. Either that, he was very casual about it. Now goes and fetches this one, sends this one out of the ground as well. Maximal. And Prabhu is going to move to 56 very, very quickly. What a shot this is. And see, backside. He's frustrated with the outcome because, to be honest, these aren't bad balls. It's a good variation. This is the quicker one that comes in. More or less, it's just a medium pacer that he slings down as a variation. So I've got a question for Clever in a minute. That's absolutely slammed, and that's a roofer. Maximal. Well, Samir, who's one of our blue crew, he spent a good half an hour today trying to hit balls onto the roof. Well, maybe he needs to get on whatever fitness routine Prabhu's doing, because he made that look very easy. End of the over, 97 without loss. And I won't say the C word, but you know what I'm thinking here? He's past 60 and 6 overs, so he's on track for a personal milestone. He's had most of the strike as well. And Mal Prabhu. Clever's watching from Zimbabwe. So I'm going to say, all right, Clever, let's say that people know football or soccer, depending where you're from. Andrews does the righty, gets one here. It's fielded by Norkan Amadi. So if someone understands football, Clever, how do you explain cricket on those terms? Baseball's an obvious one. I'm not going to leave that one out because that's the one I normally use to explain to people, especially in North America. Goes up and out of here. Maximal 68 for Prabhu. Previous high score of 26, but he's promised a lot more, and now he's delivering a lot more. What a brilliant innings this is. Still a long way to go, but we're definitely on the lookout. Oh, it's right at the end of Barakzai's fingers. This is a bye, I think. Though I heard a bit of a noise. Right. Oh, now they're going to take on. Oh, I think he's run out here. So that's pretty unselfish. Pretty unselfish by Aiden Andrews, who's going to get run out, but they're trying to get Prabhu back on strike just because Prabhu is on an absolute terror. Pretty nicely done by Barakzai. So a bye turns into a wicket. This will bring Narayan into the crease. Yeah. Andrews, I don't know whose idea that was, but I think strategically it makes sense to try and get Prabhu back on strike, considering how well he's hitting at the moment. Not that Andrews is hitting them badly, but it's just a selfless act. Because there was probably a 50-50 chance that Barakzai was going to run Andrews out there. So the partnership is broken. It'll be a bye and out. Now, 2 fielders get the credit for that. So whoever threw it in and Barakzai, because Barakzai provides the throw that hits the stumps. So they're just communicating that information. Okay, Prabhu does get the strike back. Now in the air, chance. Brilliant catch. So Prabhu gets the strike back, but he's no more. Khalid Niazi, what a talented cricketer this young man is. Goes down to his right, bottom corner, as they'd say in football. Just falls off the shot a little bit, doesn't he? Doesn't really commit to it. His weight was going away. But that's a fantastic catch from Khalid Niazi. And end of a very stylish innings, though, from Prabhu. 68 off 24, his final numbers. And 1 brings 2. It's 105 for 2. 2 wickets in 2 balls. Niazi will be feeling a little bit better about himself. I still think, look at these 2 overs he bowled. They weren't too bad, but just ran into a guy that was red hot. Niazi going 2 overs, none for 42, finds himself in the naughty 40s. Rasalingham. Oh, okay. This is exactly how to deal with someone that tries to do that. Turned around, just a single. Yeah, so all you got to do is watch. Look, Marianne, he's just watching him. And if you watch, then you shouldn't be out. People, all this, is it spirit of the game, is it not? And there's legitimate arguments both ways. But I'll say it again. It's the easiest thing in the world not to get run out backing up. It just requires you to pay attention and watch the bowler. Because as soon as his bowling arm comes over, he can't get you. That's the time to leave. So that's just good fundamentals from Narayanan, who I don't know why in the first place Rahimi's gone after him. But pretty entertaining stuff nonetheless. 7 overs down, 106 for 2. Already we can tell you the matchups for tomorrow because we have the final 5 established. But we can't tell you who will be in the final. We know that Alton will be there. Whoever can survive 2 sudden death contests, they'll be there with them. Nomad Segal in the morning, that's going to be a good one. So is Geneva, Paktoon Zalmi. And then the winners of those 2 games play. And whoever's surviving will meet Alton, who will be fresh as daisy. Just having to play their first match as the final in the late afternoon. Cover drive. It's Nick Henderson that does the fielding. His dad, Patrick, was telling me all about Zurich Crickets and how they coach a lot of youngsters, I think all the way from under 9s, which I think is magnificent. Oh, I like Clever's responses here. They said, how do you explain cricket in football terms? Groom with some ideas as well. Mariana faces up. And down leg side. Barakzai, we know that he's a bit of a live wire. Likes to throw from any position. It's going to be a leg bite this time. So some of the ideas here in the chat. Start with the goalkeeper and wicket keeper. Because, yeah, they're similar, I suppose. They're unique positions. Taking shots and go from there. Clever. I like what you've done with it, though. Another one. Doesn't really go too far. Barakzai hurls unnecessarily. This will be another leg bite. Yeah, Clever saying that everything over the bar, if you're thinking in football or soccer terms, everything over the bar is a maximo. The one behind the stumps is the goalkeeper. Yeah, I suppose it's probably easier to explain through a sport like baseball that has some similarities. Most places are kind of either baseball places or cricket places. Or they have similar games like Rounders is another game that's kind of similar in a way. I just tend to use different terminology. Oh, that's a nasty one for Narayanan. He just turns his ankle, but he's all right, thankfully. Yeah. I'll use terminology like points instead of runs. Sometimes people find that confusing. We're talking baseball, I'll talk about pitches rather than balls, because balls mean something slightly different. A ball is a bad ball, essentially, in baseball. The ball's out of the strike zone. We'll talk about outs instead of wickets, so I can simplify the terminology. That's something that I normally do. Last ball of the over. It's been a good one by Tarakil. And, well, Barrackside's got more work to do. Chases this one down. Loves a throw. Good throw might have him in trouble here. Would have. But as Mirwais, Barrackside couldn't handle the throw. He's not allowed to pick up the keeping gloves, though, even though they were free and available. Because I think he was a long way short. Look at when this ball comes in a long way ahead of the batter. But Narayanan, he's going to leg it out for 2. End of 8 overs, the score 113 for 2. Anyway, big thank you, Clever. And we were talking about Zimbabwe earlier, how Zimbabwe cricket's been bouncing back. They had good crowds for the qualifiers down there. Andrew Leonard was there, of course, covering it. Does a lot of cricket internationally, doesn't he, Lenny? All right, up in the air. Fielder comes in, and he won't hold on. It's Norkan Amadi again. Another very good fielder. Now, are we going to have a run out? Yeah, well, let's get a load of this one. The batter who was at the striker's end, which is Narayanan, thinks, I guess there's going to be a run here. First, that's when the catch goes down. But have a look at this. The throw comes in, hits the edge of the pitch, and they say, look, let's go. Problem is that Narayanan hears the call and so takes off. But, yeah, Barrackside doesn't actually miss the ball in the first place because he jumps on it. Don't think the bowler touches that. So it'll actually be a Norkan Amadi to Barrackside run out. You got to feel for Narayanan there. They got wickets to play with though. So no real panic. All happens in the ninth, they say. Yeah, so the edge of the pitch not being particularly kind to Narayanan, who turned his ankle on it and then gets run out off it. Barrackside had a funny decision to make. He says, okay, I'm falling over, so I'm just going to throw. Well, I'm so close I can't miss. Luckily, he couldn't. Chase in the new batter. And he's going to be tested out here. But he'll get through for the single, get another chance to face. You know, on ECN you see this kind of madness, if you want to call it that. That's a really nice shot into the gap, Jason. He's a powerful guy, we know that. It's one guy that will feature back in the national setup on the weekend in the ECIs. He's just sold in all aspects of the game. He has an international hat-trick against Germany last year in the ECC. Up in the air and out of here. Maximo. Chase in. Even though he doesn't really middle this, he gets enough. It's down towards the bottom of the bat. I think Jay's a better looking player when he plays straighter. Even that one, he drags slightly leg side. Not too bad though at all. Gets the desired result. Now doesn't commit, he's in trouble. Keeper wants it, bowler wants it, trouble ahead. And it's going to go down. And, well, yeah, I mean, I from my angle, Barracks, I called that all the way. He even clapped his gloves together to say, this one's mine. But I could just see that there was trouble coming with a capital T. Bowler and keeper come together, and bang. Can't even tell who gets hands on that. But up in Barracks, I definitely called and then throws the gloves off in frustration. I will say this, if there's one guy that can call the keeper off, it's probably the bowler, because he's the one that stands to take the wicket. I just think that the Barracks eyes, they haven't got on too well in this 10 overs, because there was that throw that Abid threw into Mirways that he couldn't handle that might have been a run out. And that really should have been a catch. 10th overtime. Right off the end of the bat of Jason. Lack of pace doing him there. It's Sahil Tarakil coming back. Crickets are very capable. I mean, they beat the Nomads in a smashing, really. There's no other way you could describe it. It was 171 to 129. Also, when they beat Power, they beat them easily. Nice shot. No ball called for off the pitch. Jason wants the 2 here. He's going to get it. That's really good running. But it's been called for off the pitch. Let's have a look where this bounces. It must have just hit the edge of the pitch. Umpire had a good look. He probably has a better angle than we do on that. And says, no, that's not going to count as a legal delivery. Free hit then. Slow ball. Hit hard. It doesn't get the elevation on it. Just a single. Clever saying that hopefully one day get to see me in Africa, particularly in Zimbabwe. Yeah, I'd love to go to Africa. I've played in South Africa, but I haven't really been anywhere else in Africa. Uh-oh, trouble. He had to kind of go through Barracks to get back. Russellingham gets kind of tied up. I'm glad he could go around a bit in the end. That is not a collision that I think anyone wants to see. Abid's full of energy. 3 to come. Slow ball, goes after it. Catching opportunity and taken. Khaled Niazi has already shown he's got a brilliant set of hands. Wrestling, I think he kind of picks the slower ball, but has to generate all the pace. You can see it was down towards the end of the bat, wasn't it? Nicely taken, good technique. And this will bring Ashwin Vinod to the crease. Should mention that Arjun Vinod not in the 11 for this match. So Jason is leading Kosane. Two balls remain. And, oh, this just blasts through Barrick's gloves. Surprise for pace there. It was through him before he knew too much about it, Abid Barrick's eye. So 132. This is pretty much a par score at the moment if you want to go on what we've seen so far in the series. Average run rate 13.3 and over. Here's the last ball. It won't be the last ball. No ball. Jay is going to don the immunity cloak. All right, last ball free hit. It is hit, and that is 6 of the best. Maximal. Or Captain J, as we can call him this game. He finishes in style. 139 for 4. Kosane, they're going to set the Crickets 140 if they are going to get the win. The two Blues colliding. Kosane slightly above average then, I suppose, thanks to that last shot. the Crickets, they have some very talented hitters in there, though. So should be a pretty even contest, I think, in the second half of this match. Let's roll the highlights. Early on, we saw some good balls from Fahad Moman, but I think just a couple of bad ones got away from him. He was a bit unlucky to go for runs there. Abbott Barrackside probably spent more time with the gloves off than the gloves on in this innings. This was a no ball for off the pitch, but also went for 6. Andrews actually looked pretty good, but the main protagonist was Anmol Prabhu with his first half century in ECN cricket, 68 of 25 balls. Bit of luck there, as Rahimi was a good fielder, couldn't pull it down. But yeah, Kosane kind of rebounding late, aren't they? But it's a bit too little too late. We know that at best they're going to miss out by 1 on the finals. Now this was an interesting one. We saw that throw come in and we saw Prabhu survive. Niazi actually bowled pretty well, but yeah, I think he's a little bit too slow through the air in these conditions. And so he was given a little bit of a lesson, although you have to say there's some good batting in there. That one straight as a die. Another thing I liked about Costa Day is they typically played the right shot to the right ball. So they were kind of hitting the ball according to the line it was bowled, not kind of getting a bit too carried away going leg side. This is a nice one by Andrews, who was able to play that one on length. But it would be a run out that would separate the opening pair. Not before. Some lusty blows. As Prabhu just continued on his way, put up his 50, and didn't look finished, did he? Just backing himself to elevate the ball, taking on the fielders and winning most of the time. It was a good catch that would undo him in the end, with the score already at 100 plus. This is how you avoid getting run out. And then on strikers end, just watch. And when he stops, the batter stops. So anyway, that's how you could affect all of those. That's how you could just stop that problem being a problem. This was the Barrackside feud where, okay, obviously being related, they weren't shy in their emotions. That's a catch, the reserve keeper. But then this is a weird run out that hits the edge of the pitch. So they decide to run, but then very quickly Rasalingham changes his mind and just sneaks back into the bushes, leaving Narayanan high and dry. The communication. Sometimes there's too much communication, and the Barrackside does nothing normally, throws from about 3 metres and destroys the stumps. Jason with a late cameo. Yeah, but again, we'd see some more issues between the Barracksides. There was that run out that went awry. And then they also have a problem here. Keeper's ball, keeper's ball, keeper's ball. And then the bowler gets in the way. And that one went down. Having said that, the Crickets, they're in the game, aren't they? That Barrackside, he's just a one-man headline, isn't he? Late in the piece, we saw Rasalingham trying to move things along, getting caught in the D. Just wasn't able to quite give an opportunity there, but wasn't able to get a boundary. Jason, though, 21 off just 9 at number 5. Makes sure Kosane have a slightly above par score on the board. 68 though for Prabhu. A breakout innings for him. And I was enjoying all the boos ringing out from the Kosane bench. Andrews did pretty well as well. Unselfish from him the way he got run out. Taking a bit of a risk to get Prabhu back on strike. 33 off 17. I mentioned Jason as well. 21 off 9 with the Maximos. Got to say that Tarakil bowled really well. He was my pick. 1 for 16 of his 2 overs. But Firoz Rahimi not too far behind him. 1 for 19. Also Niazi, I know he gets a bit of a demolition job done to him, but I do like his bowling and hope he keeps working at it. He's a guy I think we could see in national colours at some point in the future. So 140 even is the target for the Crickets. We'll be back in just a few minutes to see if they can get the win or whether Kosane will finish with a win. Andrew Leonard will be back with me shortly. For now, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll be back after the break with more European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Switzerland on a beautiful sunny Thursday afternoon. Nowhere I would rather be than right here on the European Cricket Series as we head into the second half of match 54. Cossonay, their last chance to impress, as we know they'll narrowly miss out on the finals tomorrow in this game. They've impressed us with 139 runs. Cricket's chasing 140 for victory. Andrews to get us started to Tarakil. First one pushed and the Rhino will pounce and then indoor cricket style back flick. Well, these are skills that you pick up in the wild. Just watch this. He could have thrown instead. Being a Queenslander, he played a lot of the Australian style indoor cricket growing up. This was pretty close. The bat seemed short of the line, but look at the way he just heaves it off. That would have been one for the highlight reel. I believe you don't see that not often. Norcan and Marty at the other end. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, welcoming back after a nice kind of mid-afternoon, I won't call it siesta, but
Slumber.
Yeah, he's just back after a bit of a breather. Andrew Leonard.
Well, I was just in need of it, Finn. It's been a long 10 days, well 9 days in total on air, but
I explained that you paced out the 6, which involved you going up the hill, and that you would just need a bit of time to compose yourself.
I reckon it was 110 yards.
Yeah, I believe you. Andrews has been really good in this series. He's constantly picking up wickets. And because he bowls up front, those wickets are kind of worth a bit more than wickets at the back. Because they're the runs that you save, the potential runs that you save.
Particularly if you got like 4 for 20 right at the death in a game that was already gone. That wouldn't really count as a proper 4 for, would it?
Yeah, exactly. Andrew, we're talking to you. It's up in the air. And it's going to trickle towards the boundary on a couple of bounces. Amati takes on the infield because it is a power play over. The first boundary for the Crickets.
Nicely played by Norcan Amati. Very, very important that he gets runs for the Crickets to try and chase this total down. He's one of the few players in the Crickets that strike up over 200 comfortably.
Well, slices this one in the air. It's a tough one. Jason making good ground. Can't quite hold on. Did the hard work. Now they're going to take 2 on the drop. It's Che. He's got a good pair of hands, but when you're running full pelt at the ball, your eyes are moving. You're not really stable. So this is one of those ones where, maybe if he'd dived, it would have been, wouldn't have had the issue of the feet bouncing, taking steps as he was trying to catch it. Anyway, it's the end of the first over. It's 7 without loss after 1. 117 matches since the Golden Ball. Well, guess what? There's this one and the next one. Andrew Leonard, he promised just a Golden Ball. I still think he should have signed a piece of paper that said that he stays on the tour until there's a Golden Ball.
I can't wait to receive the text from you to tell me when that Golden Ball jinx breaks.
Here's the deal we'll do next time. I'll say, look, we'll pay you X for the series. We'll pay you X to come in on the tour. As Ashwin Vinod starts with a pretty good ball up in the block hole. And you get X amount of money. I know you're not cheap, so then you have to continue until there's a Golden Ball. But that might be one match. It might be, what's our record? 405? I'd like to see you doing 405. Anyway, this is pushed over mid-on, and that's going to be 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. Again, not a bad ball, but I think he just saw what works. Get up in the block hole. I think he pulls the length back a little bit. Whether it's by luck or design, I'm not sure. But nice straight hit there. Nice high elbow from Tarakil.
Could be a remarkable sequence and watch as you're waiting for the Golden Ball to break. And as you get close, like near misses.
Oh, yeah, definitely. This isn't a miss, though, from Tarakil. Goes up and over the top. Maximo! Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. You know what we love here on the ECN. Sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. I know we're all missing Rico a little bit today, so that one's for you. I'll actually need to take a breather myself after that. Don't know how he does it every time.
Well, I think that young Tarakil has been inspired by watching the main man, Arif Sanger. It was the look away 6.
Ah, yeah.
Smoked
too
into the
cool
distance
to
and
watch.
just turned around. Knew it was 6.
Yeah, too cool to watch. That's my question for the chat. What have you been too cool to watch? So, maybe some people, they say, oh, I don't watch the Ashes and all that other cricket. I only watch the real cricket ECN. You know, maybe that's an example. Let us know in the comments. Anyway, this is going to be basically swept around the corner as a low full toss. There really is such little margin for error because earlier in the over, Ash got one pretty close to here and it was in the block hole. This one just a little bit leg stumpage, a little bit full. Gets the treatment, 4 runs.
Could be in for a good game here. Really nice start from the Crickets. Nurkan Ahmadi, longer he bats, the closer the Crickets will get. Good ball striker, isn't he?
Last ball the over. And he knocks him over. So Ashwin has the last laugh. Ahmadi swings all around. A little bit of induct there as well as it crashes into middle stump. It's the end of the second over. 22 for 1.
Yeah, big moment this. He just plays a shot a minute, Nurkan Ahmadi. That's gone a long way in.
Yeah.
You would have felt that it was there into the hitting arc outside the off stump. Instead, cuts him in half, and the middle stump gets cleaned up.
Ashwin's quite interesting because he's got what I call a bit of an ambiguous action, that he can actually swing the ball both ways, and it just seems that some days they go in and some days they go out. So I think he's still kind of coming to terms with his own natural variation, if you like. I think he does bowl. There's more days where he bowls than swingers. That was a pretty good one. It went a little bit off the deck as well. Too good for Ahmadi. He drove straight through the gates. 22 for 1 as we look at the table. Kosane finishing up here. And then, yeah, we'll have the big Crickets versus Vinter, the clash to finish.
It could be 10th v 11th.
Yeah, but it could be the battle for the spoon, as we'd say.
Yeah.
You don't want the spoon, the wooden spoon.
You never want the wooden spoon.
The wooden spoon for last.
I remember when I first heard that term. I vividly remember it. It's funny how these things affect you when you're a young kid.
Full toss, and that one is out of here. Abracadabra makes it disappear. Maximo. Tarakil hits that attempted Yorker out of the ground. Again, Andrews just misses. Pays a big penalty.
Yeah, pumped down the ground for 6. But I remember the first time I heard it used, and it was always used in a rugby context during the Five Nations as it was when I was growing up.
Yeah.
And the team that finished bottom would get the wooden spoon.
Well, that's a cracking shot. He just moseys down the pitch and cracks it over cover. Maximo, that one was pure from Tarakil.
Yeah, beautiful shot this. Just the way in which he gets that footwork going and then a flourish, a kick out of the back leg. There is some of the fans in.
You should be sitting over there because you've got a shirt now.
I should be in my Winterthur shirt over there.
There's Chris Lodge, who now has a run, which was off the hat-trick ball. Shorter, that's not going to work. I can see he's trying things because the full didn't work, but he just didn't quite hit his spots. This one was asking for trouble, 4 more. So Julian Dawson's already said it's too cool to watch Love Island. Yeah, what are you too cool for? When I was a kid,
I've never watched Love Island and I'm not
No.
too cool. It's just that's my choice.
I could see you on some sort of reality show. And because you've got, you know how they're always searching for people with, like, they really ham up their careers?
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
So this is turned leg side 4 more, and something about opening bowlers coming back, just getting absolutely taken to the laundromat as Andrews goes for another 4. Nice batting though from Tarakil. Yeah. So, for example, on these shows like The Bachelor and all these kind of dating shows, there's always like Entrepreneur, and it's always kind of not very clear but where people are doing. Basically, they're trying to get famous. But you'd be a good one, international cricket commentator.
Thanks,
and they take all your best bits where you look the most professional and cut them in.
Yeah, yeah. Get a little hype reel
Are
together.
you looking for love?
Good
All right,
question.
in the air and 6. Maximo just carries the line. Tarakil is on an absolute barnstormer in this over. It's gone 6, 6, 4, 4, 6. That's not a tennis score. That's just the first 5 balls of this over.
Great camera work again to show that it did get over the rope. And of all the people to be dispatching, Andrews, who's been pretty threatening with the ball, he's picked up 12 wickets in the 8 games up to the previous one. Just see if that will update. Might be more, actually. Hold on. Give me 10 seconds, Vinny. I'm still learning this.
This is the ECN. You can have 8.
Yeah, still learning the. Yeah, okay. He's got 12. We're just sticking with 12.
All right, let's go with that. Last ball, the over, and it won't be. Great effort from the keeper.
Yeah, he's got 13. It hadn't updated. He got 1 for in the last game. But he's generally been pretty good. 13 wickets, 3rd leading wicket taker in the tournament. And he might have come into the last day thinking he could catch Kanik Shah, but he's got away. This is going to be a free hit, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a hooper. That's it.
Carl.
Yeah, that's a Carl hooper. You read my mind. I was just thinking that
50
50's up. Yep. change a keeper, by the way, for Costaday. Here's a free hit. And they're not going to run. First time that we don't see them taking on a silly run on a free hit as we get to the end of the third over. It's 50 for 1 after 3. Yeah, we've got Uday Kusapati behind the stumps. Wazim Javed having a run around in the field. Maybe we might even see him bowl. Last game, I suppose.
Well, I've got to get a photo of this ground in the beautiful sunlight, Vinny, because it just hasn't looked like this, has it, throughout? Yesterday, I don't know, I'm not sure you might have not been here at this exact point, but it went really dark yesterday.
Yeah.
It was almost like the winds of change as it came about, and after that darkness comes the dawn. Beautiful weather.
Just in time for you to go back to Ireland. I don't know, you'll be watching. Yeah, we've got nice weather expected. Tomorrow's a high of 28 and sunny, and then, and then 29 and 28 in the weekend.
Thanks, Vinny. You really just rubbed that in nicely.
Right now it's 23, 24, so it's going to be a few degrees hotter. Here's Tahir. It's a bit wide, missing the leg stump. This is one thing I really like about the wide regulations here, because in a lot of cricket this might not be a wide, but when you start introducing judgment on these, you just get so much inconsistency. So actually, even though it's a harsh call on the bowler, if he'd hit the stumps, he wouldn't have had a problem. Tarakil on 38, but this will be his biggest challenge yet, I think. And he's up to it. He goes up and over. Maximo into the 40s. Bit of a one-man band. Strap on the foot symbols, because at the moment Tarakil is winning this on his own.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from Tarakil. I thought Ahmadi was going to be the one who held the key Norcam, but Tarakil 44 off 12. Could we have a 13 ball 50?
Oh, we probably should have, except this is clever bowling. It's the overspinner pushed through, and that's the end of Tarakil. Nicely held. I mean, the Rhino was in the area charging down, but he thought better of it, as that will be the end of Sahil, who batted very well for 44, but he goes off the unlucky 13th ball. It's 57 for 2.
Yeah, it could have been a 13 ball 50. Instead, he's gone for 44. He's disgusted with himself. One of those deliveries, actually, he'd have been better off opening up and smashing it over the offside, because it was short and wide. He's tried to pull it.
I actually think it was deceptively quick.
Yeah, very quick.
So it looked like just a filthy half tracker that he could have smashed for 6 over the onside, but with the overspin that Ahmed Zai's getting there, it was just rushed onto him a little bit. So you just reminded me of a moment, and I think it was from the ECS in Croatia in 2021, where Peter Aman, or he's known as Brooklyn, because he would wear a Brooklyn basketball cap, and he wanted to bowl in it. Yeah. And then he got told, even though you're within your rights to bowl in a cap, but then I think the umpire had a word and said, "You sure? Don't you want to give me your cap?"
Yeah.
It's a bit, village, even though it has been done at high levels. So then he takes his cap off, and his hairstyle is the same as your hairstyle, Lenny. So he's not carrying anything upstairs.
With you.
Oh, wow, that's a shot and a half from Niazi. Comes out, hits the 6th first ball. It's leg spinner versus leg spinner action here. Maximo, the early points to Niazi.
Good shot, that.
So
yeah, two talented young cricketers. Sorry, Vinny, go on.
Here's the funny thing. The batter requested that he please put the hat back on because of the shine off his head. And this is deadly serious. The batter said, "No, can he please put the hat back on because I can't see the sun's reflecting off his head." And I just thought, if you were to go out there and roll out your leg spinners today, you could have a similar issue.
Yep.
How much hair did you have when you were playing?
Very little, Vin.
Yeah.
I've had a few comical moments in my career too, including one that the boys got the most hilarity out of. It was a big game as well. I think it was either the Irish Cup or the Leinster Cup, quarter, semi-final. And when I first came back to the game after having travelled for 4 years, my fielding was weak, but it worked really hard on me, and I actually said that I feel my fielding's weak, and I spent like a year, 2 years working so hard on it.
Well, this is a false shot. Rhino! He's got it! Now finally, Rhino holds on to one. And we saw him clang something pretty similar. He almost breaks Tahir's ribs as he comes in and gives him the chest pump. Another wicket goes down. Cricket's falling away in a hurry now, 64 for 3.
Isn't it lovely? I think Tahir Khan Ahmedzai took 2 of the catches off Andrew Ryan's bowling, and now he takes one. They share a big bomb, these two. Ready for the collision. Here comes the boom.
Oh. Tell you what, as Captain Sully said as he was about to land on the Hudson River, brace for impact. Look at poor Tahir. He does not know what he's in for. And just look at his head rock back here.
Boom! There he goes. Very good, Rhino. That's an
It's an unfair collision.
I thought the body checks were saved for the AFL field from Andrew Ryan.
And I don't know if we'll have time for this one more time, but yeah, he's certainly given it to the young man.
Back live with you now.
Back
Left
into the
alone.
left.
Yeah, left alone, just outside the off stump.
Yeah. Well, there's a bit of Dallas 1963 about that, wasn't there? Really, with the head movement of Tahir. But anyway, it does take the wicket.
But yeah, certainly I worked hard at midfielding to get to a point where I was one of the better fielders in the side. And we all occasionally have a problem with the Skyer. I've had one hit out to me. I lost my footing, classic damp Irish day. Big, I think it might have been John Mooney hit it out to me, the former Irish player.
Oh, yeah.
And big moment in the match. And I've not only dropped it, but it's come square off the bonce, straight off the head. Now the cap on, so it didn't really leave a lump. But the glasses went flying off. It would all,
you used to play with glasses?
I'm always playing glasses,
Is that right?
Both on my leggies. And kind of the back feet went from under me. Here comes Andrew Ryan into the attack.
Oh, here's
Rhino.
Rhino.
Commentating on him.
Oh, and he gets the wicket first ball. It's 5 for the day for the Rhino. Oh, he wouldn't be out of place on the streets of Pamplona at the moment. He's charging down. A bit of help off the body, I think, in the end that time, down onto the stumps. The Crickets have collapsed in calamitous fashion here. And that is actually 4 wickets down, but they've lost 3 for just 7 runs.
Well, if yesterday was all about Arif Sanger, maybe today is turning into the Andrew Ryan show. It's good delivery. Nice little bit of movement back in. He's released it out nicely. It's come off probably the back of the shoulder, in and around the armpit, something like that. And isn't he pumped up, Andrew Ryan?
Well, I wouldn't say Niazi really has these, but it's kind of come straight off the love handles there. It hits him, the side between. I guess it's his side. I'm not a doctor.
Real fortune for Ryan, but he'll take it. It's funny how the game goes, isn't it? Doesn't get to bowl much. Now he's finally brought in and given a chance to impact the outcomes. 4 for 20 in the previous game.
His run-up seems to be getting longer with every wicket as well. Have you noticed that? He'll be coming off the sight screen in no time.
Turning into Michael Holding, isn't he? Whispering death coming in.
All right. So Nick Henderson comes in. They're ahead on the run rate. That's the thing, the Crickets. But most of their runs have been scored by Tarakul so far. 44 out of the 64 on the board. This is a low full toss, but he can't get it through the field. Okay, so that was your moment, was it? Where you
not only did it come off the head, I think the cap fell off and the glasses came off. And because I didn't have my glasses, I didn't know where the ball was. And it was just one of those moments of ludicrous hilarity that, certainly.
Are you better off searching straight for the ball or searching for your glasses?
Well, that's the problem.
Then you can find the ball easier.
Certainly wasn't finding the ball without them. Yeah, took some brilliant ones in my time as well. We all have. We've all had glorious and farcical moments out in the pitch. That's why we love the game.
This one's, it's not going to be called. Well, Rhino does have a bit of a natural advantage of blocking the umpire's view. Actually blocks the camera's view as well with his large head. For me, that's straight over the line. It should have been called a
massive wide.
But what can you do?
That is a massive wide.
But all the umpire sees is a massive blue shirt obscuring his vision.
He's just blinded by the number 3.
Yeah. Henderson, rough end of the stick there. Going to try it again, right?
Oh, wicket maiden watch. Wicket maiden watch.
Umpire this time wants help, but I got a feeling this one might just be
this
okay.
This one's fine, yeah. I think this one's okay.
But look at the umpire. He's actually moving to try and get a better look at this. Just have a look at the umpire's position as well as we see the ball. Again.
Oh, no, it's another wide.
No, I think that's okay.
Wide, man. That's a wide, Vinny.
That's inside. What are you talking about?
Well, he's got away with 2, and we're now on wicket maiden watch.
I think they've said that's okay as well. Lenny's seeing things now.
Well, I'm not.
Here on day 11. Edge and gone! Another one for the Rhino. It's a great catch by Krisapati, who's doing the job behind the stumps for Kosane. Such is the speed of Ryan that the keeper does keeping their helmet back. But that's a regulation, Nick, and what a great catch.
Yeah, brilliant delivery this. Got to give Andrew Ryan credit. We've had a bit of fun as well, just winding our co-commentator up. But this is really nicely bowled.
Nice bit of keeping as well, because he's slightly wrong-footed because of the natural in movement that Andrew Ryan gets.
Look at the shape, and then just, devils away. Good catch.
Yeah, and when you're keeping to this pace, I suppose not quite, international pace, it kind of goes straight into the right glove, doesn't it, of Kusapati. He throws it to no one in particular. But, yeah, it's actually more difficult keeping to something about Rhino's pace. Let's call him 70 miles an hour, something like that, maybe 110 to 115.
62.
62 is way too. that's insulting. No, but it's actually easier to keep someone 90 miles an hour because you're so much further back. You've got more time to set your feet and for your feet to come into it.
Double wicket maiden watch, Vinny.
Oh,
double wicket maiden watch. Triple wicket maiden watch.
Jumper kill, the new batter.
Oh.
As soon as you mentioned it, Henderson goes for a 4-ball derrick. As we get to the end of the 5th over, the score is 65 for 5, and Andrew Ryan take a bow.
Well
2 for 1
bowled.
off the 5th over.
Well bowled. End of the 5th over. Come on, Vinny. Let's have a look at these squads then.
Rhino said he might not just be doing week 1 of the ECC if he gets picked for Switzerland.
Hey, strange things have
because they're
happened.
playing in week 3. These are the squads. And, some names in there I'm really looking forward to seeing in a Swiss shirt. Idris Hark, who's had such a great tournament for Geneva. Who else have we got in there?
Musa
Hassan
Ahmadzai.
Ahmed. I've got the Musa Ahmadzai.
Yep.
I know Taran Tanabala Singham is somebody that has been pushing for that next level, so he'll get an opportunity as well as some players that are national regulars, but we haven't seen too much of in the series, like Kanado Fletcher and Ali Naya, who will lead the side. They're both part of the power setup, but just because of the fact that so many games are on weekdays, they haven't really been able to play.
Asad Mahmood's been excellent, hasn't he, too?
Yeah. Hitting form, and he just became a father as well for the first time last Sunday.
Congratulations. Great to hear.
Well, this is straight up in the air, and he's such a good fielder, he's not going to drop it. Tahir gets his 3rd wicket, and the cricket's just falling apart before our very eyes here. Barakzai goes for a 2-ball duck.
And look at the score. The number of the beast is up there. All the 6s, 66 for 6. He's an excellent fielder, and he's a talented young bowler too. Keep your eyes on him in the future. Tahir Khan Ahmadzai, I like watching him. And I know that him and Andrew Ryan share a special bond every time straight over to each other.
Yeah,
whenever one gets the wicket.
I was going to say, he had to have eyes on the ball, then had to quickly have eyes for Andrew Ryan to make sure that he wasn't given 2 more broken ribs. But, Tahir, again, I think that's the 2nd ball of that kind of length that's taken a wicket because it hurries on to the batter who, if you're too late playing those shots, especially if you're trying to pull to the leg side from outside off, if you're late on it, they just go straight up in the air. There's been 2 of those. So one Barakzai will replace another. Oh, this one is short, but it's a different line, and it's nicely played by Barakzai, who gets inside it and swats it away for 4.
Yeah, nice way to start for Mirwais Barakzai. Lovely to see that you obviously think about some of the journeys some of these players have made. Lots of Barakzais together. I think in the previous game, what did we have? Lots of. I have to look back and check. I think there was. What did we have? 3. There's some Ahmadzais. We've had.
Yeah.
Staniksai. There we are.
Yeah.
3 Staniksais, wasn't it, in the Ulton team? We'll see them in finals day. But isn't it amazing? You think of the journey, like somebody like one of these guys who might have come from Afghanistan originally, to then be able to come and play cricket with their brothers or their cousins. A world away from home, it just must make them feel so much more together.
Cricket is what these guys have grown up with. This is a free hit because it was called a no ball, that previous delivery. But cricket gives a sense of
belonging,
where they came from. Yeah. And a lot of these guys, when they've come here, they think they're leaving cricket behind.
Yeah.
Honestly. And a lot of them, they don't discover it straight away when they come to a new country. Oh, that's out. Yeah, it's just hurrying on, and now he's trying to say it's going down leg side. A better argument would be outside off. It basically shows that Barakzai's got no idea where his bat is, but that looks out to me. 73 for 7.
Well, Barakzai trapped LBW by Tahir Khan Ahmadzai. He's going to steal the limelight from Andrew Ryan in this game, but look at how pumped up Andrew Ryan is for him. And Kosane, well, they're going to be devastated not to be there at the finals. And this, I thought, like you, was as plumb as they come. Maybe
Impact
the only
is-
argument, impact outside. But for me, as a leg spinner, on your way.
Yeah,
That's salmon
and
trade.
it's not
Out.
really turning right to left. It's sliding on. So for me, that's umpire's call on impact. I think there's something in line with the stump there. So I don't think even if you had DRS, it's going to get overturned. But the funny thing for Barrack's eye is he's trying to say, look, it's going miles down leg side. So he just kind of lost his bearings.
Not right.
Yeah.
Not right. Punch of the air, July. Chance at the one thing we haven't had. 5-wicket haul. Real chance now. He's only got one ball to do it. He'd really deserve it too. Come on, Tahir Khan. Ahmed's eye.
Same ball sliding onto the stumps. Oh, pretty good. Yeah, maybe it was the googly.
It was the googly, yeah, to the back of the hand.
Into the over then, and Ahmedzai, not quite your 4 for 20, but not far off, 4 for 22. This one will figure 73 for 7. What a collapse, though, because don't forget, at one point, they were 57 for 1, so they've lost 6 wickets now for just 16 runs. If you want to be more dramatic, they've lost 5 wickets for 9 runs.
3 ducks as well in that collection. Gorgeous weather. Vinny, this is the dream you sold me.
Yeah.
Before I came. And it's
Stay.
It's come.
Stay.
It's taken a little while.
Go on.
But, you know, we've got there.
You know, Rico's already going to Dresden on Sunday, so you can definitely... I'll even give you Friday and Saturday off. Just lounge around, do whatever you like. Come back Sunday.
See Winterthur, maybe?
Yeah, see Winterthur. I know you'll probably get a ticker tape parade down there. The number 1 ticket holder. Well, he whacks this into the side of the pitch, and just get a load of this. Have you ever seen anything like this?
No, Vinny's the answer. Like many times when you've asked, have I seen this before? No.
So this is actually an offside flick to the leg side. Well, okay, this is up, and it is going to be 6. Maximo, what a shot from Jabakil. I still can't work out what happened to that ball before.
Well,
Did he hit it into that side of the pitch, or did
I don't
hit the
think
back
he
of
did
his bat?
actually. No, I think it's somehow skewed off the back of the bat.
Because the way that the pitch, I thought he'd hit it into the edge of the
No.
pitch and bounced off,
No.
but that's impossible. Right?
We're in silly season, Vinny. We've entered silly season. We're right there, you and I both.
Oh, yeah. This is Razzling him. He's getting a bowl. So they're trying a few different options. I like this from Costanet as well.
Yeah.
They know they've basically got the crickets on toast here. Some places they do eat crickets, you know. They're very good for you.
Well, somebody, and he will remain unmentionable because I don't want to scurry his good character, offered me some horse meat yesterday. I declined.
That is a delicacy in some places. Oh, look at that. That's turned a mile, mainly because it's bounced on the grass. No ball, plus possible run out coming here. I think he just gets home. But there, that's a big no ball from Raza.
Yeah, pitched on the side of the pitch, so can't be out unless you're run out. Now, how's he gone getting home? If the throw was better, I think he could have been in trouble here. Throw was better, he was gone.
No. Oh, does he have the ball still?
I think he does, yeah. I think this is danger. The bat's got stuck.
So the thing is, okay, the ball's in his hands there. He's out if he's broken the stumps legally here. So look, here, the bat plugs. It's definitely not in. Is the hand holding the ball there? So this is my only thing. The ball's in contact with the hand, but is he holding it? In my opinion, I don't give that out as a keeper because I feel as a keeper you don't get the benefit. And
decision not out. Free hit incoming.
Not out. And it had to be because he didn't think he had the ball. So this is where, now we're getting super technical, right? There are certain times you have a loose grip of the ball, and when you hit the stumps, the ball falls out. And that's technically out. But for me, looking at that replay, he's still touching the ball, but I don't think he's holding the ball. And the laws say you must be holding the ball. It doesn't just say touching the ball. So that's just how I feel. And I feel as a keeper, you have an obligation to make that clear that you're holding the ball. So that was a bit technical. It could have gone either way.
Uday Kusupati is everywhere.
Yeah.
Involved again.
How unlucky to go on the bat plug, though.
Yeah, that would have been
on
tough.
the line.
Oh, he's involved again.
Yeah, it's off the body, I think, this time. And so probably doesn't cost them too much. Maybe just gives a chance for someone else to get a bowl down the stretch here. Razat probably gets one more chance to take a wicket here. Oh, it's a big edge just flying away. Will they get to the rope? It does. So, Quattro Caderas, Hotak off the mark. It's the end of 7 overs. It's 90 for 7. So Razza bowls some nice balls in there. Doesn't get too much justice. Hey, tell you what, looking at the chat, Groom has mentioned something else we haven't seen, not just the 5-wicket haul, but we haven't had the golden ball yet. So maybe golden ball last game. This is the last game. Winterthur against the Crickets. It's the battle to avoid
the wooden spoon.
The wooden spoon. So it's like the reverse final. Crispin Webb will be leading Winterthur in that one. And the Crickets, I think they go in as slight favourites against Winterthur, although those two teams have a combined record of 3 and 14.
Good numbers for Firdaus Rahimi there in the fantasy. Yeah, he's in over 600 points.
Is he a bargain?
Ball. Yeah, definite bargain. Get him in.
Oh, Ashton Vinod stealing an over off someone that might want to have it. But here he is, just doing as he's told here in over number 8.
No, there's a tradition. Andrew Ryan's over is the 9th, so he's got to bowl the next one.
Yeah.
You know?
Definitely see more Rhino. How many does he have in this game? 2? 2.
Is he
2 for 1, right?
2 for 1, yeah. He's only bowled 1 over. He's
just a single.
Got to get him back involved.
Yeah, so Winterthur one. It's a pity we haven't registered you as a player. Otherwise, I'd love to see you running out there in your Winterthur shirt.
Well, I tell you, stranger things have happened.
Well, I think Ashwin's just got to put one at any one of those 3 sticks at the moment. He's just done himself too much movement there. Hotak plays all around it.
You only need 19 and over. Just that 7 wickets down makes it very unlikely.
That's an okay shot compared to the others. Bermuda Triangle forming. Chase in once again. Can't multitask and sprint and catch at the same time, though. Does make very good ground to get there and turn it into a potential opportunity.
He's put a few down, hasn't he, Jay Singh? I know he's caught some too, but
the truth is with these, when you're running so fast, you often don't really organise yourself in an easy way to catch the ball. I still think that if you can get a dive in at the end, you're just a bit more stable with your eyes at the point of impact.
Now, how's that one gone here? Because I need to ask you something here. Look at the artificial piece of the crease on the right here.
Yeah.
On the right. What's happened here? So
I think it's
kind of blown up at the same time.
It's the impact.
And then the leading edge.
Yeah. Yeah. X-Files. I think this is going to be a leg bye, even though you could argue he's not playing a shot here, but I think in his mind he wants to play a shot, but he just gets done on the line of the ball. He just gets in his own way. So I think that's fair enough. Give him a run. You get a run and you get a run. Everybody gets a run, including Andrew Lennon in the commentary box. 95 for 7 after 8. James Stewart from Estonia saying, Lenny, thanks for taking Vinny up on his offer to join this excitingly strange thing we call ECN. It's been fantastic to hear your debut, but let's make sure it's not too long until your return.
Well, I think it might be the one and only appearance for this year, Vinny. You know my schedule for the year. I'm going to struggle.
Sunday. Some top class 10 over international cricket.
No, I think it's for 2022. Oh, no, it's not even 2022. It's 2023. I've lost a year. I've lost a year, Vinny.
I mean, the first thing you have to do, of course, I did take your passport on day 1.
No. I double-checked that last night.
If you want to
double-checked that last night. And
you're going to have to go through me.
I inquired to the airline, which is named, shall remain nameless, whether I could fly on my driving license. They said yes, just in case.
Right? Ah, is that right? Because Ireland not part of the Schengen area, but then I suppose neither is Switzerland technically.
Yeah, I met a Swiss person who had flown on their driving license on the plane as well, which I thought was interesting.
As a passenger, you're not flying the plane.
No, correct.
Their pilot's license for that.
Yeah.
Just be clear to everyone. All happens in the 9th.
Happening. Certainly, I'll come back next year, Vinny. I promise you at some point. I'll find it.
Okay.
Find a slot.
We'll find a slot.
We've got 3 T20 World Cup qualifiers, regional ones. Africa.
Do we swap for a series? This is Narayanan, by the way, getting a bowl. Let's see if he can get his first wicket.
Do I have to wear your clothes then? Though that's the question.
Yeah.
Well, you probably actually would. Well, maybe.
Yeah, and you have to eat as much as me as well. This is going to be through the offside. They're going to go for 2. Oh, no, they're not going to go for 2. Probably just as well. Yeah, we can swap. See, I can do it. I mean, you do a very good job.
Thanks for the
If I need to, I suppose, tone it down a little bit, I probably can.
Not sure you get away with the Maximo shouts on an ODI, to be honest.
We'll see.
Oh dear.
We'll see.
We will see, won't we?
If there's one thing we know about ODI cricket is it's doing really well, and don't change a thing.
I think you're trying to be sarcastic there, but I'm going to take you at face value and agree with you. I don't think the game has ever been better at the ODI level. Cricket World Cup qualifier,
Welcome
and indeed,
to 1987.
Cricket World
with
Cup
our
League
special
2
guest,
was just
Andrew
majestic.
Leonard. All right, in the air and hammered and 6. Maximo. Great shot by Jabakil. It's a bit of a straight pull down the ground. Shane Warne actually called a Maximo in the Big Bash. I think it was because he misspoke, but still, there's precedent. If he can do it, let the world own it. It's open source.
If Shane Keith Warren can do it, anyone can. What an icon he was.
Unless that thing is ripping leg spinners
Oh.
with incredible accuracy. Narayanan, last chance for him. And this will be 4 as well into the gap. Nice placement by Jabakil this time, as the Crickets have breached the 100, I should say. At the end of the night, they're 108 for 7. Now, who gets this last over? The big Rhino, he's not asking questions. He's heading straight for the bowling crease, and why wouldn't he? He's got 2 for 1. And with 3 wickets still up for grabs, could we have that 5-wicket haul that you've been searching for?
I think what Kroom means here in the YouTube chat, he's saying, did you check the details in it, Lenny? Profile photo replaced with Vinny Enrico's. What does that mean? My check-in details for the flight, or what does he mean?
Oh, what profile photo? Do you mean not your profile photo in the YouTube chat? Oh, the details. I think he's talking about your passport photo. Have you checked the details? Yeah, you might be flagged.
Good shake, Kroom. Here we go, Andrew
All right,
Ryan. He's
come
got
on,
2
Rhino.
for 1. Vinny, they need 3 wickets. They have 3 wickets left in hand. We haven't had a 5-wicket haul. Come on,
Yeah.
Andrew Ryan. Get these 3.
My thoughts exactly. Oh, pretty good shot first half. As Hotak, who honestly, for a lot of sittings, couldn't hit a beach ball. He's just completely obliterated that down the ground. The beauty of ECN cricket right there. Maximo.
The
6 to
helicopter.
Hotak.
Yeah, a little helicopter comes out, mini chopper. He's done really well to get that all the way for 6. Just a flick of the wrist, no more than that. Heavy ball hit after a heavy one was bowled by Rhino. Well, he's shown us everything. He's getting hit for 6s. He's taking wickets. Can he fight back?
I think he will. Oh, this will cost him his 5. In fact, no, it's perfectly executed by the striker to go back.
Oh, thought of a second.
Thing is, if that happened in one of your ICC games, everyone would lose their mind over it. It's just a normal ball for us. Look at this. He goes, sees it come and says, actually, hold on. If you can throw that end, I'm going to hold that end. and then gets the bye.
Yeah, I guess the unique perspectives, though, of
Yeah.
having the ridge up to the mat, bits like
Yeah.
that, do make it more difficult for the keeper.
Still hit the stumps. Wasn't the keeper's fault. Just went the wrong end there.
Yeah.
I think Jabakil, he wanted that strike back, even though Hotak did smack 6 first ball. Now he has it back. I was worried if there was a run out that it costs Rhino a potential 5 for, because it eats up one of the wickets. All right, 4 to come. This will be a good contest. This strays into the legs a little bit. Ashwin does the fielding.
Well, credit to Cosnay. They're going to close out with a win. I think they've deserved that. They're probably going to look back at that Power CC game yesterday evening and wonder what could have been, because if they had won that match, they would have then finished on 12 points and robbed the Paktoons Almi of that 5th spot. Instead, they're going to finish on 10. It's just 1 point too few.
Yeah.
And actually, with the net run rate, they're just a fraction above the Paktoons Army.
And the other thing is that, yeah, the team, 2 teams above them, Vettingen and Zalmi, 11 points. They're on washouts. So, I mean, we don't know what the result would have been if those games had been played. If it wasn't for those washouts, potentially, Cosnay might have played their way in.
What might have been for Cosnay, but Andrew Ryan's dreaming of maybe back-to-back 3-wicket or 4-wicket hauls, even if he can finish with 2 more.
I saw a great clip the other day. Speaking of what might have been, I think it was from the morning show. It's called This Morning in the UK, I think.
Yep.
Wow, that's a great shot as well. I don't think it goes all the way. In fact, it won't even make it to the boundary. Tahir will skate around, keep it to 1. And it was like an Italian chef doing a cooking kind of demonstration, and he was saying he's cooking this dish, and then I think Holly Willoughby said, if it had bacon in it, it'd be a carbonara, and the chef said, if my grandma had wheels, she'd be a bicycle. Which sometimes
he's a character, that guy. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, he's quite funny. Apparently it's a genuine Italian expression. Here's the last ball of the Costanet campaign, and they'll just trot a single here in the end. So the Crickets, will see them. Oh, that's proper. Last ball. Oh, nothing's normal here at ECN. It's just they just find a walk a single, then last moment you see the body check.
Who said cricket's a non-contact sport? That wasn't me.
There goes the stumps. Oh, so just a quick single in the end. Not a very quick one, but a single nonetheless. And the Cricket's going to finish 118 for 7. The final score, Costanet 139. The Crickets 118. We will see the Crickets again in Game 5, of course, which will start in exactly 30 minutes' time from now. News from the toss. Crickets winning the toss and batting. So Winterthur will be on the chase in that one, so stay tuned. We're back in half an hour. With that right now, let's have a look at the highlights of the second innings. And the Crickets, for the early stages, they were on the pace. In fact, they were ahead of the pace, and that's due to a decent start from the openers as Tarakil and Nurkan Amadi opened up. Amadi did hit a couple of boundaries. That was a brilliant attempt from Rhino with the indoor cricket style flick, but didn't get the wicket. Amadi, though, he was able to get 2 fours, like I said, swinging away. Certainly saw that he was keen to make the most of the power play. Jason not quite able to pouch him on that occasion. Tarakil, meanwhile, just played some very nice shots, taking on the infield. He hit 5 6s and 3 4s on the way to his 44. That was the top score. Meanwhile, we saw Amadi just missing a ball that came back in on him a little bit from Ashwin Vinod. And then we had a little bit of a partnership develop, but yeah, Tarakil, he held the key to this innings. While he was there and hitting boundaries, they were looking like they could pull it off. And ultimately, they destroyed this over. Went for plenty, went magical. And Andrews came back, he copped a bit of the same. But introduction of spin does change the game sometimes. Tahir Khan Ahmedzai came on. Then Rhino with a double wicket over. And yet, once Tarakil went, there was some tough times ahead for the Crickets as they would just basically burn out in this innings. But Rhino, he was fired up. And yeah, this one for me, it's just put Costanet further ahead in the game. But yeah, Tarakil, he got to 44, lost a few partners along the way. Ultimately, when he got dismissed in the middle overs, things just took a bit of a downward spiral for the Cricket.
Yeah, he was asking for it to go down the leg side, and it just wasn't going to go there. Trapped right in front. He's a special young leg spinner, Tahir Khan Ahmedzai. 4 for 22 he took. They kept trying their best. The Narrows Jabberkeel, who came in, hit 2 maximums, but there was action aplenty at both ends. 21 runs the margin. This was the one that was ever so close to me.
Yeah, I like that call in the end because I don't think it's conclusive. Benefit of the doubt for me about whether he's holding the ball or not. Even though technically he might have still been touching the ball, but it was all academic from here on in as the Costanet Vultures were circling. Jay again can't quite get that sprinting catch going, can he? But yeah, you got to feel for the Crickets again. They're a team that have cracked 170 against the Nomads. They didn't look like that kind of a team here. They fell well short of that target in the 130s.
Yeah, they really did. And I think for Costanet, they probably deserve this. They deserve to round their campaign out with a win. Yes, it's not for qualification. They're not going to be back here tomorrow on finals day, but it'll be 7th place overall with 5 wins and 5 losses, a 50-50 split. And Andrew Ryan very much in the wickets.
Not often you see a proper wrestling takedown move to finish a cricket match, but that's what we've got. But Costanay, I want to say a big thanks to all of their guys. They've been great with their access as well, to Srinath and to Rhino, obviously, for helping out the commentary as well. I just think the way they've approached their cricket, they're clearly a really close team. I love the way they've supported each other.
Great group.
They give opportunities to some of the other guys as well here, trying to get everyone involved, and they do finish with a win, so they finish 5-5 as we look at the scorecard for the Crickets.
Yeah, they've got a great spirit about them, the Costanay Cricket Club. Somewhere, actually, I'll tell you something, if you're watching on from around the world and you're thinking somewhere to go touring, wow. What about flying into Geneva, playing against the Geneva club, and then heading up the road to Costanay? It's not that far up to Lausanne. Beautiful part of the world too. Switzerland, special place. The two standout bowlers for me, Tahir Khan, Ahmedzai. Oh yes, he's been marvellous, that young leg spinner, throughout the tournament. And Andrew Ryan, well, we do give him a little bit of stick, but we love him deeply, and he's been outstanding. 6 wickets in his 2 games today.
And his numbers are just absolutely through the roof today, so you can certainly take that away. We won't see him again in the ECS for another year at least. Hopefully we do see Costanay again in the next European Cricket Series here in Switzerland. Okay, we've got a break now for about 25 minutes, then we'll be back with the final game, and it will be the battle to avoid the wooden spoon. Winterthur and the Crickets coming your way in 25. Until then, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Andrew Leonard. Start putting around questions in if you like during the break as well. We'll get to those when we can. Hopefully you're enjoying your day. Plenty of sunshine here and more cricket after this. You're watching the European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Switzerland. Final game of the day, final game of the group stage. This is day 11. These two are the cellar dwellers, unfortunately for them, but we do know that the winner of this game won't be on the bottom of the ladder. It is the Crickets taking on Winterthur here in game 55. Let's see what happened a little bit of time ago when Tyrone Peters, the tournament referee, acting tournament referee, had the two captains.
Zurich Cricket's the call. Tails is the call. They're going to have a bat.
Thank you. Tyrone runs a tight ship. The old TP. And you saw there Cricket's winning the toss and batting. It is match 55. And we can have a quick look at the two teams. Of course, these two not having a lot of luck today. At least one of them will get to finish with a win. Crickets just kind of fell apart. It was Tarakul that did the damage early on for them, but no one else really able to fire. Winterthur have had some good performance. I want to say big happy birthday once again to Pio De Silva, who turns 40 today, and amongst other presents, he took one of the catches of the tournament, one-handed in the circle. Watch out for Boom Boom Vicky, a.k.a. Jagdeep Tiwana, as well. He hit one of the biggest sixes, if not the biggest we've seen on this ground during this tournament. Winterthur, 11-run favourites, surprised me a little bit because they're scoring 9 fewer runs on average than the Crickets. Having said that, the Crickets have been conceding a couple more on average than Winterthur, so I think it's going to be a pretty competitive game, all things considered. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Joining me for the final time in the ECN commentary box, for now at least, Andrew Leonard. Andrew, welcome. It's so hard to say goodbye, but until we meet again, it's been a pleasure, and looking forward to this call with you.
Yeah, thanks so much, mate. One last dance for the two of us together, and one last chance for these two to get off the bottom of the table. You have to remember, Vinny, they've shown in patches. Winterthur started the tournament really well, but they've had a dreadfully difficult day today. 2 very heavy defeats. And I make the Crickets the favourites, but I'm all in on the Winterthur band, particularly now with my new Winterthur shirt. So come on, the men in red. One last time for me, Vinny.
Yeah, well, you've only had the one win to celebrate so far, although you did get honorary Winterthur membership, as we saw, with the shirt being presented to you, which is really nice. Winterthur's only win was actually over Vettingen by 12 runs. They scored 161 in that game, 161 to 149.
Nice stroke down the ground. There's a man very straight at long on, but it goes to his left and runs away for the first runs. It's a boundary.
Straight, but not straight enough. You can actually see him in the background. That's Tiwana there. But that was just hit too well. Again, I've loved the fact this outfield is quickened up. I mean, it's certainly providing value for those shots along the carpet. Tarakil off the mark with 4, but he wants more.
Oh, nice in-swing from the left arm. He's a good little discovery, isn't he, for Winterthur? Elias Mohammadi, first time we've seen him today.
Great fielder as well. I liked his bowling. He's got natural shape in. Winterthur, we did see them in the first and third matches today. This thing's got a lot of potential. Winterthur is about an hour away from this ground here at St Gallen. A bit of a hub.
Oh, so nearly. You can just see that this is what makes left armers against the right-handed batters so devastating, so difficult. It's the inwards movement with the new ball. That's what Mamadi's getting nicely.
And actually makes the one that doesn't move dangerous as well. So if a ball like this holds its line after the batter's seen a couple shape in, then that's often the one that they'll nick, because they'll just play inside it slightly.
This time just goes on a bit with the arm. It's a really good first over. 5 runs have come from it. The Zurich Crickets are 5 for none, Vinny.
They are. Zurich Crickets, of course, a bit of a play on the Zurich Grasshoppers, which are a football team here in Switzerland. 46 days until the ECC. Now, I really hope you can follow along with that. I know you'll be pretty busy, but I know that the Ireland team are certainly, I wouldn't say dark horses, because they're a very good cricket team, but I think they've got a point to settle after they didn't make the finals week last year.
Yep, and I certainly think that will be a big focus for them for the autumn. I think it's a good place for the likes of an Ireland, a Scotland, the Netherlands to bring through the next generation, bring through the guys.
I'd like to see maybe a couple of older heads in the team, though.
Yeah.
You know, I think that may be what was missing last year, especially when the going kind of went up a notch on the finals day. We just saw some uncharacteristic mistakes. So, yeah, maybe. Who could we pull out? Who would be a good man to... You know how in the Olympics, the football, that you get 2 overage players?
Over 20.
Pick your 2. Here, this is my random question for you to start us off as the second over begins with a wide. This is Boom Boom Vicky, Tawana. Who's your 2 old heads that are maybe no longer in their Irish top team, but still, good cricketers and good leaders for those young men?
Well, I'm going to go with 2, both all-rounders, because you've got to have all-rounders, don't you, for any 10 over cricket. This could be a wicket here. Put down. Not the easiest chance for Chami Karana Garage, and he looks up towards the sky, maybe into the sunshine a little bit. He's got a good yard of pace, doesn't he, Jagdeep Tawana? Surprised the batter could have been taken, but it goes down.
Andrew Leonard actually has been working pretty hard with Winterthur for their as a kind of impromptu fielding coach. Obviously, that hasn't really had the desired results. And it's the next ball. Hit away to the leg side, and it should go for 4, and it does. Amadi's off the mark. I was just saying, Lenny, I know you got a bit distracted there, but you took up the position of fielding coach for Winterthur today, and let's just say your drills aren't working because the first one's gone down.
Yeah, I've been trying to get a little bit of encouragement going to my men in red. Yeah, maybe my drills need to be stricter. That's an incredible shot, whipped away. Not going to go to the rope, but should be a comfortable couple. Nor can Hamad, he's good to watch. Yeah, I'm going to give you 2 names, so both all-rounders. You got to go all-rounders, don't you, in the 10 over format? I reckon you're going to get people who will impact the game with bat and ball. Tyrone Kane.
Okay.
Yeah, so for me, I think he's desperately unlucky not to play a little bit more for Ireland. 29 years of age now. After 4 years, he did play Ireland's first Test match against Pakistan in 2018. Edged away for 4. Misfortune really for Tawana, but good intent from Ahmadi. So he played that first Test match, did okay, didn't take any wickets, but was part of that partnership that helped get Kevin O'Brien up to Ireland's maiden century. Can bat, can bowl, really good in club cricket in Ireland. And he found his way back into the team, even though he'd started a job and doesn't have a Cricket Ireland contract, or didn't at the time, into the squad for Zimbabwe. What a little I tell you what grinds my gears. All of a sudden you set me up, Vinny.
I love that. That's what Game 5's all about.
This is
pulled away.
Helped around the corner, going to be 4. And he played 2 games in Zimbabwe. Didn't play the 3rd.
Yeah.
In the first game he got 9 off 8. He's told to power hit.
Yeah.
Was caught right in the rope on a low scoring 120 v 130 game. 9 off 8, right?
Okay.
Didn't need to bat in the second game because Ireland won comfortably, and then was dropped for the 3rd game. Fielded outstandingly throughout because he's a good athlete.
Yeah.
And then he was dropped after the tour. But he literally did nothing wrong in the whole tour.
He got Brad Hodged.
Yeah.
Probably not as dramatically getting dropped after a double 100.
So I'll give you Tyrone Kane.
Okay.
And then I'm going to give you someone who's also in that squad, who's a little bit older again, who played professional rugby in Jersey and also for Ulster Rugby. Mark Adair's brother, Ross Adair. He hits a monstrous ball.
Yes, I just think that would be a little bit of the missing piece.
I might see if I can get Ross Adair into that
You
squad.
should.
I think I could have the sway to
use your sway. By the way,
Yeah.
this table would be fine if you turned it upside down for these 2 teams. But you can see whoever wins this will finish on the second last rung of the ladder. Whoever doesn't win, they will get the bottom place. So there's something to play for here between these 2 teams.
I think if you did get Ross Adair down there, he could blow your mind at the Cartamo. Like, anything could happen. He could hit one anywhere. He's such a powerfully built guy. Former rugby player. As this one is powered down the ground. Going to be a Maximo. There you are, Vinny. One last shape for me.
That probably won't be the last one, but that's a cracking shot, isn't it? Have a look. It's almost like he puts the mirror up to this and sends it at a perfect angle. Just over the offside. It wasn't the worst ball from Mahmoodi, to be honest, but Tarakil struck them very well today. And the other name I'd love to see in there is Jason Van der Merwe, who played for CIYMS in the ECL. And he's good in the conditions. Not that they had a problem with power. Seamus Lynch had such a good series last year.
Yeah, he smashes it.
We were calling him El Machina, or the Machine, because he was a 6-hitting machine. He wasn't the only one, but he was probably the most damaging of the youngsters.
It's funny, the 10 over format, isn't it? Because obviously you want power hitters throughout your top 5 or top 7 even. But As this goes off an outside edge, fielder runs back and juggles it a bit, but he does hold on. Not convincing. Sai Sidoran, who dropped one earlier in the day, now does take the catch. He's blaming the sun as well. He's got sunglasses and the cap on. Everyone's blaming the sun, Vinny.
I mean, sunglasses help, but if you are looking straight into the sun, then you're still just seeing a really bright light. It's hard to pick the ball out, even with the dark glasses on. But that one's going to hurt because Tarakil has been the main man. He goes for a dozen, and the score's 30 for 1.
Yeah, it wasn't convincing, that catch, was it? But all that matters is the ink. The scorer is writing into the scorebook that man is gone. Tarakil, big wicket.
Yeah, so let me have a look at the Ireland squad from last year, Ireland 11 squad. Mike O'Reilly, it actually took a hat trick or a 5, I can't remember, one or the other. As we see a bit of nature watch there.
I think the birds of prey are out.
Yeah.
They're looking, they think the worms are going to be up, don't they? Or maybe something a little bit bigger with all the rain we've had. And the sunshine out now, they're soaring into the sky. Mikey O'Reilly, YMCA Cricket Club in Dublin, good cricketer.
John Matchett, we saw playing also for COIMS in the ECL this year. That if he comes, it'll be his 3rd trip to Kartama. Carson McCulloch actually had a really outstanding season. He's another person that's been to Kartama twice in last year's Ireland 11 side as well as the COIMS.
I'll tell you who they could pick, and actually they probably will pick if he's fit. A kid called Gavin Hoey. He's from my club in Pembroke. It's not the only reason I'm shouting him out, though. He's been very good in the interprovincials for the Leinster Lightning, and he's not quite there yet, they don't think, but he's a very good leg spinning power hitter, smashes the ball, very good fielder. His dad played for Ireland. His dad was probably Ireland's best ever leg spinner. I know I joke about that in my Twitter bio, but he was probably Ireland's best ever, and his son Gavin, who had a back injury that stopped him being able to bowl quick, he's turned to leggies. I think you could see him in the ACC.
Yeah, I'm super interested to see what that squad brings. Got Matt Humphreys in there, who's since gone on and played Test cricket in the last
just like
12
that.
months.
So that would have been last September he was there?
Yep.
So
September, October,
he
yeah,
debuted
September.
in March in Test cricket. Amazing, isn't it? Cleans him up, straight through him. And Mahmoodi, I think he's been excellent. He's so deserved that. Great little find. He's only young. And he finishes with 2 for 13. It's another big wicket. Zurich Crickets strike. Lose their second. Winterthur strike, find their second.
Well, the Winterthur batters have been on strike, actually, for a fair bit of this series, so they wouldn't want to be chasing too many.
Yeah.
That's a case, I think, Yorks himself comes out of his crease about a metre and turns into a perfect Yorker. So it's going to be a wicket for Mahmoodi, who gets Amadi. And that's the end of the power play. 31 for 2 off 3. Random question time, of course. I'm loving the interaction in the chat. A lot of messages coming in saying thank you to you, Andrew, for your work.
Very kind.
And saying,
Very
Tim
kind.
Reedman saying thank you so much for your commentating. And all of us from the ECN community, thank you. I couldn't say it better myself, Tim. Trip Mr. Kitty has come back for the last match that Lenny commentates. So some people have tuned in, especially for this game. So there's a lot of love in the chat. Kroom's got a good random question here. He's asking, do you think there are other sports that could benefit from the YouTube chat to engage viewers? I suppose the stop-start nature of cricket allows us to engage in between balls a little bit,
really does.
whereas a game like football or rugby or these games where the ball's in play more, it's probably a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, I think something that we tried to do, and again, I suppose in the same sport when I was working with the digital team at ICC, we definitely tried to innovate in terms of getting it into the broadcast. It would have been, well, I don't even know what you call the platform anymore. It was with Twitter as it was then. Apparently Elon Musk wants us to call it X now, but we're not going to go off onto that tangent. But we definitely,
Not yet.
I think one of the coolest things we did was called #AskCaptain. And I know this
ASK, just if you heard that wrong.
Ask Captain, yeah.
Okay, that's good.
That ASK Captain, Ask Captain.
Okay.
Or I think the hashtag could have been Ask the Captain is what I proposed, but it ended up as Ask Captain. And I know this sounds really, it sounds not like that big a thing, but it turned into a massive thing.
Okay.
So in essence, all you did was use the hashtag at any point in the game alongside you use the game identifier. So if Bangladesh were playing the West Indies, it would have been BAN VWI, or India played Pakistan, hashtag INDVPAK, whatever.
Yeah, busy one.
So you then use that hashtag, and you as the fan got to dictate what Ian Bishop in the post-match presentation asked the captain.
Yeah, brilliant.
And it was really, really popular for a couple of reasons. Firstly, the commentators got into the spirit of it, and secondly, we then stuck the graphic up on the screen with the person's Twitter handle as to who had sent the question.
Yeah.
And then we had these amazing reactions from people, like screenshotting it or taking a photo. They're like, oh my God, I can't believe Ian Bishop's just asked MS Dhoni my question.
Yeah. I think that's great. And the technology exists. I mean, obviously, broadcasting's playing catch up a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
The traditional sense of the word. But we live in an interactive world these days, don't we?
We're pretty cool for, I think that was the T20 World Cup in 16 we did that. So for the 40-odd games, it's bowled in by the fielder.
Oh, look who's popped into the commentary box. In fact, we might just have to sneak in and look at the big man here. Maybe after this ball. I
think at the end of the over, Vinny.
Yeah, okay, end of the over.
All right.
It could be a while, but I mean, I was a bit starstruck actually when I saw him here in the flesh. Cracked over the offside. This will be a one bouncer out to the sweeper. Getting a bit of a tangle. But yeah, the crickets need to find a gear because it hasn't really gone the way that they've wanted so far, having lost a couple of key players. Having said that, these two are more than capable of turning things around, but they just can't really blame Yasi. He hasn't faced a ball yet, but Rahimi's just a little bit bogged down at the moment. Karunakarn's bowled a really good over, just 3 off it so far.
Yeah, I think he's a talented bowler. A big sort of Steve Harmison bound, isn't there? And just as we say that, he bowls a no ball off the wicket.
So, yeah, it's still one to come.
That was a bit of Steve Harmison, the first ball of the Ashes, wasn't it?
Yeah, mate. Well, they do say bowl to your field. You're not meant to take it literally.
At first slip.
Yeah,
Andrew
I think it was second.
It was now first slip.
No, I think it's second.
Oh, we're going to get
that
that up.
Well, we're going to finish with a bet.
I'm pretty sure Flintoff was a first slip. Might be wrong. Big swing and a miss to end out the 4th over.
That's rough. They're the kind of calls Andrew Ryan was getting. And yeah, I'd be pretty annoyed too.
So,
anyway,
right
speaking of the devil, Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Max. So I'm here with Andrew Leonard in his last game. It's a party here. Andrew Ryan, 6 wickets today. Also almost broke young Tahir's ribs with one of the more aggressive chest bumps that we've seen in the series. How are you doing? Are you good? Come on, talk to me here.
Yep, I'm excellent. I think a little bit of disappointment that we haven't been able to make the finals series, but I think people got to see the best of Kosnay over the 2 games in particular today. Hopefully I redeemed myself slightly from a slightly shaky start to the tournament, but massively good fun. I think all of our guys have absolutely loved the experience and we'll take home a lot of really good memories, and we're looking forward to seeing finals day tomorrow.
Redemption, I think the key word there. He's been magnificent, hasn't he?
5.
Is it 6 wickets in two appearances today?
Couldn't get a ball.
Oh, something like that.
Here's the real question.
He knows
Rhino,
exactly.
You're a busy guy. So here's my
into
surprise.
the sky. I'm just going to come back to you, Vinny, in one moment. Chance out at long on and safely pouched. Jagjeep Tawana, well, he's bowled nicely. He's shown a bit with the bat, and he's probably been the best fielder for Winter Tour. That's a good catch, Vinny. Yeah,
really good catch. Hung up for a long time. Didn't have to wrestle the sun the same way that the fielders on the other side of the ground did. Boom Boom Vicky, he also can be soft. He has soft hands there, allows the ball in. And so, yeah, it's 35 for 2. All right, here is, and it's a little bit, you know how we had the King Charles coronation recently. I'm going to do the equivalent here. Now, no, this is a busy man. I want you to stand there. Andrew Ryan will take you through the next few overs with Andrew Leonard. Over to the Andrews.
Oh, there we are. Okay, see you, Vinny. I don't think he even knew this, did he? You can tell by his face he had no idea.
Certainly not pre-planned in any way. And just a quick message to my boys from Kosnay who are waiting to go to IKEA for a hot dog. We might just have to delay by 5 minutes so the Maximo could
good place to get a hot dog here.
Out.
Well done today, mate. We're really proud of you.
The way,
and you did. Were you feeling under that little bit of pressure?
I think it felt like I got back in a little bit of rhythm today. But I was actually interesting if we want to get technical about it. I was having a chat to Big Tyrone before as we see just steaming in. Nice ball outside off stump.
He's a good cricket brain, Tyrone, doesn't he?
Yeah, he is. And we were talking about the fact that actually those grizzly balls, they have a tendency to stick in your fingers. And I tend to like to actually have a pretty tight grip on my fingers. In particular, I don't tend to bowl a big split finger slower ball or anything massive, but I'll change my feel on the seam to essentially just try to change pace by like 5 or 10%. And these balls are really hard to do that with. And so when I went out there today, actually, I just really tried to hold the ball as loose and as relaxed as possible and just trust that the action was going to get it through. And it was probably the most fluent it's felt for the entire tournament.
Yeah, for me, it was the first time I've seen you get really decent movement through the air, and that's probably what brought about your success. Obviously, the batters are always going to go at you, but if you can get it just to go one way or the other, your stock delivery being the in-swinger, you're going to get good reward. This is nicely struck down the ground over the head of the long off fielder. Going to be 6, and the Zurich Cricket's just getting something going. Do you think 5 wins and 5 defeats is a fair synopsis of where you boys are at in the competition?
I think there's probably still a little bit of a gap between us and the best T10 teams. I think we probably, certainly if we had have taken down Paktoon Zalmi, which we probably should have yesterday, defending over 160.
Could be
another
chance. No,
it's gone to the
fall
Bermuda
into the middle of
Triangle.
nowhere. Yeah, that Paktoon Zalmi game, actually, if you look back at it, you win that, you're in the final 5.
The final, absolutely. But on the other hand, we got a close first-up win against Geneva on the first day as well, which was probably a 50-50 contest for us coming into the tournament. So, these things happen in T10 competition, and I think we'll learn a lot of it. I think a lot of our guys, and in particular, players like Aiden Andrews and Jason. We've always known that Jay Sin's a really good power hitter, but someone like Aiden Andrews to come out and show that he can score at a really high strike rate, clear the boundary frequently, do his confidence a world of good. And there's something about T10 hitting that I find, it's almost, I compare it to the 4-minute mile. But once it was broken, everyone started running a 4-minute mile. I think there's a little bit of this, that once you start realising that you can hit 24 and over, everyone starts doing it.
Free hit incoming here, Andrew Surrey, after the no ball for the ball that pitched off the pitch.
Nice
5
change of
overs
pace.
bowled, and the score is 47 for 3. Great to have you with us, Andrew Leonard, here alongside the main man, Andrew Ryan, who's 6 wickets in the end of his campaign. The one guy I need to ask you about, particularly given I was at Leggy myself, Tahir Khan Ahmedzai, just been sensational. He really has. You two seem to share a very close bond as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, Tahir is still developing his English, so my rudimentary French has to be popped with his rudimentary English. But he's first and foremost a lovely young kid. He's been at the club for the whole year. Probably surprisingly for people who have seen him bowl in this tournament, he's been getting a bit of nip off the pitch occasionally. But he's someone who hasn't bowled a huge amount of overs for us in league cricket, but Captain Arjun Vinod gave him a really big boost of confidence and said, I'm going to bowl you in the middle overs for this tournament. And he's repaid in spades. I would go as far as saying he's almost been the best bowler in the tournament, certainly the best spinner.
Yeah, he'd be in the mix of the 2 best leggies. I'd like Khalid Niazi as well. Khalid Niazi's bowled really well. That's a biggie. Well, we've seen some efforts from a few to get them up onto the roof. It's not easy, but Baraksai gets one out of the middle for 6. Khalid Niazi's actually out there right now. We'll get to see him in the second innings with the ball. The thing that probably has made him the most impressive leg spinner, though, has been the pace that he's bowled at. That's been a pace that you could bowl up the grades and you would cause problems. And he caught out quite a few, not just with his turn, but also his bounce and then his variation too. As this one not quite as much out of the middle, but will be 4. 6-4, a little salvo. The 50s come up. But yeah, you two, I don't know, you always gravitated towards each other. He took a lot of catches off you. You took a catch off him?
He did. No. He's I've got a lot of time for, and I've got a lot of time. We've got a couple of young Afghan guys who have come to the club over the last couple of years, and I like the fact that a club like ours provides, as that one swung down the leg side, provides a bit of a family atmosphere for them. Some have come from pretty challenging circumstances and journeys to get to their country, and the more that we can provide them a source of friendship and a source of safety and security, that's a really nice thing to be able to do.
Chance for a wicket for Chris Lodge. He's got it. And a massive moment for him. His first one went for 6, his second for 4. Then he bowled the wide, but he strikes back. We said get him into your fantasy team. And brilliant stuff for Chris Lodge. You'll love every second of that. It was just flighted up, not out of the middle. And it goes to show, not easy to clear these ropes. Sometimes a good catch held by Chammy.
Yeah, lovely bed and breakfast buffet that was served up for him in the first couple of balls, but that one was nicely flighted just outside off stump, and of course the batsman to slightly turn the bat in the hands, and as you say, nice catch taken out there by Shabith. He's a good athlete, actually, isn't he?
Yeah,
good player. They've got some talent in this Winterthur side, actually, probably just lacking 1 or 2 more consistent hitters.
Batters, yeah, but I think batters is where they've struggled. Their bowling has been okay at points, and great to see Chris Lodge get one. That was very Very pleasing altogether. The old through and around as well.
It was almost a hat-trick victim earlier today, so he's going home a lot happier than...
he kept it out, didn't he? Got off the mark. It was against you, was it?
It certainly was.
You were just making sure that everyone knew you took 2 and 2 and you're on a hat-trick, yeah?
Yep,
Okay.
Yep.
Good from you.
Segue. I like it. Subtle illusion.
Just dropped it in there. It's the equivalent of a name drop, isn't it?
Good chance to just reference him getting a very thinnish inside edge to keep that ball out.
I think it was a pretty thick inside edge.
Yeah, fair call.
From what I remember. So how much have you enjoyed the competition as a whole? I know you've obviously, all the guys are involved in the setup very well, but this has been great for Swiss cricket.
Yeah, fantastic. And I think it's been a great example, particularly the batting talent here. There are some tremendous strikers. And obviously you probably get a little bit of, not artificial support, but this pitch, because of the sponginess of it, that batters can hit with impunity in some ways. They can get on the front foot, they can charge down. There's only so much bounce you're going to get out of it. But at the same time, that produces some great hitting for T10 cricket. And I hope for you and all the viewers, that one's just missed the leg stump. Nice piece of bowling from Lodge.
Yeah, lovely flight from Chris Lodge. No, look, it's been wonderful viewing. I think the quality of the ball striking from those, there's been 5 batters that have stood out for me. He studs into, I thought it got the pad, it hasn't. It's very bright now. Getting towards the end of a long 9 days. End of the 6th over. The score is 61 for 4. But yeah, those 5 batters that have stood out for me so much. The 5 leading run scorers. And I want to ask you a bit more about, you said some of those journeys that these players have taken to get here. You talk about Arif Sanger. He was getting into a little bit of his background as well. For guys who've come from places like Afghanistan, potentially to come and play the sport that they love here, it gives them a sense of belonging, a sense of relationships with their new friends, and really it helps them to feel at home.
Yep, absolutely. And I think it's one of those parts where a cricket club can be much more than just a team that takes the field on the weekend. As see the new over starting. Nice ball just on middle and leg, flicked across, and it's just a single out there to mid-wicket. So I think it's absolutely an opportunity for clubs to be a little bit more than just a sporting team that goes out on the field. And I think it's not just the boys who have come from refugee programs and the like, whether from Afghanistan or otherwise, but actually a lot of us who are here as expats.
Yeah.
And a lot of people who have come here for work or study, as that one is pumped for a 4. Square leg, lovely shot. Now he's good natural timer of a cricket ball, and one of the really talented young players in this cricket side. But for any expat, I think actually sports clubs have traditionally played that role and been a great source of kinship and support and the like.
Social life as well.
Absolutely. So I think for all of us, this one
could be a chance. Backward point nestles underneath it and puts it down. Well, we have seen some exceptional catches. And we've seen a few clangers dropped. It's the second one that Sai Siddharan's dropped today. They've moved him out of the hot zone where he put one down and long on, and the ball follows him.
Yeah, good way to get yourself kicked out of that friendly community of the sports club, dropping absolute sitters like that. Unfortunately, he probably won't be wanting to watch the replay that one too often.
That could be a no ball. I think it's just flicked the outside bit of the pitch. I asked you, I think I might have spoken to you about this the last time we were together, but the narrowness of the artificial wicket and that little bridge that you come up to as you come onto the wooden panels, it can't be easy to bowl on.
Yeah, it's not enjoyable, to say the least. If you ask me personally, that offside wide line is too small.
I
think
very
as
tight.
A bowler you deserve to have a little bit more space to work with. So Vijay just comes in and he's slapped down the ground. It should just be a single, but you should have more offside to work with there. And in particular, you've seen a lot of batters who have been taking big steps outside off stump to essentially be able to cart the ball over the leg side. You haven't got any real estate to work with once it gets to that point.
Particularly with a slightly different playing condition here in the ECS stuff, where if it misses leg stump in anyway, it's going to be a leg, so there's no profile wide. He's just done exactly that. So he stepped across, hoiks it into the leg side, and Niazi profits brilliantly. I suppose bowlers will have to find a way around that, and this is how the version of 10 over cricket evolves.
Yep, absolutely. And I think there's probably, in the same way that coming back from the last tournament here in 2020, actually it will be the bowlers who learn a lot more from this particular event and being able to look at how is it that you generate dot balls and almost going in that mindset of, so that one has come back off the edge of the pitch for a no ball. Either that or he's got a remarkable amount of off spin.
We'll see on the reverse angle here, just a little away swinger, and yeah, it's hit that little area. I tell you, Crispin Webb has done brilliantly off those. Sadly, his bowlers have bowled quite a few of them. And for Winterthur, who were so good for the first 4 or 5 overs, it's just drifting away from them a touch now. Maybe the Crickets are thinking of 120, 130 plus. Looks going to be another no ball and another free hit incoming.
But just back to that point, I think the bowlers will actually take more out of this tournament. And actually, when you've got players who are trying to keep up to 15 or 16 runs and over, you should take that as a positive as a bowler. Because frankly, if you're able to create 2 or 3 dot balls in an over, you've almost won that over, and it's more that thought about how do I create dot balls, how do I give the batter the thing that they least want at that particular time, or put them into 2 minds as to what's coming down. It's a signal for the free hit
incoming from Vijadas, his final delivery, and he's going to have to redo it. He's just lost his action, his line a touch here. That's 3 consecutive ones off the wicket.
So question for you, which we were just discussing downstairs. Does the free hit matter that much in this form of the game? And I'll tell you why. We were actually thinking, if you did an analysis of the runs scored off free hits compared to normal balls, I'm not sure it would be particularly positive. I think there's more pressure on the batter to score big when it's a free hit.
Yeah, I don't remember the free hits going from 6s as much as maybe just regular delivery. I think you could be right there. It could be a great show. End of the 7th. Score is 81 for 4. We're going to have to bid you farewell. Andrew, really, it was a pleasure to get to know you and meet you properly. I'll be listening in when you're commentating down there in Spain. Best luck with all the work with the basketball team.
Wonderful. Great to meet you, Lenny. You're a true professional. You have, obviously, a glorious Irish accent, which I did have. But leaving aside, it's been an absolute pleasure. You're a genuine pro, and it's been great to listen to you on the coverage. I think we'll actually really enjoy going back to listening to you and Maximo and obviously Rico, who's been here for a couple of days, when we go and relive these games
that's awesome,
during
mate.
the off-season. But enjoy the rest of your time. I'm sure you've had a great time in Switzerland.
Will do.
I'm sure Maximo will look after you now that he's rebuttoned up his shirt.
That was a sight for everyone to see.
Wasn't it? Well, I think our demographic of followers might have changed if Comcam came on there, but I will hand the microphone back to Vinny, and viewers, enjoy the rest of your time with these two. I'll leave you with Lenny and Maximo to take you through the rest of this game.
Thank you so much to Andrew Ryan. He's a real gent, not just a good cricketer, but a great human. Really entertaining, loves his cricket. You'll hear from him commentating in due course. Great friend of the European Cricket Networks. Here comes Shrikant Sasidaran, who comes in and nails that block hole outside the off stump. No stroke attempted and no wide given either. So, yeah, I really want to thank him for all his very kind words and thoughts. Like all of you, overwhelmed with the kindness from such a great community that is European cricket. And we wish them safe travels too back, because I know it's a long journey, isn't it, for the Costanay team. Many will be driving back, some will be jumping on the trains. I've got Vinny Sandhu back with me now. Vinny,
I am back.
Andrew's a gent, isn't he?
He is an absolute champion. Honestly, one of the nicest human beings I've ever met. Very high-powered in the sports world as well, but he comes back and he's a wonderful, wonderful voice of European cricket. And I just love it that we have more and more people like yourself that are getting involved. And Rhino, he certainly provided a lot of entertainment on the field today. And how about ECN? Now we've got kind of third umpire. We're even getting third commentator now.
Yeah, it's something else.
Third commentator in an innings.
I'm not sure the 3-voice thing ever really works. I know they tried a bit in the Big Bash and a few other bits. As a listener, I always genuinely feel a bit overpowered by it.
Yeah, it's. I think it was a problem that was created by the fact that there were commentary teams were starting to get so big.
Yeah.
So if they just kept going in twos, which was always the traditional way, I know in the Channel 9 coverage when they started getting Mark Taylor in and Ian Healy and all these more recently retired guys, obviously no one was ever getting pushed out there because it was so iconic. Just wait for Sasidaran here in the 8th.
Big hit down the ground, but there's a man at long on, and he puts it down. Oh, I was just about to say he holds on. Generally, Jagdeep Dhawan has been one of the better catchers, and these demons, look at the poor old captain, Crispin Webb. He's had a big day. It's all been happening, and another catch by his team is dropped.
Oh, I would put your house on this, Lenny. As Dhawan is a good fielder. Let that get a bit low on him. Down it went.
Good Yorker, that. But yeah, the three commentators think at the same time, I wouldn't be a big fan of. I quite like when they do a little analysis segment. Sky Sports
In between
do that
overs
really well.
or something, you can throw and
They
get a
go
third
out and
voice.
A guy who's in a little booth or something, he's providing a piece of analysis on a specific topic, or down pitch side. That's the other one I've seen. I think that gives you a good sense as to what's going on.
Yeah.
Three, they almost kind of compete for airspace.
A little bit. You have to be very organised. We actually did it for one innings in the ECC final last year.
And who was that?
It was myself, Corey, and Rico.
That must have been Carnage. Carnaggio.
Actually, people quite liked it, if I'm honest. The feedback was reasonably good. 82 for 4 here after 8 as the Cricket's chugging along to 100, but who knows, that might be enough given how Winterthur's batting has fallen apart from time to time. Yeah, so I just think you have to be a lot more organised in how you use the time, who you're directing it to. So normally if I'm asking a question, it's clear I'm asking it to you if you're the only person here. But I think I found it an enjoyable experience, but I had to think a lot more. And in such a big game, mentally it was a bit more
draining,
difficult. But I mean, we might do it again this year in the final because it's a big game. You know, you don't want anyone missing out.
Whipped away into the leg side. Probably going to be just the single. Yeah, not a great piece of running from Khaled Niazi. He looks a bit distraught there, doesn't he? Not able to get many out of the screws.
The reason is, you know, we typically go commentators for the whole match because it's nice to have, I think, just two people analysing that match rather than chopping and changing after 5 overs like we just did.
Yeah, we did have a little
contradiction which is cool, but I mean, this schedule is so frenetic. It's sometimes important. If I get a game off, it gives me a chance to get something to eat, go work the crowd a little bit over there at Cardamom, which is always fun, without having to rush back. So I think that kind of works. I think in the final, though, it was a cool opportunity to get everyone involved because you hate to see
someone missing out who's done so much of it. Yeah.
Having said that, Corey was pretty keen to get to meet the fans close up in the second innings of that ECC final as well. So he volunteered to head back to the stands at the half time. That was Netherlands.
Why would that have been?
He wanted to experience the unique atmosphere of the Cardamom Oval from the crowd's perspective.
Okay, I think we might have had a retiring out here.
Yeah.
Unless I've missed something. He didn't look in his whole health there, Khaled Niazi. Whether this is a retired hurt or retired out, we will find out. We will get that checked for you. As of right now, I can't confirm. I'm just guessing from body language.
I'll find out, but you're right. He wasn't looking 100%.
Yeah, but he is gone. I think it feels to me like a retired out.
He's going straight down to lying down. He's definitely in discomfort, so that won't be a retired out, just judging by the reaction.
Well, it should be a retired...
Or maybe he's retired out. He's been given retired out.
Well, it's kind of immaterial. He doesn't look particularly healthy.
Yeah.
Let's hope he's all right.
It doesn't look like it. You give the guy the benefit of the doubt. He's down, and I think he must be feeling a little unwell.
It's obviously not heat stroke. You can see him just having to lie down there, but you just wonder sometimes you can eat something, or sometimes you can actually have not eaten enough to make you feel a little bit faint. Let's hope Khaled Niazi's okay for the second innings.
Well, these guys are at the end of quite a long journey.
Yeah.
You know, 10 matches typically play 2 or 3 in a day. Yeah, I think for the benefit of his average, I think he deserves the retired hurt. Even though, 15 off 19, it wasn't really happening for him. Bit of an average killer.
Sorry to see that for Khaled Niazi, as this is hooked straight to P.O., who takes a nice catch, and he says, that's
boom,
out.
Boom, boom. And let me hear you say P.O.
P.O.
See, it's impossible. and even if you don't say it, I can hear all the people out there in TV land.
No, I wasn't going to leave you hanging, mate. But look at this. After he takes the catch, watch what he does here, Viddy.
Right, let's have a look.
He says, that's out.
Yeah, very good. Nice, good knowledge of the laws.
Just wants to tell the batter.
Yeah.
That's the kind of guy P.O. is. He's a gentleman. 40 years young today, P.O. Let's hope it's just the start of a very fruitful journey for you, big man. We've really enjoyed watching you. You've been ever so entertaining. So not as spectacular as the catch he took earlier, but very good.
They have given Niazi out, which still feels a bit rough, especially if they were to run out of wickets here. Because I think you might not want to bat again. There's only 8 balls left in the innings, mind you.
Yeah, I do feel a bit sorry for him. I don't know if that can be retrospectively amended, but let's find out. That's right inside the guideline. Karuna Karan, who has shown so much promise, Finney, is finally living up to that promise in this innings. He's got his run up much better.
Yeah, it just seems to have gained a bit of rhythm. We know Andrew Ryan was talking about how you get onto that artificial mat
He said it's difficult.
Yeah.
He says really difficult.
Especially if your natural step is half on, half off.
He's proved too good. 2 overs, 1 for 7. Well, you'll take that in any format of the game. But right now in 10-over cricket, they are stunning figures. So, Vinny, the group stages, well, they've given us a bit of everything. They really have. We've seen record totals. We've seen 4 centuries. We've seen hat-tricks. We haven't seen the golden ball. Maybe the only thing we won't.
It's coming.
Oh, I don't know, Vinny.
This is a golden ball total. If they get 90s, the way Windsor have been going,
maybe.
I reckon it's on.
Okay, maybe.
Come on, let's send Lenny home with a golden ball.
It means I'm actually allowed to leave, does it?
Not just a golden handshake, but a golden ball.
Ah, lovely. Well, you have all been so very kind and welcoming. Here comes Tiwari to bowl the final over.
Shot.
And that's a good stroke. You think it's going to go all the way. Yes, it is. 6 signalled by the fielder. Anyway, we'll have it checked. But it looks like a Maximo.
It's definitely 6. It's going. It's going. Maximo. Sound like one of the helicopters taking off from nearby. It's Tiwana bends his back and he digs that in. But the batter goes with it. Smart shot. Great shot by Henderson.
Yeah, nicely played by the captain. Crickets have had their moments, haven't they? 2 was the call here from Henderson. I'm not sure how he was going to get there.
Glass half full kind of guy, Nick Henderson.
Yeah, but Henderson at points has just been a bit frustrated, isn't he? As the captain, some of his teammates not quite stepping up. Pirdoz Rahimi and Ulhaq Hotak have been good. That's cleaned up. Stumps castled everywhere. Barrackside gone for a third ball duck.
Yeah, plays all around it. Crispin Webb's had to deal with a few funny rebounds. This time has to deal with one off the stumps, but fortunately for Midway's Barrackside, he'll tell his story walking. A little bit of inseam, I think. Just cracked into the top of off stump. Crispin ends up on the deck, but it is the batter that is knocked out, and it's 92 for 7. Just coming back to a few comments. Crew saying great to have Rhino in. I think it's so Vinny can get Lenny's passport. So I did go missing for a bit there, didn't I?
Cunning, Vinny. You are a cunning man.
Kroom said, no, it's been great to have you with us. And Nish is in the chat. Nish is actually going to commentate the Continental Cup. That's the Continental Cup for men this weekend in Romania. That involves Hungary, Malta, and the hosts Romania. 3-way series.
Okay, cheers, Nish. Hope you go well.
The chair's gone. Well, we need to... I don't know if we can get this down. Well, I think he's bowled again, but the real question here is what's happened to Andrew Leonard. Don't want to talk over the wicket, but yeah, Boom Boom Vicky is going to have to go. But not many commentators have done 2 chairs in a series, and Andrew Leonard has done the unthinkable. He's done 2
Thanks, guys.
chairs in one
can we just
series.
zoom out a touch there? Thanks, Vinny. Well, I'm not sure
Andrew
he's making
Leonard, in probably what I imagine now will be his last ever game on ECN, he will be sent. Are you okay, by the way? So Lenny, we already have had a broken chance. 2 chairs in a series. I don't think that's happened before.
Thanks, Vinny.
Yeah, anyway, it's
been great to be here. A hat-trick ball kept out. All happening.
I assume that last ball was bowled, but the reason I'm not so sure is because I turned into an impromptu cameraman. Oh, wow.
I did say several times yesterday.
And you even switched that chair out because you thought that one was more stable. Where did we end up going out for dinner after karaoke? And what did you have? Last ball coming up. Lenny will try and get him back for the second innings, but we'll have to wait and see. That'll be the end of the 10, 93 for 8. That's the golden ball zone, my friend.
Oh, dear.
Windsor can drag themselves off the bottom if they can reach 94 in the second innings. Special comments, Andrew Leonard.
Yeah, well, I think I'm staring into the abyss. I think that's the only way I can
you're
sum it
watching
up.
the 10th over. The next moment, you're staring at the roof.
I will be standing for the second innings, Vinny. That's the only thing I can confirm.
If there's a chance we can have 3 in a series, then keep wheeling out the chairs, I say. All right, enough's enough. Chris Taps, take us to the highlights, and we have a look at the cricket. He played some nice shots. Someone almost took Mahmoodi's head off, but once again, the problem, losing some key batters. No one able to reach 20 in this innings in an individual way for the cricket. And that turns out to make it a double-digit chase on the cards for Windsor.
Yeah, I don't think it was probably the best performance from the Zurich Crickets. I felt that they were just a little bit under what they could have been, because outside of the effort from one or two of their batters, really nothing ever quite got going. And there was a few fumbles, there was the occasional drop catch. I thought young Elias Mohammadi bowled beautifully and he got good reward too. That one cleaning up Nurkan Ahmadi. And there was catches held, there was a few put down too, but if you look at the Cricket's innings, really remarkable. Nobody scored more than 18 and they still got up to 93 for 8.
Yeah, you'd imagine they should do this, but it's quite simple for the Crickets. They need to just do what was done to them. Take those key wickets early, put some pressure on some other guys, and they'll feel they can build some pressure when the field goes back. Pio grabs another one on his birthday. I'm looking forward to maybe seeing Pio blowing out 40 candles later. Milestone birthday for him. But yeah, hopefully also Niazi's right. We saw him retiring out, but looking at a bit of discomfort. Mirwais Barakzai struggled around this one. The stump's been absolute clattering. It was the death rattle in the 10th over, but I'm not talking about the 2 bowl dismissals. I'm talking about Andrew Leonard, who has broken another chair, and who knows, maybe we'll have another first. 3 chairs broken by one commentator in the one series. As we look back at the scorecard, not a great one really for the Crickets, who don't quite crack 100. 18 off 6 for Abid Barakzai out there. No one was able to do better than that. And Khalid Niazi's innings kind of sums it up, just not looking comfortable out there, ends up retiring out. He did look a little bit ill actually on the side of the ground. In the end, Winterthur, your guys, they're close enough if they're good enough, Lenny.
No real chance for them to finish with a win, and let's hope my boys can get it done. Winterthur, they need 94 to win. Special shout out though to Chris Lodge, who took a wicket, a moment that he'll really enjoy, and a wicket for all of the bowlers, barring Sai Siderin, who only went for 1 in his solitary over. I also agree with you, Julian Dawson. Julian, you say booby-trapped chairs. I wonder, was that what Vinny Sandu was doing on the little break?
No comment. How does Chris Lodge not get a second over? I'm going to start the Inquisition while we take a 5-minute break. We'll be back. Last chance to hear Lenny on the mic and maybe on the floor at the end of the day. Keep the random questions coming in. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Andrew Leonard. We'll see you after this for the final instalment of the group phase here in the European Cricket Series, Switzerland. Hello and welcome back to Switzerland Time for the last innings of the day. It's also the end of match 55 and the end of the preliminary stage of this European Cricket Series, Switzerland. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with you. And if you want to know the answer to the riddle, what do you get when you get an international commentator with some slightly below par folding chairs? The answer is Andrew Leonard on the floor twice during the series. Now he's standing, but he is an outstanding commentator. Lenny, welcome back. And hopefully no permanent damage was done in that 10th over. It was chaos. Carnaggio in the box.
Carnaggio in the 10th always, isn't it? It all happens in the 9th, and then it's Carnaggio in the 10th. I'm okay, mate. I'm okay. Bruised, bloodied, but not bowed.
Yeah, that's good. Here's a guy who, like I said, he has a fairly agricultural hairdo. It's Momand who's going to get us going here. 94 to win for Winterthur.
Great hairdo. Really like Momand's hair. Get off the mark immediately, and it means it's PO time. Really looking forward to him, seeing how he's going. Luckily, because I'm not a famous former international player, I don't do the ego thing that I've seen. I'm not naming any names.
Yeah.
So no ego to be hurt.
If you had to name names.
Oh, Vinny, that's one for off air.
It's the last game of the day.
No, that's one for off air.
When people, the worst random question I got is, who's your least favourite commentator? I said, you're not going to get me on that one. Andrew Leonard.
P.O. with one hand down the ground and picks up what will be one. He's happy with one. It's his birthday today. A final shout out. Happy birthday, P.O.
And it's a milestone birthday, 40.
Yeah, big 4-0.
Right. You got a big 4-0 coming up, don't you, sir?
Oh, Vinny, don't give that away. Not on air.
Just saying.
Come on, Vinny.
Yeah, P.O. took a great, well, it was a fairly standard catch, but I think he turned to the batter and said, P.O.'s my name, and that's exactly what you can do in the first innings. But, here's Boom Boom Vicky on strike.
Well, with all the monster sixes we've seen hit, I think that Jagdeep Tawana's maybe hit the biggest one. I paced it out. I reckon, even accounting for going up the hill, it was about 110 yards.
Yeah, believe you.
Ludicrous. See, I think it's the only ball we haven't successfully followed as a ball follow. And I didn't see it. It went over the arch of the roof. Which even, how can we describe that, Vinny? What is that? That's 20 metres high, that roof?
Yeah, I think so, something like that.
So
20 metres? No, it's probably not.
We've lost ones that go onto the roof and then hit the roof, and one that went over. But we haven't lost a single ball square.
That was crazy.
Till that one.
Yeah, you needed a telescope, not a camera, to follow it. It's on its way to the moon. But Boom Boom is more bust than Boom so far in this first over.
Hit over the offside. Going to be a boundary with some great comments coming in. Miss Shea says Swiss cricket are going to be staring at their balance sheet at the end of the year, wondering why their chairs took up so much of the budget. That's my fault, Vinny.
Not intended for Irishmen. It's on the box. And Julian saying Andrew Leonard definitely floored by the excitement of Swiss cricket.
Good pun, that, like that. Yeah, definitely. One last rough and tumble. I thought something silly was going to happen. I said a few times today we've entered silly season. That's what we're in. As that is Boom Boom Vicky. Wow. Another big one. Just a flick of the wrist. When he hits it, it stays hit.
Yeah, great shot. He's just got power, doesn't he? Struggled a little bit more with balls outside the off stump. This one, although maybe it's fractionally outside off, it's close enough that he can just bash it over the leg side into the over. 12 without loss after one. The only thing that you haven't had yet is something that I suppose they'd have to probably collapse a bit for this to happen, but it's a golden ball. And what's our golden ball counter at? Can we have a look? 118. There you go, 118 matches since a golden ball. And when you first came, it was 68, something like that.
Is that right? Wow.
That's how quick it goes up.
55 games just gone by just like that.
So you're right, you don't really have an ego, which is good. I think it helps if you don't have one in this business. And I was saying you're down to earth. You literally came back down to earth, closer to earth, with the events of the 10th over. If you missed it, Andrew broke his second chair for the series, and he went down like...
I would like to add, I've purely broken both those chairs by doing... I haven't even leant back on them once.
You haven't been leaning on the hind legs?
No,
yeah, gotcha.
Just sitting on it. P.O. nudges it around the corner, won't be a single as we get into the second over. All happening.
I love last games of the day. Julian saying we should have to call him Chairman Leonard. Yeah, we'll call you the chairman. That's actually pretty good because it sounds like we're building you up, but actually it's like an in-joke. You're the chair destroyer.
It's a bit like that name I love, the Takludai. Complimentary and disparaging at the same time. Bold.
Yeah, I like it.
Yet my elder brother.
And you know me, I like to do my research. I also heard that when you were playing, you had the nickname Fuzzy.
I actually did. Where'd you get that one from?
I know more than you think.
Oh, wow.
You impressed?
That is...
Fuzzy.
Yeah, that was a nickname I had in Pembroke Cricket Club, and it was predominantly because I had this sort of... Obviously, I never really had much hair, but it was very fuzzy, the hair that I had, and all the way through the junior teams in particular, it was that. And then...
Is that because of your hair being kind of fuzzy?
Yeah, it was just fuzzy hair.
Yeah.
And I kind of, again, really liked that. And then there was a brilliant guy... You'll enjoy this. It's a slower ball. May just have evaded. I think this is okay.
Yeah, so this is broken heaps. But is it the actual movement? It's like basically...
Yeah, it's fine.
Is it in... Yeah. To me, it's fine.
Fine. Absolutely fine.
It's called it.
Called as what?
It's called it as off the pitch because he thinks
it's a free hit?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought that was very harsh. Very good.
It was rough.
Slower ball. P.O. struggling a bit like he did in his earlier innings. 1 off 6.
Thing is, it broke back. It was a top spinner that was almost like a fast one.
It was the out of the back of the hand slower ball. Really clever skills actually from Tarakil.
Because it broke, it gave the impression that it hit the edge of the pitch. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't.
Oh, P.O. he's not holding his shape here, is he? He can't get anything on it.
No. They're believing here, the Crickets, and so they should. They've lost it with about a few times.
So often when you just need to wait a little longer, don't you? In a 10 over game, you think, God, I've hit everything for 6, but wait till the ball comes under your eyes, into your arc, then get the swing at it.
Hold your shape, over cover, that's what I'm looking. That's where I'm hitting those. Get it over the infield, get value.
No, nothing going. Inside edge, maybe, and I don't think they're going to run the single because Tuana wants the strike, so just the one run could have been a maiden over that, couldn't it?
Does this carry to the keeper? Let's have a look. Yeah, I think it does carry. I think it's a missed opportunity. Having said that, P.O.'s not hurting at the moment. He's had more lives than a Cheshire Cat today, has P.O., but it's his birthday, so we'll give him that. 13 without loss after 2.
So I've got to give you this shout out of, so Fuzzy was the nickname.
Fuzzy, yeah.
And then I went away from cricket for quite a bit, and I came back and I was initially in the seconds for that first season. Took me a bit of the season to get in. Just to confirm, this is the wooden spoon game. Winners will finish in 9th place, and the losers will stay rooted to the bottom at 11th. It was captained at that point by a guy called Dixon Butler, who was a real character. And he was a lot of butlers in our club in Pembroke, and Pierce, his brother, a good guy as well. But you'll enjoy this. He misheard what everyone... So at that point, because I was only back, Fuzzy was still floating around as my nickname, and then became Lenny pretty quickly, or A. Leonard is the other one that people loved for some reason.
Oh, nice.
He misheard Fuzzy, and he was my wicket keeper. So obviously I'm bowling I got a lot of wickets that year in the twos, like 60 plus wickets. So he was, every time I got the ball, he was buzzed up.
Yeah.
And he called me Flossie.
Flossie. I love the evolution.
Purely misheard.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
I love the evolution of nicknames. I absolutely love it.
And he was a real character with a funny accent, so he used to give it, "Go on, the Flossie lad."
I like it. I like it.
And from 22 yards away, it used to both fill me with confidence and make me giggle as I was running up to bowl.
A couple of tight calls going against the Crickets here with that no ball off the pitch that maybe was, maybe wasn't. We've had 2 really tight wide calls here in Moman.
That one is clearly a wide. Yeah.
That's something for the chat. Tell us some of your favourite cricket nicknames. I saw a great podcast where they were talking about some funny nicknames. Some I can't say on air, but tell us your favourite nicknames you've heard and how people got them. And often they have an evolutionary aspect to them.
Yeah, I do like the misheard one. I like a nickname. Look, it's
like in Australia we call ginger-haired people bluey. We call red-haired people bluey because it's like a kind of, the joke is it's not red, it's blue. Not that it's really red anyway. But yeah, Bluey is a very common name. In fact, Bluey, the famous cartoon now, kids cartoon, it's basically based on that nickname.
He goes big again. Really is all or nothing with Tuana, isn't it? He just hits 6s for fun when he wants to, but he needs to get them into his arc. And that's another Maximo as Momand just goes into his hitting arc and gets punished.
Yeah, nice shot. So, yeah, not really rolling towards the Crickets, although that good last over, they're kind of hanging in there. Although I think Bluey, the cartoon is due with the fact it's a blue healer. Anyway.
Why was Andrew Simon called Roy?
Good question.
Obviously, sadly missed.
I actually read his whole autobiography, so I should know that.
This goes into the offside, and there's a man out in the deep there. Oh no, he's had a bit of a howler
he's
here.
there.
They could run 3. Could P.O. get 3? Go P.O. Oh.
Well, we'd need an ambulance if they did come back for a third there. The funny thing is here, you got 2 fielders on the deck, and the ball was like an orphan. No one wanted it here because the first fielder was on the ground. That was Tarakil. Then it was a pretty good pullback, but look, nobody there. And Tarakil has to get up. Gets the 8 count from the referee.
I think P.O. for a moment thought of the third. He said, no, it's my birthday. I'll stay at the non-striker's end. That's going to be monstrous. This could be a roofer. It is.
Oh, yeah.
Well, one of our blue crew, he spent almost the entire afternoon. He's trying desperately to get one on the roof. He couldn't. He'll remain nameless. You can double him out if you want.
Maybe to you, that we're talking about Samir. Well, Samir, he's the only one that hasn't hit one on the roof now, I think, for the blue crew. Samir, very good bat as well. Has represented UAE before. Was playing for Lathbury Lightning in the ECL. Played a fair bit of cricket.
Oh, yes. There's real rage in that one, too. 6 more. And I just wonder, well, they're still looking for that ball, aren't they? Some of the Winter Tour team.
Yes. That's gone absolute miles. This one not quite as far, but still doing the job. Winter Tour looking good at the moment for their second win in the series. Just for those of you that were wondering how Andrew Simon's got his nickname Roy, it's because he looked a bit like one of the basketballs in Australia, Leroy Loggins, played for the Brisbane Bullets.
I've got a really good one for you, actually. Stephen Taylor, who opens the batting for the United States of America. I've done a lot of work over in the USA. His nickname is Bob. So it's Stephen Bob Taylor.
Yep.
Any idea why?
Because of the famous keeper. Wow, it's good to have the protection there.
Rollerblades.
Yeah, look, now that's how to do it.
Are they back, the rollerblades?
Well, they are now.
Barbie movie.
I haven't seen it yet.
I haven't, but I presume she was on the rollerblades at one point.
I think your shirt appears in the Barbie movie, the one you're wearing today as well.
My little tribute.
Nice. Pretty in pink.
Not because of the famous keeper. That would be the sensible suggestion regarding Stephen Taylor. But Stephen Taylor debuted at 15 for the United States of America. And arrived for his first ever tour. The United States were playing some games in the Caribbean.
Yep.
He's born in Queens in New York City. Powerfully built 15-year-old. He's a big kid. And he hits the ball a mile. He bowls very good off spin. Good fielder, good athlete too. He arrives for his first USA national team tour. Obviously slightly more simpler days. You didn't have all the brilliant setups you have now in many of the leading associate nations.
Yep.
With a SpongeBob SquarePants backpack.
Wow. And not ironically.
And it immediately stuck around the team. And he actually loves it now.
That's actually a really good one.
Yeah. And he loves it. That's going to be 6 more. Dragged down. Well, there was rumours of a golden ball at one point, but if Jagdeep Tawana keeps going like this, he loves hitting them up onto the bank. It's another banker.
Yeah. This guy, he's just got power, doesn't he? Again, if he'd find a bit more often, Vintatur there, they're in the mix. Anytime he scores big runs, 38 off 12. And he's had a few swings and misses in there as well. Nisha's got a pretty good one. We'll come back to that in a second. Here's Rahimi.
Powered down the ground. 6 more. It's a flat 6. He hits every style of them. Flat ones, big ones, and that's straight as anything. It's a
Maximo. And really, it's a flatsimo because it was a pretty flat hit, wasn't it? Never got too much over terra firma. And still carried the rope straight down the ground. It's 59 metres to that rope from where you stand at the crease. So about 9 and then 50 to the ropes. Just shows you how powerful he is. That carried so far.
He's gone into the sky. And has he got enough? Oh, yes, he has. More than enough. It's 50 from 14 deliveries. And Winterthur's bench rise to greet their hero. What a way for them to finish. They're being led to victory here, surely, by Jagdeep Tawana.
Well, he's 50. At the other end, PO is on 1 off 8. But it doesn't matter because as a partnership, they're going well above the required rate.
Nicely bowled. Keeper gets nothing on it. I wonder, is this going to be buys or is it given as runs? A little inside edge, maybe a feather. 4 more to the total.
He signals buys in the end. He's just last game, so he signaled backwards. So this one gets through everyone. This is a tough one for Barakzai, but as a keeper, you can't take anything for granted. Yeah, he's saying, hey, what are you doing? But to be honest, that's kind of on a bid there. He needs to cover the line of that ball.
Oh, now this is edged and real misfortune for Rahimi. I've got one wish to close out my time here on the ECM with you. I want Winterthur to win.
Yeah.
And I want PO to be not out, but I don't want him to get more than one.
Okay.
So I want needed dot ball here.
Okay.
I think it's
It
a
could
chance.
happen.
There is
I
a
thought you meant
chance.
you want all the guys to sign your Winterthur shirt.
Come on,
Get that
PO.
as well.
Oh, PO, he's got one. He's not going to get two. I don't. Two's okay.
To be fair to PO, they refused to single on one of his deliveries, so he should have been at least two. I thought this is another one that they might not run. But anyway, it will be end of the over. As you see, they do get through for one in the end. 61 without loss after 4. So Nish's nickname that he was talking about, played with a gentleman called Gareth Loveridge. His nickname is Lovers. Kind of like that.
Yeah, Lovers, yep.
Lovers, not fighters. I'm trying to think of. We had some pretty good ones. We had Pro. I called one guy the Pro. My nickname's normally stuck as a keeper, and I just kind of try things out and it would work. So he was a Pro because
what was your nickname? Sorry.
I didn't have many nicknames that stuck. So I had an Italian coach when I was about 21, and he would call me Vincenzo, even though it's not my name. He called me Vincenzo. So all of my teammates started calling me Vincenzo, but shortened to Chenzo or Chens.
Chenzo, okay.
Yeah, so
you love shortening things in Australia,
yeah.
don't you? That's
or
kind of your go-to.
lengthening short things.
Yeah.
So if your name's Smith, we'll call you Smithy, or if your name's Rob, we'll call you Robbo. But yeah, so Chens, people had Chens. Even my brothers are calling me that, and yeah, it's my cricket nickname. That's the only nickname that's really ever stuck. People tried things like Sandshoe and these kind of things. It doesn't really. Sometimes they stick, sometimes they don't.
And the leg side. Oh, Pio. He's going to get off strike, and it'll be given as a wide, I think. So it's going to be 2 to the total. Tawana's on 51. They need 30.
It's kind of sick that you're hoping that PO doesn't score runs on his birthday.
I just want him to be not out. I want him to have an unbroken 95-run partnership.
I mean, he can do that and score runs.
Doesn't need to, mate. It's his
I
birthday.
want a PO Maximo.
Oh, PO Maximo would be
before
good as
then
well.
He goes home. I tell you who doesn't want that is Tarek Hill.
Nice parting gift. This is clubbed through the offside, hit like a tracer bullet. Just going to be a single. So the Maximo is drying up a touch.
Here's PO. Tarek Hill's a good bowler though. He's had some good results today. What do you think of the blue pads with the red outfit?
I kind of just like everything that PO does.
Yeah, okay.
So if it was someone else, I think I'd probably say not great.
Birthday pads.
But PO, looks immense. He just works it down the ground. PO's determined for a red inker today. I'm telling you now, because he's going to go home.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's married, so I don't want to make any presumptions, but let's say he is married with his kids. The kids are going to say, Dad, how'd you go today? We're watching you. Well, it was my birthday. Let's all have a lovely meal together. I'll tell you about our unbroken 95-run opening partnership I was part of.
Exactly. He gets the best view of it in the house as well.
Wouldn't that be lovely?
What about his one-handed catch, though?
Oh,
that
sensational. I think that's going to be, in my reality, he's going to get the 40-minute train back to Winterthur. He'll have a lovely birthday meal lavished on for him by his family.
Yeah, sounds good.
And
sounds expensive as well.
Yeah, well, possibly.
Kroom saying his nickname is Dogva. Went from Mad Dog to Dog to Didier Dogva to Dogva. See, I love that evolutionary aspect of that. Yeah.
Actually, I've got 2 more for you. That's going to be clipped away. And it's going to go all the way for 6. Good stuff from Tawana. Wow, he's batting well.
Sure is. Yeah, again, partnerships are important. Just plays this on land. Bit bowling machine, really, from Tarek Hill. Just kind of rocks in, hopes for the best. It doesn't end well.
So we're veering tiny bit off cricket, but 2 of my very best non-cricket mates. We went and caddied in Chicago. We lived there for 2 years, 2005, 2006, and we caddied at the Medina Country Club, which went on to host Ryder Cups, hosted PGA while we were there. Amazing city, great place, loved every second of it. 4 Irish best mates, all caddying. And this will be a single. PO calls him through for it. And on our very first day of caddying, we were put out. We didn't really know, actually, that we were going to be put out for our first day of caddying. We actually just thought we were rocking up to say hello and get to know them. But we arrived, shook the hand of the caddy master, and he said, right, you're out in 10 minutes, or you're out in 20 minutes, or whatever. So we had the 4 of us going out for our first ever bit of commentary as PO cuts this one away. A birthday boundary for the big man.
We'll cut the cake later. Right now, he cuts the ball outside the off stump. Nice shot. Pio's tall as he's able to get on top of that one. Nicely done. Into the gap. 4 runs. End of the over. And they're cruising into the 77 without loss. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, for one of the last times, for now at least, in the box with Andrew Leonard.
I've got to finish this quick story about one of my great mates, a guy called Conor McAllister. His nickname was Skanda because he just once wore a Skanda jacket. In first year, his wife currently, he's 39, his wife calls him Skanda, but he got another nickname in Chicago. We rocked up, we didn't think we were going to be caddying. He got there, went to caddy. He's got quite sort of pale complexion, a little bit of red hair. By the 15th hole, the 4 guys that he was caddying for said, look, I think it's really time for you just to walk in at the trees. It's got too bad. Burnt to a crisp.
Oh, no.
He arrives back into the caddy shack. What did the caddy master call him? Strawberry, and he's stuck.
Strawberry. Hey, quickly, before we get off camera, I want to say a big thank you. I've really enjoyed working with you.
It's been great.
I've learnt a lot from you, actually. You never stop learning. And
it's right. In life, you never do.
And I've really enjoyed some of the little things that we've talked about, even away from the microphone. Enjoyed your company. Anyway, this is going to be a wicket. And boom, boom, Vicky's going to go bust as he goes walkabout, never comes back. Niazi, one of your favourite bowlers to watch in the series, gets a wicket. Nice one from him.
Really nicely bowled. And look, I think the 2 leg spinners between Niazi and the youngster as Kosane, they're very different. Tahir Khan, the other one. But look at how slow this is. Deceives him completely, and the keeper does well.
Draws him forward. I mean, I also think there's a bit of premeditation about that from Jagdeep, who wanted to basically dance him and blast him down the ground. It's a ball he probably could have played off the back foot. Anyway, what he has done, he's got his team in a seemingly impenetrable position, although you never know with Vintador because they do still need 17. But surely they're going to chase these down. Niazi with a wicket, and that'll bring Fonseca to the crease, 77 for 1.
I think I know we're probably into reflection mode, and I want to genuinely thank you, firstly, for having me, but B, for all of your incredibly kind comments and everyone in the YouTube chat. It's a great community the ECN has built up, but one of the things that will stick with me more than anything, alongside the remarkable talent we've seen and the hectic schedule, I don't know how you do 55 games in back-to-back 11 days, the camaraderie between both the teams, as in their teammates and the opposition, a real blessing to be a part of and to watch.
I know that you love cricket being played the right way, and we certainly see that here. Look, there's times it boils over, tensions happen, and that's natural. It's competitive. So, I mean, you don't want to stamp that out.
But on the whole, it's been played almost like a fraternity, a family.
It's because it's a community, and cricket is a community here.
Yep.
It's not part of the mainstream lifestyle in these countries.
Not yet.
I mean, obviously, we want it to be that way.
Great. Oh, he's going to have 2 for here, I think. It will be signalled as a wide, but you can be stumped off a wide. Vinny, you and I think this is OUT.
My only concern is he's taken in front of the stumps, but it's a great bit of keeping down the leg side. Let's check it out. He's definitely out for me. As far as, all right, that's fine. He's gone. Good night, Charlene. And a sensational leg side stumping. It's a wicket, it's a wide, it's everything you would hope for, except for Fonseca, who goes for a weird golden because it was kind of his second ball, but it's not a legal delivery. It's 78, I should say, for 2.
Yeah, really nicely done. And it shows there's many ways to skin a cat in terms of how to get a batter out. He saw him coming, and there he is. Derek the Golden Duck gives me one little farewell too.
I wonder if Derek will make his international debut. Although I suppose he does because he's here on the weekends. Also, we've done T20 internationals. I wonder if Derek will wander into the India-Ireland series. You never know.
Even if he did, I'm not sure it would be accompanied by the very first time I heard them. I don't know if I told you this. I told Rico this. Yeah, I thought that because I was sitting in the media centre next to the guys, I thought that I'd been missing the fact that when the Golden Duck came up, I thought that there was some graphic sound effects that they had pressed and played. And then when it happened the second time, as it's pumped down the ground, could be another one. It's juggled and it's caught. Oh, magic from Niazi. He's got 3 in the over. What a talented young leggy. And Crispin Webb, he's also gone. We're going to have another appearance of Derek the Golden Duck.
Could this be the beginnings of an epic collapse? They need 17 to win. Winter just had one of those series where sometimes they lose wickets in clumps. Slight juggle, and Nur Kanamani will hold it in the end. So, Crispin Webb has done some good things in the series, but I think he's had more frustrations than
hey, look at that. Oh, magic.
Yeah, so
Abid Baraksai,
he's loving this. He just comes in and he starts to walk on his hands. So you see, these players are running out of time to get all these tricks out.
They know it's the last game.
This isn't a hat-trick ball because it's stumped off for wide, and I went to the archives.
It is a hat-trick.
It's not a real
ball.
hat-trick.
I'm calling it now. It's a hat-trick ball.
Fake hat-trick.
Calling it as a hat-trick ball. 3 consecutive wickets from 3 consecutive balls.
Hat-tricks can't have wides or no balls
No,
involved.
I'm giving them. I'm giving the hat-trick.
You can.
I'm forcing you to put it on as well. Hat-trick
You
ball.
can.
Here comes Khaled Niazi. Come on, mate. You've got 3 in the over. Make it 4.
He's got 3 wickets in 3 illegal deliveries. Give you that much.
But what is
So
he?
far.
That was a hat-trick then.
No.
So we've had the hat-trick.
No, because there's a dot ball in between.
Oh, another white. Vinny, what's happening?
It went wicket, dot.
So there was a dot.
Stumped off a wide, wicket. I
That's
said 3
okay,
wickets
so
and
that's
3.
fine.
He's bowled
That was
3
a
illegal
hat-trick.
balls. Yeah.
The hat-trick ball's bowled as a wide. That's fine. Now the hat-trick's gone. It's okay. We'll just agree to disagree.
No,
It's
just
fine.
why don't we make everything a hat-trick if you're just writing rules?
Well, I had team hat-tricks
Spirit of
yesterday.
cricket, Lenny here.
I love spirit of cricket. You
He's
know that.
saying all the legitimate hat-tricks now tarnished that you're just giving them away. Tell you what, though, he could get a 7 for.
P.O.'s still there, critically.
I know
and
it's
we've got to
caught.
get P.O. Reading.
This is the only way you could really try it and beat the 6-wicket haul.
Yep.
We've had maybe 10 6-wicket hauls. We've never had a 7. But he's got 7 wickets still to take in the innings.
P.O. just can't get anything on it. Maybe one of the lowest strike rates we've seen.
I'm starting to get a little bit concerned. Having said that, Karanagadagi's a very good batter that's coming at the other end. But if he goes and we see the runs and balls equation tighten up, I don't know.
Oh, he's got it on a string, doesn't he, right now, Niazi? A beautiful over. 3 wickets have come in it, not quite the hat-trick. As it's 3 for 3. He's got Winterthur 80 for 3. And right now, we're into the last rights of my time here. Tell me about finals day tomorrow, Vinny.
Yeah, finals, we'll come to it. We'll show you the fixtures in a second. But yeah, we've got basically 3 elimination matches to start the day. So we've got 3 versus 4, which is eliminator 1. We've got 2 versus 5, which was eliminator 2. And those 2 will proceed to the qualifier, the winners of those 2. And then the winner of the qualifier goes through to the final alternate waiting for them. We'll give you those fixtures in a minute. Right now, I just want to highlight some of the comments in the chat. Hello to Santosh, who's saying hello. And he's saying you might have early release here with a quick chase, but maybe not now. Santosh with those wickets. Very nice of you to ask what happened at karaoke night yesterday. It was a big success. Santosh, thanks for asking. Jacob's tuning in. That's James Stewart's son. He's on his dad's phone. They love to watch ECN together. They're up in Estonia. So a big hello to you guys. Kamaljit's saying, come on, boom, boom. Boom, boom, Vicky. Julia Schneider saying likewise. He batted well while he was there, but he's gone. He's Karanagadagi facing up.
Swept around the corner. Half a stop, but it means that he'll get off the mark from his first delivery.
Nish
what
has
can
a
P.O.
question.
do?
So, pardon me, but Nish got a question for you, Lenny.
Yes, sure.
He said he's enjoyed listening when he's had the chance to the last couple of weeks. Nish is covering the Continental Cup this weekend. And he said a very interesting question to do with what we talked about. You never stop learning.
Yep.
Just wait for this ball from Rahimi. Just a single here, I think, as long as it's handled. He says, Lenny, if you can ask one question before the broadcast ends, what is one thing you learnt from covering an ECS with European Cricket Network that you'll take to ICC events? Good question. Hopefully you've learnt one thing.
I wonder, does he mean as a commentator or as laws I'd like to implement? I've probably spoken a bit about the laws I'd like to implement that you guys play with. The timer would be the big one. I would literally put that in to T20Is for next year's World Cup. Put it in now. There's no reason to not have it.
To work, it needs attention from the off-field officials.
Correct.
That's the thing. That you need to.
They can do that. Yeah. They've got 4 match officials and a match referee, 4 umpires and a match referee. That's gone off the back of the bat, and somehow he's trying to sweep it, but he's going to get 4 on the offside.
Yeah, it's the reverse lap.
Yep.
Because it's going to go in the opposite direction than he was intending. This is the boundary they needed.
Yeah, look at this. Amazing. It's actually off of the back of the bat, I think. So, yeah, definitely the clock I'd put in from a law. In terms of the thing I'll take away is the passion for developing the game and growing the game. I've always had that in absolute spades, but I think the way you guys are doing it here in what I will say are rudimentary facilities in some parts of the world, you're obviously playing on artificial wickets, a lot of the parts of Europe in non-dedicated cricket grounds. It's hugely inspiring to show that we need to, at points in our sport, get off our high horse and worry about, you can't play cricket there, you can't do this there.
Yeah.
This is a reserve team football ground of a brilliant, incredibly professional outfit.
And it's probably the nicest ground that we'll play on all year. There's a couple of others, having said that. But it's in the top 3 or 4 for sure.
But you set it up that we've had 55 brilliant games of cricket with sixes hit all around the ground, just like that one from Karanagodagi. And that is another...
That's another Maximo. That could be the last one that you see while you're with us. But I'm sure you'll see a few on the weekend and on the finals day tomorrow when you're tuning in. As we get to the end of the over, score's tied, and it's 93 for 3. Just quickly, let's have a look at tomorrow. These are the fixtures, so you can see that we have those two. They're not really semi-finals, but they feel like semi-finals. We call them eliminators because we've got 3 versus 4 and 2 versus 5. Nomad St. Gallen and Geneva Zalmi. Brilliant games.
2 belting games.
The winners of those 2 will meet. So whoever wins those, that's another belting game. And then the final, another belting game. So join us 6:45 a.m. GMT. 8:45 in Central Europe. I remember you saying 8:45. Is that a misprint? No, it's 8:45. You're used to it by now. 12:15 in India. Join us for finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, quite fancy the Nomads and the Pakhtun Zalmi. And as the scores are tied, I'll just wrap up that point. I think you can play our great sport anywhere at all if you've got the right amount of commitment. And that's exactly what the ECN crew have done. They've brought the sport to not just 1 or 2 countries in Europe, all over the country, all over the continent even, as Khaled Niazi gets ready to bowl. Can he find a 4th wicket, or will Pio de Silva? Oh, it could be a 4th one. We're going to have to go upstairs. I think Pio de Silva thinks as though he could be in trouble.
Yeah, and I kind of agree. He's just beaten in the flight here. This could be a 4th wicket. He drags that foot. Well, Pio, he's got the turning circle of Queen Mary here. Does he get back? Oh,
we might. I think he might get back, actually.
Is it?
Pio's walking off. I think this is safe. Pio thinks he's out.
I actually think he's gotten back. I think he's given out. I'm not convinced he's out. Am I seeing things here? Yeah. Anyway, Pio just wants the standing ovation. I'll give it to him.
Well done, Pio.
Yeah, so
happy
birthday, Pio.
Happy birthday, Pio.
Might go down as retired out in the book. But anyway, 9-3-4. Just quickly, it allows us to finish the point that you made. I think that's one thing that we agree on totally. Cricket can sometimes get on its high horse.
Absolutely.
And have an exclusivity to it.
Beautiful
saying, is this cricket? Is this cricket? You know what? It's cricket.
Absolutely.
If you want it to become a bigger sport in more countries, you have to encourage it and stop having some sort of 2-class system.
Oh, he could have 5-fer. We haven't had a 5-fer this week. In the dying death throes, the final last gasp.
I'm going to go in here.
Has Niazi got a 5-fer? I think it's out. I believe in miracles. Let's dream big. Khaled Niazi, the scores may be tied.
Yeah.
I think this is gone, Vinny. I don't think he's got back. The keeper's done so well. Oh, no!
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Great umpiring. Talking about myself now in 3rd person.
No.
Yeah.
So nearly. The only thing we didn't
you
have.
haven't had him through F5, and he's not going to get a golden ball unless we have 16 consecutive dots here.
Or
get
6
bowled
wickets.
out. 6 wickets for none.
Look at the figures, though. They're the best of the tournament, Vinny. Even if he gets hit for a 4, they'll remain the best of the tournament at 4 for 7. He could get a 5-fer. Look at this field now. There's a silly mid-off. There's a short catching extra cover. There's a silly mid-on coming into place. Khaled Niazi bowling the spell of his young life.
Oh, imagine this.
Come on. Let's
Any
set the
score
5-fer.
wins it for Vinter here.
Get the slip in. Why is the slip not in? Cut away. Oh, the dream. It dies. It diminishes with a boundary. They didn't complete the 1, so it's going to be 4. He'll finish with 4 for 7. It's still the best figures of the tournament. Something for the Crickets to take away. But my boys from Winterthur have got it done. They're going to finish 9th.
They get off the bottom. Stick around with us because we'll say goodbye to Lenny properly after the highlights and we run through the scorecards of this game. But look, congratulations to both teams. They both had bright moments. I mean, for the Crickets, obviously they're going to finish bottom of the ladder, but they can take home some pretty good wins with them, including the Nomads, who are right up as contenders. Crickets to, unfortunately, win their 2nd wooden spoon in European Cricket Series. But like I said, a couple of good wins in there. They've showed they can mix it. The Cricket's also doing a lot of work with the juniors in there, developing. But yeah, congratulations to Vinter. They do climb off the bottom. And some people saying it was the inclusion of Chris Lodge, which was the catalyst for a much improved performance here in the last day of action, including this win here in match 55. Well, this is the funny one. He flicked it back to nobody. And eventually, Tarakil went after it. But it was the boom as he brought us the last roofer that you'll see while you're here with us, Lenny. Because Tawana his half century made sure there'd be no wobbles. If it wasn't for his runs, I think we might have had a different result.
Yeah, he was sensational. 59 off 21 deliveries, 8 maximums. I don't think anyone in the competition has hit that bank as regularly. He is a phenomenally talented cricketer. It's all kinds of sixes too, in all sorts of directions. And I have to say, he's a special player. Winterthur, if they could have got him going a little bit more, maybe, just maybe, it would have been a different result. But at least they're going to finish the tournament with a win. In total, we had 9 sixes and 4 fours. But after these highlights and after that 1-4 for Big Pio on his 40th birthday, it's all going to be about the young leg spinner. How good was he?
Yeah, he's brilliant. I'm so happy to see him get some success because I think he got smashed early and didn't bowl particularly badly. But I think he got his wickets here by drawing batters forward. That was the end of Tuana, who ended up just running past one. But yeah, drawing batters forward. This was a great bit of keeping from Barrackside, who does anticipate this one down the leg side. Look at that good outside foot opening up. And that was Fonseca, who was stuffed off that wide. So they needed a base to bowl him out, and they gave it a good shake. This was a bit of a juggling act, wasn't it, from the fielder down there, Nurkan Ahmadi. And then we saw, I mean, only in the European Cricket Series you'll see this kind of thing, Lenny. Super special that you could have been here for the last 10 days. We've really enjoyed having your company. Pio eventually went off to start the birthday celebrations, I'm sure. He got up. He got given out even though we weren't sure he was out.
So nearly the 5-for.
Yeah.
He is going to have to be content with the best figures of the entire tournament. Khaled Niazi, 1.3 overs, 4 for 7, including 3 stumpings. Great work from the keeper.
Yeah.
I love leg spin, you love keepers, we love them together. And fittingly, they've combined for a rather remarkable end to my time here in the commentary box. I've loved every second of it with you, Vinny. It's been so good.
Yeah, and if you have a good leg spinner, having a good keeper is essential. Is essential. I've really enjoyed watching Abid Barrackside during this tournament. 59 to boom, boom. Vicky Jagdeep Tuana at the top of the order. Just 21 balls, but it was hard going apart from that. Pio certainly got plenty of camera time here on his birthday.
Didn't he just?
8 off 16. But yeah, for me, the one-handed catch was the highlight of the day. And you can see they get there in the end with a quarter of the innings remaining. 4 for 7. Khalid Niazi is an absolute star. Keep an eye on him. I also think Tarakil was great with the ball. Not in just this game, but earlier on as well in the series. He took none for 17 off his 2 overs. So there's the match summary. In the end, Winterthur doing it with 15 balls to spare. Final time for us to say goodbye to Andrew Leonard, but hopefully not for long. We are a community, not just here at the ground, but all our viewers, the players. You can see how it's a very special thing we're building. Obviously, our partnership with Spring Productions is essential to what we're doing here. There's a lot that doesn't get seen. I'm so glad you could see it close up for an extended period of time, and you are certainly part of our family now.
That's very kind. I want to extend a huge thanks, particularly to Vinny Sandu, who's been such an incredible host, everything he does for the European Cricket Network. He's been very kind to me too, but also the Spring Productions team. I'm blown away by them. We've had 4 or 5 different people here across the 10 days with such a small crew and such limited infrastructure. For them to broadcast cricket in the way in which they do, it's hugely impressive. I have to say, just quickly as well, Vinny, a quick thanks to my guys. You've got to take on a team when you come and do a European Cricket Series event, and there is my Winterthur jersey. Love that. Really nice. Thank you again, guys.
Do you want me to sign that now?
No, Vinny, that's mine. I want to wear that. So I'm going to start getting fit in that, because obviously I put on the pounds a little bit too much given the chairs I've been breaking.
You're looking pretty good. It's a very healthy lifestyle we've got here. Look, I want to say a big thank you to you, of course, one more time. We hope you can tune in to the finals day tomorrow. Of course, the internationals.
I'm going to join the chat now.
There could be a few roofers on the weekend, put it that way.
I think my dad, my brother and my mum, they're all committed fans. They've been watching on plenty on YouTube.
I'm sure. We'll probably have a soft spot for the Swiss team, I'm sure, on the weekend.
So,
but I think you'll enjoy watching the French quartet. Not quite the West Indies, but not far off in the 80s. They'll have 4 guys running in a place.
I'm going to do as well next year, the sub-regionals. I'll do almost all the ICC pathway events. Going to make sure I get to that. I think Switzerland could be dark horses. So much talent here. They can get a few good bowlers to go with all that batting talent. We could see them at a T20 World Cup qualifier in years to come. And that, for me, would be thanks to this kind of exposure you guys have given them.
Yeah, that's really great to hear that you've got that passion for this area now, and I knew you would. Quickly, we're running over time, but let's have a quick look at tomorrow, and we'll have a look at the finals lineup. So Nomad St Gallen first up. That's an elimination match, and those two occupied the top 2 spots for quite a while, but one of them will be gone at the end of match 56. The same with Geneva versus Zalmi. Geneva were top of the table till they were knocked off their perch today by Alton. Zalmi, I suppose, snuck in the end. There was nothing sneaky about their game plan. They've got Sanger, and he can win a game.
Cannot wait to see him tomorrow
against the Geneva bowlers, who are one of the better bowler units going around. Then we'll have the qualifier, which are the 2 winners from the morning session. Then Alton will take on the winner of that game in match 59. So I want to just give a quick thank you to all the teams that didn't make it to the finals. Thank you for your commitment. It's not easy. A lot of sacrifices being a European cricketer, missing work, family commitments, travel, expense, all those things. So from all of us here at ECN, big thank you to all of those players that we do say goodbye to today. And of course, we'll say goodbye to even more tomorrow. We say goodbye to him right now. It's been great having you. Last words? Take it.
Just want to say thank you so much, Vinny. Been great to be here. I'm a committed European Cricket Network fan. I'll see you again. Maybe not this year. I'll be back next year, though.
Fan
I'll
and
find a way
part
to get
of
back.
the family. Find your passport. Good luck there. Finally, thing I'm going to say to like this video if you haven't already. Subscribe to our channel. Tell your friends. Tell your family, just like Andrew has, about the European Cricket Network. And don't forget our website, europeancricket.com, and our social media at European Cricket. Highlights every day, including the HCL software play of the day. And I think Pio has got it sewn up for today with his one-handed catch. All right, come on, let's roll the music. We are in the home straight here. Just 3 more days remaining in our Swiss Adventure Finals day, then 2 days of internationals. Here are some of the best bits of the day, thanks to the crew at Swiss Production. Vinny Sander here on behalf of Rico Bull and Andrew Lander. Hope you have a great rest of the day. Stay safe, stay happy. We'll see you tomorrow for more finals action here and the European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.